good buddy. How are y'all doing today? I can't believe you would redeem the Valley Girl voice before the stream even starts. But hopefully you're doing okay. Are we ready to... What is it? I have the Valley Girl voice and now my brain won't work. But are we ready for more Great Ace Attorney? Seeing what is up with Sholmes? Because I'm curious. That's what I am. I cannot think with this voice. Oh my goodness. I missed 2 eggies yesterday, but I did get stuff done a little bit. Hopefully this week I will open the Discord. I still need to send out invites and I don't know what's getting me messed up on that. But soon, I promise. Anyway, let me get the game over here and ready for us to play. Let's see. Why won't it let me move it? Oh, is it a game capture? That might be why. Yes, that's what it is. Okay. Let me go ahead and get it all situated over here. And then let's continue, I suppose. Let me make sure everything goes okay over here. There we go. And then, yeah, Return of the Great Departed Soul. Okay, hopefully everything sounds good. I don't have desktop audio, no, everything but Discord. It was okay, I forgot. I need to fix up my stuff. It's all broken still.
The grand end of the century great exhibition of London. Surely there is not a soul who has failed to hear of it.
Yeah, we have heard of that a lot.
These new works of culture and industry from every corner of the globe had converged on Hyde Park.
Hyde Park. Oh, that's the place that the man funded or something.
Visitors. The last great hurrah of this century.
That's a lot of visitors. Hello, Lisa.
People of all nations, and ended on a note of resounding success.
Oh, nice.
But as regards to the terrible catastrophe that occurred during the festivities, very few are aware my friend Mr. Herlock Sholmes had a hand in unraveling the matter.
Oh no.
From the shadows, it was he who earnestly unearthed the facts of the case.
It makes it look like he killed him.
The centerpiece of the great exhibition, which rose high into the skies of Hyde Park. Sholmes's brilliant deductions, as clear and lofty as the Crystal Tower itself, brought the truth to light.
Okay, so we get to figure out something.
We're here at the showground of the Great Exhibition, which is absolutely packed with people.
I didn't think it would be voice acting still here in this part.
The weather is unusually fine, and we're about to witness a most extraordinary scientific experiment.
Going to steal that thing about. Oh no! I the one that I already have, or the 3 that are coming. Oh.
Ladies and gentlemen, the 20th century will see steam engines and electrical power dominate the world.
The one spinning on the screen. Oh yeah, I still do have that, huh?
Horse-drawn carts will give way to the motor car. Ships will sprout wings and take to the skies.
Imagine.
And today, we showcase even more advanced technology. A glimpse into the future. A world first. A demonstration of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine.
Kinesis?
Man will literally be disassembled by a pulse of high voltage electricity and beamed to another location.
Oh, okay. I see where this is going. Literally disassembled.
Whereupon his body will be reassembled by a series of complex calculations exactly as it was before.
I sure hope so. Oh gosh, it's dropping down too. Oh no. Yeah, we can only imagine how this is gonna go. The silly little walk.
In but a few moments from now, this gentleman will, in the blink of an eye, complete an incredible journey through the air. To arrive an instant later on the Crystal Tower behind you!
There are multiple ways for this to mess up, sir.
Yes! Yes! Yes!
He's so excited. He's so blissfully unaware. Anyway. My goodness. Did they not practice it? I would assume that it was just like tampered with.
Luna, are you listening?
Oh, sorry. What was that, Iris?
What's the matter with you? You've been miles away all morning. Didn't you like what I cooked for breakfast?
No, that's not it at all. What were we talking about again?
Today's paper. It's full of news about the great exhibition again.
Ah, yes, the great exhibition. I'd like to go sometime.
You're really not your usual self today. You seem very down. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Oh no, he's sad. Did you say something, Iris?
Oh gosh, you're even more down.
What, did you lose your viola again? When did you arrive, Mr. Naruhodo? I've been here for about half an hour already. We had breakfast together? What? Why didn't you mention it before? I thought you might have known I was there. You know, because breakfast? Iris is quite right. You're clearly lacking in vim, so much so that I didn't notice your presence. Thanks. Of course, I could deduce the reason perfectly well with some simple observations. What? Let's see. Yes, for example, your tousled hair this morning with all its unruly spikes. Clearly it can be deduced, therefore, can you... Let me stop you there, Mr. Sholmes, because I think I can see where this is going. My hair is always like this. It always has. Ever since we first met, in fact. Oh, really? How interesting. It just doesn't look like a haircut as such, I suppose. Thanks again. Crossed my mind recently that it's been 6 months now.
6 months?
Since I was forbidden from working in court. We still don't know what the reason for that is. So I've been wondering how much longer I'm going to be banned.
Oh, well, that would explain why you seem rather glum. Don't you agree, Hurley?
Oh no, he's sad too because he can't help. Did you say something, Iris? Ah, back to moping. Because I'm not doing any cases, he can't detective anything. What's the matter with Mr. Sholmes today? He seems even more down in the dumps than me.
I know, and the great exhibition is opened. You'd think he'd be excited. Oh, why don't we all go see it together?
Okay. I saw the random sound playing and didn't hear anything, so I was like, it's the knocking one, isn't it? I want to, of course I do, but I can't. Not for the time being. Why not? Why not? Why not? Because I'm a great detective after all. So you're embroiled in some tricky case that you can't be distracted from. Is that it?
I don't remember hearing that you're working on a case, Hurley.
I suppose I should try to find out what's going on. Have you ever had rolled ice cream? I've been wanting rolled ice cream, but I don't think I've ever had the chance to have it. I think because usually it's like pretty expensive, so it doesn't seem like it's worth it, but it seems interesting to have. I don't know. I have had the, I think it was ice cream in like a rolled, bubble waffle cone. That was really interesting. It was kind of messy, but it wasn't bad. Oh, Mr. Sholmes, about this. Shh, not another word. Ah, yes, I see. This would be a collar for a breed of miniature canine with a particularly long neck, and for winter use. Actually, it's the armband I always wear that symbolizes my role as a defense lawyer. Precisely, which leads us to but one conclusion. Your arm is, in fact, a particularly long neck of a miniature canine. I'm starting to wish I'd never shown him this now. The man's barking mad. Don't lie! Out of nowhere, my goodness, Lionheart. How are you doing? Thank you again. My goodness. So a choker, yes. But yes, how's your day going, Lionheart? I hope it's going well. Majima. Just a big old party, yes. My goodness. Oh gosh, I'm being buried. Losing my mind in Star Rail. Oh no. Yeah, I still kind of want to play it, but also I'm like so far behind in Genshin. I don't know if I want to start another gacha. Event 6 months ago. Half a year ago now, I took on the defense of a young girl in a trial heard at the Old Bailey. What at first seemed like a simple case of murder that took place at a London pawnbrokery turned out to be one part of a much more far-reaching plot that involved the British government. Wait, is this talking about, oh gosh, I forgot her name. She had a Cockney British accent. She was a little thief. Tell me what you do for a second. Also, right? During the course of the trial, it was found that I made an unavoidable yet at the same time unforgivable mistake. Words fail me. The situation is utterly deplorable. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes, my lord? I will decide upon your fate following the conclusion of this trial. Of course, my lord. I don't remember that happening. Oh gosh. Let's see. In the end, I had my right to represent people in court revoked. I was told I had to spend my time in research and study, so that's what I've been doing.
You have, haven't you, Runo? Reading all those big fat tomes about British law up in your room, and that note about Sholmes' old cases.
I keep like defaulting into the Southern Belle, but I need to make her sound younger. I really want to learn how to do a Welsh accent and make it part of my voice training. That would be fun, yeah. Brewing Iris's special blend of tea, fetching my daily bread from me. You've become something of a manservant around here. Start on silverware next, Master Naruhodo. When is the Lionheart Appreciation Street? I don't know. I don't even know what I would do. But I feel like I need to do something. I don't know what though. I guess that would be up for Lionheart to decide, wouldn't it? Well, I'm thinking of going to ask the powers that be to reconsider, specifically Lord Strongheart at the British Supreme Court on Whitehall.
Lord Strongheart?
I guess I would have to play Star Rail, wouldn't I? Ah, the delightful Lord Chief Justice. Not my favorite fellow. He's not mine either, but he's the man I have to talk to. He's the only one who can grant permission for me to start working in the courts again. I came to Britain to become the best lawyer I could, and I can't do that just sitting around here. The whole of London has been swept up in this great exhibition, hasn't it? The most advanced science, the most modern technology, the finest works of art and feats of engineering. For the next 6 months, our capital will be showcasing these things, and the world will be watching.
Oh, Do you know what I'd like to do? I'd like to look down on London from one of those lovely balloons.
Look down on? Do you mean those things fly?
Yes, of course. They fly high in the sky and don't even need wings to do it. All you need is hot air.
But how? How does hot air have anything to do with flying? That makes no sense. I can't understand it at all. The only thing keeping me from trying out Star Rail is that companies incessant keep to make the worst names possible. They have a character named March 7th. Wait, do they? Oh no. At least with the Genshin characters, they, I think, usually make sense, right? I can't think of any Genshin character that has a weird name. Would you mind if I started a tournament bracket for desserts and ask you your opinion on a few things? Sure.
That's true of That's true of a lot of new scientific discoveries. Most people can't understand them at first, but in 100 years' time, all these things will be just common knowledge.
I suppose they might be. The game has a character in... Oh yeah, child. I don't know, he calls people comrade. the villain. I mean, I forget if Child is his real name or if his real name is Tartaglia. Because I think his actual name is Tartaglia and, like, Child is just his fake name? I don't know. I know that he's not a child, so at least they didn't name the child. I suppose they might be.
Mind you, some of the science being demonstrated seems very questionable. Something went wrong on the open experimentation stage yesterday, apparently. There was a huge explosion. Still, I wish I'd seen it, though. I'd love to see how bad some of these scam experiments really are.
Says the innocent 10-year-old girl.
I'd love to see someone blow up.
See here, every page on this paper carries some article or another about the Great Exhibition. But the brighter things shine, the darker the shadows that are cast behind them. Personally, I find myself drawn to the darkness, to the impenetrable. That is my proper atmosphere. I love being in the shadows. Shadows cast behind? Is that a metaphorical way of referring to the back page of the paper? Is it? Ah, the Reaper attacked. Oh no, a lost cat. Oh gosh, we gotta find him. So many glowing reports about the Great Exhibition and everything that's going on there. Other than this rather gloomy looking one, that is. Wait, what?
What's the matter, Bruno?
The Reaper attacked. That's Lord Van Zeeks. This must be what Mr. Sholmes was talking about. Does he know any more, I wonder? I was looking at the lost cat. Okay, let's talk about your gloomy mood before we talk about the newspaper. Are you investigating a particularly tricky case at the moment, Mr. Sholmes? You could say that, I suppose. Nothing more to add? That's not like you. What sort of case is it? Shh! Quiet, Mr. Naruhodo. We must not discuss it here. You never know who might be listening.
You're acting very strange, Hurley.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, usually, the more mysterious and complicated cases, the better Hurley's mood.
Ah.
Is it really a case that's bothering you?
Iris, please. You mustn't exercise your astute powers of observation and deduction on me without invitation. Remember what I always say. Put yourself in the shoes of the individual about whom you're making deductions. You say that, do you? You, Mr. Sholmes? Never mind. Once I've had a cup of tea, I must make my way at once to the crime scene. That was a deep sigh. He's so sad. It says in the paper that Lord Van Zeeks was attacked. That's terrible. You know the legend of the Reaper of the Bailey of the Course, don't you? Only too well, in fact. Yes, Prosecutor Barrick von Zeeks. They say that if the Reaper is the prosecutor in a case, there's no salvation for whoever's in the dock. Even if the defendant is found not guilty. Once the Reaper has someone in his sights, one way or another, that person's time left on this earth will be short. London's finest rogues always find ways around the law. They'll stop at nothing to secure an acquittal at trial. Bracket time. For our purposes, just imagine it's the best version you can think of. Okay. So like if it's one thing, it's not like, you know, dollar store version of it, or like, I guess it would have to be like fancy. I don't know. Okay, I'm ready. Somewhat. Falsifying evidence, paying sham witnesses, threatening jurors, bribing judges. But even such devious tactics as those cannot save them from the hands of the Reaper. Shaved ice versus mochi ice cream. Ooh. Mochi ice cream for me. As you've experienced yourself, haven't you, Mr. Nadahodo? Yes, I've seen the Reaper's retribution at work. Many of these criminal rogues are reckless and quite unafraid to die. If a leader among that fraternity is seen to have been taken by the Reaper, retaliation like this does occur. Really, the capital has a never-ending supply of such scoundrels. So, do you mean Lord Van Zeeks has been attacked like this before? This isn't the first time? He's quite an accomplished combatant, you know. He doesn't take these attacks lying down. Although, it seems that his assailants were armed with guns this time. Oh my goodness, is he all right then? Is Lord Van Zeeks is he hurt? My dear fellow, how on earth would I know? I haven't went there yet.
Well, in the article here it says, as to what of Lord Van Zeeks and his condition, all will be revealed in tomorrow morning's edition?
Ah, I see. Well, we shall have to be patient then. No, I can't wait until tomorrow. In that case, you shall have to inquire with somebody in the know. Onigiri versus sweet bun? Let me remind myself what a sweet bun is in this case. Ooh, I don't? Okay, so like a Hawaiian bun thing. The thing is, I haven't had an onigiri. I want to have one. I'll just go with what I've had and say sweet bun then. In the future, when I eventually do have an onigiri, my opinion might change, but as of right now, yes, I've already read this line, but who? Lord Strongheart, perhaps. Well, I must be leaving now. Yes, understood. See you later, Mr. Sholmes. Ha! You really are a shameless liar sometimes, my dear fellow. What is a Tanghulu? Tanghulu. Oh, those things. I haven't had one of those. So I guess I'll have to go with the cartoon character popsicle. What? You seek to put me off my guard and follow me, don't you? Well, you would be wasting your time. The thought hadn't crossed my mind, but now I'm wondering where you're going. Ha 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 ha. Well then, see you later indeed. I'm just a male Beatrice, aren't I? Listen to him. He's still laughing on his way out of the door. Sponge cake versus... Oh, the little hat! The little hat! Ooh. Sponge cake versus a crepe. Majima! Right out of the hat! I haven't had either in like a really long time, but I'll have to say sponge cake. Right, what a silly little hat.
All right then, Nuno, let's get going.
Oh, Iris, what are you wearing?
I've got change to go to the Great Exhibition. You're going to take me.
What? But I was just about to go to the Supreme Court.
Oh, well, that sounds fun too. You're going to take me there then.
All right, fine. Just lower that weapon, would you?
Of course. And after the Supreme Court, then we'll go to see the Great Exhibition.
Okay, let's go.
What shall I make for breakfast tomorrow? Why don't I surprise you, Luna?
Bum bum bottom bum 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 bottom bum bottom bum bum birds. Mochi ice cream versus a sweet bun. Ooh. Mochi ice cream. It's been about 6 months now since I was last here, but some things never change, like the sense of foreboding I always seem to feel in this place. Wait, why is there... I mean, it's been there. It's just the thing that it costs some bits to play. It doesn't seem to be bothering Iris at all, though. She's happily reading over there. Have I never seen that? Oh no. I think like how much is it now? Cause I keep increasing it by a few bits each time it gets played.
Oh, I love this place. I always find so many interesting books here.
Of course. I was forgetting that you've been here before. The time we came here 6 months ago. When Susato-san was given the news that she was to return to Japan. Yeah, that's the only thing that costs bits. I understand that you wish to speak to me. I forget what voice I was given. Oh, Lord Strongheart. I trust you've been keeping well? Let's see. Since you arrived and requested an audience, it's been 4 hours, 32 minutes, and 26 seconds. I've kept you waiting a while. My apologies. Oh, no, not at all. It's nothing. I like nothing more than standing around staring into space. Good to know. Good to know that doesn't appear to bother him at all. Male Strongheart, Lord Chief Justice of London. He's the man who allowed me to start practicing as a defense lawyer when I arrived in Britain as a student. You need only savor the air for a moment in this grand office to understand his preeminent status.
Between those two, I picked sponge cake.
As you will be aware, the Great Exhibition of London is now underway at last. Character pop versus sponge cake. Ooh, sponge cake. We're extremely busy as a result, policing the grounds, guarding the new technologies, dealing with petty crime. And furthermore, as of next month, we shall open the International Forensic Science Symposium. Oh, I've not heard of that. Investigating authorities from 40 countries around the globe will be taking part, including from your own land. Mochi ice cream versus sponge cake. Ooh, mochi ice cream. Forensic science is in the future. The world must embrace it. As we're the hosting nation, I have much to do, and it is my highest priority. If others must wait for my attention as a result, then so be it. Well, it's nice to know where I stand. So, you wish to consult with me? Of course, I can very well imagine what it is about. Thank you for agreeing to this meeting, my lord. I want to be allowed to start working as a defense lawyer again in court. That's what's brought me here today. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens. Vanilla wafers versus Cheez-Its. Ooh. Ooh, Nilla wafers. I feel like I can eat a whole box if I don't pay attention. Cheez-Its, I think I would stop at one point, but Nilla wafers, I would eat a whole box, I think. But actually, there's something else playing on my mind as it happens.
Bruno, just take a deep breath and come out with it.
Let's see. Is this the stream now making... apparently. Let's see. Permission to work. I actually came here today to ask for your permission. Go on. 6 months ago, my right to work in court as a lawyer was revoked and I was told to spend my time studying. Obviously, I'm very sorry for what happened, but the thing is, it made me understand what it really means to defend someone under the rules of a foreign justice system, and I desperately want to have another go. Please, permit me to enter the courtroom again. Mr. Naruhodo. Yes? Here it comes. I'm sure you haven't forgotten your position here, have you? At best, you are a substitute for your compatriot. This was never your intended role. Well, that's true. The Japanese government actually sent my best friend on the study tour, not me. It should have been Kazuma. He was so determined to bring change to our own justice system at home. That was his calling. If that tragic accident hadn't happened, I wouldn't be here in this office now. Now the game turns into a JRPG since you can't do lawyer stuff anymore. Imagine. Mr. Asogi was my best friend, you see. That's why I can't leave it unfinished. I have to fulfill his calling for him. His calling, you say? Has it ever occurred to you that perhaps you know nothing of his true calling? Sorry? The mission with which that young law student was charged. What do you suppose it really was? What do you mean? Mission? He's not making any sense. Oh gosh, I didn't put that on right. Never mind. I've read all of the reports you submitted over the past 6 months. It's clear to me that you regret your actions and have been studiously obeying your revised instructions. No, it's Velcro. It's a little wrist wrap thing. Usually, sometimes if I sit here just hitting enter during visual novels, it starts hurting. So I'm doing precautions so that way I can work on commissions after stream. Do you mean? As of this moment, I reinstate your license to practice law here in Great Britain. I know that's why I put on the thing, so that way my wrist won't hurt. Thank you. Thank you so much.
That's wonderful news, Runo.
In fact, I believe I have the perfect case to mark your comeback. A curious affair. You'll consider it, I hope. Of course. Please, tell me more. Tell me about this curious affair. Don't worry, I'm not pushing myself too hard. like I said, it's usually just like during visual novels because it's just like a repeated action for like 6 hours. Strong art, can you also reinstate Sholmes as a temporary lawyer? I think that might be asking a little bit much. You described it as a curious affair? Yes, that's right. I believe it was reported in the press. Are you aware that there was a serious accident in the Great Exhibition yesterday? I mean, in all honesty, I might need like one of the wrist rests like for the keyboard specifically. I have one for my mouse, but like it doesn't help if I don't have my hand on the mouse. Oh, no.
Yes, I read about it. A professor from Germany tried to carry out a crazy experiment. Let me see, how is it described? Super high voltage instantaneous kinesis, I think.
Instantaneous kinesis? As in moving things with a click of the fingers?
That's right. It's just about my herbal blend needs a dash of devil may care.
I'm sorry. I did not expect a very vague Devil May Cry reference. Whatever the secret accident was exactly, it's clearly captured Iris's imagination. Put some on throne. Maybe. It's an unfortunate business. A large explosion engulfed the public experimentation stage and a man lost his life. A certain Mr. Odie Osman. Odie Osman. I'm trying to, like, think of what the play on words would be. Odd as man or something. Oh. An inventor and a well-known figure in society. A large explosion.
A man died?
The man responsible for the experiment was Professor Albert Harebrain. Harebrain, okay. That one makes sense. He was detained immediately after the incident and is due to appear in court tomorrow. On the charge of murder. What? Murder? If you intend to take on his defense, you should hurry to meet with him in the prison. There is very little time left for you to carry out any sort of investigation. Great exhibition. A scientific experiment gone wrong and... murder? I feel out of my depth. I feel out of my depth before I even started. Still.
We should go to the prison straight away then and try to meet with this German professor. Don't you think?
Definitely. I feel like that would fall under assumption of risk. Maybe. Ah, yes. One more thing about the case. There's a connection with our mutual acquaintance, the Reaper. Oh, with Lord Van Zieks? How? I guess we'll figure it after asking about this. All sorts of conferences have been taking place around the world to coincide with the Great Exhibition. And last month, the largest and most important of them all will take place at last. The International Forensic Science Symposium. It does seem as though criminal investigation needs to embrace scientific methods, doesn't it? Exactly. London, the global epicenter of culture, science, and wealth, now has a population exceeding 6 million. Sadly, crime in the capital is growing at a similarly startling rate. It is imperative that we use the latest scientific methods to investigate and resolve cases as efficiently as possible. They're so extra, just a little bit. Which is what's known as forensic science, isn't it? Or which is known as forensic science, isn't it? Exactly. The future of policing.
Oh!
Regrettably, however, Britain is currently dragging its feet when it comes to adoption of forensic methods. Oh dear, that's alarming. Exactly! It's extremely alarming. If I were Her Majesty's Attorney General, you can be sure. The numbers of crimes committed and resolved in London would be very different to the current figures. And I can cite 12 solid arguments and 223 individual reasons to support my claim. Sorry? By way of apologizing for keeping you waiting earlier, I shall detail everyone now. What?
Oh, how fascinating!
It all began 15 years ago. I was... My goodness. My goodness.
Guys, 2 quick questions. Number 1, what the fuck am I looking at?
Well, now you're not looking at anything.
Can you stop? Can we...
10-year lore dump, right?
For 5 seconds? For 5 seconds!
And that more or less sums up my feelings on the matter. In the simplest terms, of course.
Fatima!
Essentially, to formally establish a forensic investigation division within Scotland Yard, that is my mission. Oh, right. Yes, that's wonderful. Exactly. Wonderful is precisely what it will be. Did she tune him out? Iris isn't paying attention at all. She's got her nose in another book now. Man, imagine being able to read while someone else is talking.
Oh, is it over? Did you learn anything useful?
I actually drifted off for the most part. He's surprisingly ardent about forensic science. Present. I'm playing Palia and reading it while listening to you. Fair enough. Hey. No, it's all good. Oh, that reminds me. Have you seen this? The reports of the overwhelming success of the Great Exhibition. Of course. No, not that. The story on the back page. What story? The Reaper attacked. Ah, that. You've enjoyed some victories in court against my #1 prosecutor, have you not? Imagine being able to focus with more than one sound happening at a time. I wish I had that power, right? Like playing games while having something in the background, like that's fine, but like reading a book. Reading a book, I cannot process the words on the page if something is like being said and I'm not smelly! Hello, Rocket, how are you doing?
Poor Mr. Reaper, what happened to him? He wasn't killed, was he?
There's no need for concern. Lord Van Zieks would not be so easily dispatched, I assure you. Can you tell us what happened? I really love to know. Very well. If it interests you. It does. Strangely.
Doing good, that's good. Yeah, what's his condition?
Fortunately, Lord Van Zieks emerged from the attack unscathed. Street ruffians are no match for that man. He's a very capable fighter. But that's incredible! They were armed with guns! Why was he attacked, though? Do we know? Zeph, will you ever add bits donation on screen? Maybe, just like the... Like what's been donated? Because I know it pops up. I know it pops up when it happens. Good example, stuck at work, loud music playing, machines working in the background, customers trying to talk, and oh gosh. and the coworkers having a conversation in the background. Oh gosh, that sounds like way too much. Thankfully, like, at my work, like, it would just be the same CD, so at one point you'd be able to kind of just tune it out, because thankfully it's not that loud anyway. So, like, sometimes I just forget that it's there. But, the fact that it's loud music playing, that's terrible. I'm at least you're gonna get out of that space soon here. He's missing half his teeth and 13 new holes, but other than that, he's as healthy as a horse. Oh gosh. That last day could not come fast enough. I wish you the best as the new job. I mean, that's this, so it's going good so far. It's related to events that occurred a month ago. A leader of mine, a leader of one of the capital's criminal organizations was indicated and prosecuted by Van Zieks. But the man was acquitted. I have no doubt large sums of money were involved behind the scenes. Large sums of money? A deplorable situation. Members of the jury were bribed, it seems. However, despite winning his freedom, the man in question met a dramatic end yesterday. But you're not suggesting that that was the work of the Reaper, surely? The victim's henchman certainly seems to think so. Can I just not read today? I'm tripping over so much. Taxes are going to be funky, yeah. Yeah. He was a man by the name of Osman, Mr. Odie Osman. Unless it's like Odia's man. But I doubt it's that. Did you say Osman?
That's the man who died in the big explosion at the Great Exhibition.
Yes. Known publicly as an investor, but in reality, the head of a significant criminal investigation, or organization, rather. Unbelievable. I wonder, could I ask you something, Lord Strongheart? Try me. Why do you use Lord Van Zieks as a prosecutor? All the criminals who manage to get off in court then meet with mysterious ends outside the courtroom, and fearful of that fate, they seek to strike at Lord Van Zeek's first. I know there's no evidence that he actually is the Reaper in that sense, but still, something's clearly going on here. I'd have a backup. Don't want to miss bills or rent because he didn't earn as much one month. True, yeah. I mean, I do have stuff that I can do, but like, one of them is like back at retail, like literally right next to the place I just left. And then the other one, I don't know how often I would be able to stream because it would be weekdays. I have Van Zeek's work for the prosecution service for 2 reasons. Firstly, the man is the best prosecutor in the capital, bar none. And secondly, any deaths of the criminals that have occurred outside of the courtroom following his trials are nothing to do with him. But that doesn't make any sense. How can you explain the way in so many have died if not by someone's hand? Van Zeeks may have earned himself the moniker of the Reaper, but he's no killer. So he will continue to prosecute on behalf of the Crown. Unless he wishes otherwise, of course. Looking for a night shift job to BH, so I still have my days and no people. Oh yeah, honestly, at one point I did work like the graveyard shift at the place that I just left, but like, I didn't like dealing with them. I think that was the main reason. I think, well, it was mostly, hi Martina. It was mostly, so that way it wouldn't mess with my elf's sleep schedule, because, you know, people didn't want me out walking by myself at 2 or 3 in the morning. They didn't want me out walking in the dead of night where there's like nobody out there except for me. I get my Twitch off the ground, the more I want to focus on my book more, so I have extra income and don't have to rely on my full time as much. Yeah, true. I'm hoping like I need to finish up some commissions soon, hopefully. Dragging on the prowl at night, right? Well, like, also like walking at that time of night just like hit different. Like everything was quiet, it was calm, it was so nice. It was like barely anybody out there except for me. And like anytime I told people this, it's just like, oh, you're gonna get moited one of these nights. Let me, like, do you want me to drive you to work? And it's like, no, I'm good. You're describing the protocol of the night. Oh no, am I? Well, I must be leaving for my next engagement. I'm already 11 hours and 16 minutes late. My colleagues may be starting to fidget. 11 hours late? That's quite something, especially for you. That meeting had already started when I arrived back here for this engagement with you. So lateness was inevitable. Time stops for no man. I'm sure it stopped for me during those 12 solid arguments and 223 reasons. Oh yes, where would I find Lord Van Zeeks now? I would assume he's at his office. Right. I'll go and ask him about the attack in person. I want to get this straight from the horse's mouth. Away with you now. I'm leaving Professor Hairbrain's defense entirely in your hands. Of course, yes. Thank you very much, my lord. It's an anime about the comfort of going out. Oh, that was the anime that Rocket suggested we listen to one of the songs for, right? Yeah, I think so. Man, imagine me just like walking to work and then encountering a vampire.
Ooh, so this is the legendary Reaper's office.
Yes, it appears so.
Sends a chill down your spine, doesn't it? What an absolutely deathly atmosphere.
Oh, is that? That hooded figure was so still I hadn't noticed his or her presence. I wonder who it is. What are you doing here? Yeah, walking to Walmart after work was alright, super relaxing until I got the sketchy part of town, but other than that it was almost fun, right? Like, late at night before midnight, or at least like slightly around midnight, like that's sketchy. But like 3 in the morning, like there's a calm to it because most people are asleep. I mean, the plot of the main character wanting to become a vampire so they stay out at night. But it involves romancing the vampire. Fair enough, yeah. It's your boy. He's as unwelcoming as I thought he'd be. Actually, maybe even more so. Oh, I'm glad to see you're well. I am. So, who's the person over by the wall being punished for something or other? No punishment is taking place here. Oh. That's my apprentice, and he's sitting there of his own free will. I didn't know you had an apprentice. It must be the same person who was pictured in the newspaper. He's very able in combat, a requisite skill for anyone under my tutelage. Are you referring to the attack on the Reaper that was reported in the papers? The Reaper? I'd be interested to know the Reaper's true identity myself.
Fatima! Hello.
Assuming that is, such a fabled fiend genuinely inhabits our great courtrooms.
Okay, anyway, last night's attack.
Lord Strongheart said that the assault last night was some sort of revenge attack? True. Carried out by henchmen of Odi Osman's criminal organization. The investigation meant their arrests were imminent. Presumably, some hoped to kill me before that happened. Odi Osman. He's always masqueraded as one of London's most powerful financiers, a global investor. But his enormous wealth came to him by underhand means, via his criminal activities.
He used that money to buy himself a verdict of not guilty when he found himself in court, didn't he? Being prosecuted by you, Mr. Reaper.
But the man got his comeuppance in the end. Yesterday, in fact. In extraordinary circumstances, it was a most unusual case of death. I know about that. It was super high voltage instantaneous kinesis gone wrong. Mr. Osman died when the demonstration of the public experimentation stage ended in an enormous explosion. Correct. And you think I have some kind of divine ability to cause an accident like that to happen, do you? Well, no. That does seem a little far-fetched. If this man really is the fabled Reaper, then he has to be innocent of this particular death at least.
It's strange how this has worked out, isn't it, Runel? I mean, what about you taking on the professor's defense for the trial tomorrow?
What? You're going to be defending him? Oh, yes, that's right. Though I barely know the man's name yet, to be honest. Albert. Albert Harebrain. That's right. Do you know him by any chance? Of course. He's a contemporary of mine. We were at university together. You're...
What?
You don't live in a farming town, do you? Lots of farmers will cut through town at night to get between fields earlier, so you get to see a lot of cool machinery legally cut through town. Oh gosh, yeah, no, definitely not in a farmer town. I'm in a... medium-sized town, I guess? It's trying to become bigger, I think. I'd understood that Professor Harebrain was from Germany, though. Harebrain's from a respectable British family.
After graduating from the University of London, he moved to Germany to carry out research, that's all.
So you were students together. You were roommates, even. I was in the Faculty of Law, of course, and he in Science, so our paths rarely crossed. How are you doing, Dragon Ball? This is the second time I've done Valley Girl voice. It's gonna be like once an hour at this rate. But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. How come his 1.0 is not redeemable? Wait, is it not? Why isn't it? What? Let me see. Oh. Why is it out of stock? It shouldn't be. It should be for like once. I am good. My goodness. I don't know what's more embarrassing, the fact that I like said that or the fact that it's an older term. I know. Let me see. Why is it broken? I need to fix this. Let me see. Edit. Yeah, it should be maybe. Oh, wait. What? Okay. Wait. Yeah. Okay. That should maybe a free. I think the fact that you just outright said it without even batting an eye is just such a fact of your praising oxygen. I mean, like I said, do I This is me about the time right before the original Frankenstein, the one that was published anonymously, was released, so I know which electricity they were at. Oh, interesting. My goodness, why are you laughing at me? But curiously, we got along, though I've not met him since my university days. I certainly didn't expect our next encounter to take this form. Who needs oxygen when you have oxygen? And with you, of all people, representing him. Ugh, if only I make it out of this office alive. He's actually been charged with murder, it seems. Yes, I know, because the prosecution will be handled by me. By you? But you made it sound as if you and the professor had been friends. We are friends, it's true. Then why would you do this? If the Reaper is the prosecutor, there's nothing anyone can do to save him. He's doomed. What's Lord Van Zeek's thinking? How dare he? What's the Reaper's identity? What do you mean by what you said before? If you'd like to know the Reaper's true identity, does that mean I'm a crown prosecutor and immortal like any other? I'm no demigod. But they've all died, haven't they? The people you've prosecuted, I mean. Whether or not the trial ended in a conviction or an acquittal. Those I prosecute are the vilest wretches of our society. People who, without question, deserve to be found guilty. The world is a better place without them. But that's not true of Mr. Natsume, for example. He wasn't a vile wretch at all. Nor was Gibby. In fact, she's ever so hardworking now. I can't deny that since I encountered you, things have taken a turn. But the point of this is, let me move myself just a little bit. There we go. If any of those vile wretches that escaped justice subsequently died in mysterious circumstances, it was at the hand of their own. It's not my work. Lord Strongheart said the same. He believes you're not involved in any way. Like you were attacked by those ruffians because they believe it's true. The fact is, since people started to call me the Reaper of the Bailey, the number of serious crimes in this capital has dropped substantially. Oh. It would appear that even the most hardened criminals can be made fearful for their lives. Do you mean to say... I mean to say that if my pseudonym serves a useful purpose, I adopt it gladly and with honor. But it's putting you in danger. You could be killed. If that is my fate, let God decide. Lord Van Zeeks. Wow, that's so cool of you to say. Hey, do you want to look at my armband? It's pretty cool, isn't it? I know you've seen this around my arm before, but what is it exactly? It's the mark of a defense lawyer.
And what's your reason for showing it to a British prosecutor? Oh, well, I don't know, really.
Thank you for the look, Lisa.
I can understand at least. There's merit in reminding yourself of who helped you become what you are today.
Oh.
But that's a personal matter. Something you may want to keep close at all times, not something to flaunt. No, I suppose not. Thank you for understanding, though. I got an achievement for showing him that.
Lord Van Zeeks, about the article in this paper.
Yes, it seems there was a reporter nearby when that little skirmish took place. I had no idea I'd been photographed. It was careless of me.
It looks as though it had been taken after the people who attacked you had run away, though.
Rest assured, the police have already apprehended every last one of them. But there's someone else fighting alongside you, it seems. That's a personal matter, not something you should just flaunt to Van Zeeks at the same time. Get an achievement for flaunting it everywhere, right? And I think it's the same man who's sitting over there as we speak, isn't it? As I mentioned already, he's my apprentice. Perhaps you could tell us a little more about him? I just start the conversation and he's just like, I don't have to tell you anything. He's in my tutelage to become a prosecutor, so you could say he's my apprentice, I suppose. Can I kiss them? Maybe. We don't even know what they look like yet. Although I guess that is a little bit of the allure.
Oh, like you are to Hurley then, Bruno?
I don't remember taking an apprenticeship with a great detective. He's currently compiling a report about last night's attack.
It looks like he's wearing some kind of mask.
Probably in a cult, totally kissable. True. On Lord Strongheart's orders. Nobody knows the man's face, or indeed his identity. But why would you agree to take on such a clearly suspicious individual? The mysterious hero, so romantic. Lord Strongheart's orders again. He's not one for meaningless follies. There'll be a good reason for his actions. I hope you're right. I just realized there was like two bats hanging.
Hello.
What if it's Sholmes? What if it's Sholmes? Yes, I would know a lot about crushing on mysterious, masked individuals. Wait. Who other than the one? And it wasn't because of the mask. I prefer it without the mask. Joshi and Koji from Boruto. From Boruto? I don't know who that would be that. The task is complete? Good. In that case, you can collaborate all of the briefs. Why are you judging in order? I really feel like this is going to be Sholmes. Nice to meet you? Jediah? Wait. Oh. Weird. Okay, then. True. Honestly, I have so many friends that have, like, a thing for masks. Or, like, faceless entities. Nice to meet you.
Yeah, look, it's freaking bats.
Introduce me to my friends. I mean, you know one of them. You know, a very specific void mage. Back to work again. Who crushes on faceless boys is Moki. I know Moki does have a boyfriend. I don't know any single people that like maskless people or masked people. Tantrum. Who's crushing on boys? Just set up the Discord, then we can introduce ourselves to each other. True enough. I'm hoping to do that soon. I hope to have the invite link set up like tomorrow. I hope. We'll see. There you go, Psych. You got Rocket. What do you mean I'll ruin you? You can have you can still have yours, because you have people in yours that I don't know. Imagine knowing cool and interesting people who are single. Could not be literally anybody. I'll lose all my money. What do you mean you'll wait? How would you lose all your money? That was really strange though. I've never met that man before. I didn't even know he existed, and yet somehow it didn't feel like our first encounter. Be forced to donate to you? Why? But because of the Discord? Something's not making sense in my mind. Don't bother trying to converse with him. He says nothing to anybody from outside this office. Lord Strongheart has strictly forbidden it. Oh, I see. Why are you so interested in my apprentice anyway? Oh, no, I mean, sorry, I didn't mean to. The way he stood there so casually, yet with that flawless posture. It couldn't be. Okay, so it's not going to be that big of a mystery if even Rio Nosuke is being like, wait, is that Sholmes? I can't keep letting Lionheart find your rent in Taco Bell. But why would the Discord be the deciding factor on that? I've never watched MLP, but I've been corrupted enough to have my brain think about the character Discord when I hear Discord now. The Discord, I'm howling at the moon and sleeping in the middle of a summer afternoon. Takes off the mask. It's actually Von Karma saying, oh gosh. It's heckin', oh gosh, what's her name? I guess it would technically still be the ancestor then. It's Sholmes. The magic ruined. Oh no. The magic is ruined. It's actually Battler. My goodness. Ah yes, there's something I've been meaning to ask you. Oh? Oh, what's that? That Nipponese man, is he faring well? Sorry? The one arrested twice in succession 6 months ago, with the stoop and the mustache and the jitters. Ah, Mr. Natsume, you mean?
I'm not sure he'd be very pleased to find out you identified him from that list, Runo.
What if the mysterious man was the friend we made along the way? True. He's fine, thank you. In fact, I received a letter from him by international post only the other day. I see. Well, I think we can end our discussion here, don't you? There's little time left before tomorrow's trial. I advise you to spend it investigating the case. Yes, thank you for the advice, and for the conversation. I can't believe he's asking after Soseki-san, after a Nipponese. I'm not sure whether to feel happy about that or worried. He's probably just making sure that he's okay.
I never imagined that Reaper would be friends with a mad scientist, did you? That's a turn up for the books.
A mad scientist? Ah, you mean Professor Hairbrain. Yes, it might be worth quizzing the professor about his relationship with Lord Van Zeeks, I think.
Okay, bye. Prison. Let's go to jail.
He cares for his learned friend, right? The warden said cell 11. That's this one.
Oh, there's someone curled up in a ball in the back corner. Look.
What's his name again? Professor Albert Hairbrain, wasn't it? Excuse me, Professor Hairbrain? Huh? Why does your name tag say, like, Lahog? Lahaug?
Who are you?
I'm Ryonosuke Naruhodo. I'm a defense lawyer. A lawyer! Was it something I said?
A lawyer, you say?
Would you be here
About the experiment? Are you going to defend my hypothesis?
Your hypothesis? Sorry, I don't.
Yesterday's demonstration! That magnificent demonstration was... It was an out success by anyone's calculation.
Blah, he's secretly a trans-ally shark. Fantastic.
But despite that, no one listens. No lawyer believes in the science. When it's explained, they all leave at high velocity.
Now's probably not a good time to mention that your zeal made your concentration leave for a while, too. There I am. Okay. You mentioned the demonstration yesterday.
Papers have called it a spectacular failure. After all, a man died in the explosion, didn't he?
Yes, you can interpret the results that way if you really wanted to. Well, I suppose in the strictest sense. The experiment was a failure, but at the same time, it was a great success. You've lost me.
I saw it with my own eyes right there in front of me. Mr. Asman was spontaneously disassembled. Until then, everything was going exactly as my calculations had predicted. At that point, he should have been beamed to the Crystal Tower by instantaneous kinesis. However...
The machine exploded and Mr. Asman in fact perished?
Yes, I can't deny that part of the experiment was a failure.
So what you're saying is the large explosion that killed Mr. Asman was an accident, correct?
But the bigwigs have you arrested on suspicion of murder. I was responsible for a man's death. That is an immutable truth here. And for that, I wish to be punished at once. But... murder? Never in a million years! It was an accident! Simply an accident!
I see.
Harley and I were talking this morning, you know. He said the situation would change completely depending on whether it was treated as an accident or murder.
How exactly?
Well, if it really was an accident, then the professor's machine would be kept in protective custody.
On what grounds?
Ah, yes, it's newly established here in Britain. The Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act.
That one passed me by.
But if the case is treated as murder, then they'll say my machine was the murder weapon and they'll be able to pour over it as much as they like. If they examine it in that detail, they'll find out how it's made and then they'll be able to copy my idea. My precious hypothesis will be stolen. The machine will be protected from that at all cost, or must be. That's why it's imperative this whole incident is shown as an accident in tomorrow's trial.
Ah, I see now. Okay. So in short, there was a terrible accident at the Great Exhibition Showground yesterday.
Yes! Or rather, no, the devil is in the details, strictly speaking. There was a terrible explosion.
Sounds the same to me.
You were demonstrating super high voltage instant kinesis, weren't you? How fascinating. Humans, like all matter, are made up of particles that are held together by electrical bonds. So it must be possible using a sufficiently high voltage to break those bonds and beam the particles through space. That's it in a nutshell. That's my idea, you see. That's my amazing hypothesis.
Gosh, that's unimaginably high-level science.
Oh, but dare to imagine it, dare to dream of such incredible technology. Just think, one moment I could be here in this cell, and the next, I could be at the Great Exhibition again!
Well, yes. That would be incredible.
And the next, in the mere blink of an eye, I could be at the Great Parisian Theater, say! The possibilities are endless! The whole for our vast planet will be within reach!
So no more hiding in wardrobes on rocky seas for 50 days? Did he also figure out how to put those particles back together? Because that'd be murder. Right? In theory.
I don't really see it like that.
What do you mean, Iris?
Well, if you could travel anywhere in the world instantly, the planet wouldn't really seem vast anymore, would it? It would seem like it had shrunk. My word, that's exactly right! Well, what are the implications? What does this mean? Oops, I got Professor Bunny Brain really worried by the look of it.
Clearly, this is just another case of just because you can doesn't mean you should, I suppose.
The point is, my calculations are flawless. The science works. But without a practical demonstration, it means nothing. And that's always the fly in the ointment. Because practical demonstrations cost a lot of money. Money that young scientists like you don't have. That's exactly, yes. Harley's always complaining about that. He says the government should invest more in science. Well, anyway, hello! I bumped into him at the right time. I met the well-known investor, Mr. Asman.
The victim who died in yesterday's terrible accident, you mean? Would it be criminal negligence or just criminal recklessness? That's a good question, honestly. I understand Mr. Lord Van Zeeks is a friend of yours from your university days?
Yes, that's right. He was studying law whilst I was studying science.
What was he like back then?
Good question. Unassuming, gentlemanly, an all-around nice fellow, really.
Sorry, I think you misheard me. I'm talking about the cold-hearted, merciless prosecutor Baron Von Zeeks. What was he like when he was at university?
Talk about a leading question, Bruno. As I said, an unassuming and extremely pleasant gentleman. After all, he is the little darling of the Van Zeeks family with all its great aristocratic origins. I didn't realize he had such noble blood.
Really? Little darling?
It was a bit of a shock when I came back to Britain and learned what he'd become. The Reaper of the Bailey, no less.
Yes, that's right. I know I am really struggling.
I did hear though, that there was a really big event in his life that completely changed him after graduation. A canon event, if you will.
Really? What sort of event?
I'm sorry, but I don't know anymore. I wasn't in the country at the time. I was in Germany already.
Oh, yes, of course. If he's heard all about the Reaper, I really don't have the heart to tell him that Lord Van Zeeks will be the prosecutor in court tomorrow. An earthquake and an elevator shaft incident. Oh no! He was stuck in an elevator, his dad got shot, and there was an earthquake. The full name of the man who died in yesterday's accident was Mr. Odi Asman, wasn't it? What exactly was your relationship with the man?
He first visited me in my laboratory in Germany a year ago now. He said he wanted to invest in my immaculate hypothesis. I thanked my lucky stars.
I see. So you hadn't really known each other until then.
Money for scientific research. I'm so envious. As far as I was concerned, the man was an angel.
Oh, really?
An archangel, even. He was prepared to fund a practical demonstration for my hypothesis for presentation at the Great Exhibition. And if it had went well, I could expect additional financial support for my research from the British government. Mr. Asman provided me with money of exceptional... didn't perceive the word. He reduced a machine to my precise specifications. But then your dreams have blown to dust in one enormous explosion.
So wait, then, so... He produced a machine, so... You provided the blueprints and he made it? So maybe it's assisted suicide, then.
As you can see, I owed everything to Mr. Asman. I would never, ever have thought of taking the man's life.
Well, he seems genuine enough. I don't think he's lying. So, Professor, let me just make absolutely sure I've understood you properly. The huge explosion that occurred yesterday, that was an accident, you're saying? You had no intention to harm the victim, who was in fact the sole investor in your work. Is that correct?
As correct as 2 squared is 4. I swear it. Yes, it's true that the man perished in a machine of my invention, so I know that I'm far from blameless in all this, but still, I would never use my discoveries, my inventions, to take a person's life, not in a centillion years. I'm a man of science. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please. Do you believe me? Do you believe in my hypothesis? Science is the pursuit of truth, you know. I've always believed that, all my life.
I'm afraid I don't know much about science or your theories, but I do believe you, and I will fight to prove your innocence with all my might. I'm a man of the law. It's all I know. You have to believe me, please.
And when I went to live in Germany after I graduated, I learned something very important. Nationality, class, lineage, none of that matters. As long as you try your hardest, you can achieve anything.
Thank you for that, Professor.
And thank you in advance for defending me tomorrow in court. All right, Runo, it's time. Time to visit the great exhibition.
Sorry?
Well, that's where the incident happened, isn't it?
Yes, I suppose that's true. Time to investigate at last. Okay, bye. Dun, dun, dun. You ever think about the fact that this game is bordering on sci-fi technology, yet modern Ace Attorney is like nowhere near that? Right? Like it's... Yeah, it's very interesting. Why is there... There's like a crossbow over there. Have fun rotting in a cell. Wait, never mind. One of the prosecutors. Yeah, true. Yeah. He was a straight up cyborg. So it was there, it just didn't show up as much. The showgrounds are a little too big for my liking. We've been walking around in dense crowds for 2 hours now, and I felt myself swooning 3 times.
There are a lot of people, aren't there? I've almost been trodden on 3 times, too.
Be careful, won't you, Iris? Don't let go of my hand. We finally made it through the throngs, though, by the look of it. Here we are, underneath the public experimentation stage where the explosion happened yesterday. Honestly, I think that was probably on, like, 2 or 3.
Let me take a sip. Because it might be a case of not enough caffeine.
What's that? I can hear voices from up on the stage. Sounds like an argument. Oh, hey, Ginny! Right, I've had it with you this time. I'm warning you. I'll arrest you in a minute.
Oh yeah? Go on, Spectre. Give it a shot. You ain't got no evidence and you know it.
Wait, I know those voices. Got a cheeky little mouth on you, young lady, but a night in the cells will teach you some manners.
Just try it, I dare ya. If you want a bag of chips rammed down your throat.
My goodness.
Yoo-hoo! Grexy, what are you doing up there?
There we go, I hydrated with actual water to make it official. Oh. Ah! It's you! Here! You're here! Here you are! You! Here! Your ladyship! How are you, your ladyship? I do hope you're well, your ladyship. Does that make her 3 times a lady?
Not well at all. It's far too busy everywhere. I wanted to ride in a balloon, but there was a 3-hour queue.
Unbelievable! I'll go have a word for you at once, your ladyship.
Well, here's an earwiggle. Ba, 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 ba.
Wow! You'll be flying as high as a kite in no time once I pull some strings for you. Tobias Gregson, Inspector at Scotland Yard. As if we didn't interact with him with the last chapter. A dragon's wisdom redeem. I don't have much wisdom. I don't even know what I would do as a wisdom. Unless you were like, papa, ha-pa-pa, pa-pa, ha-pa-pa-pa-pa. Just ha-pa-pa-pa-pa, ha-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa, ha-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa-pa. Until recently, he was suspended from duty, but it would appear he's back in action now. Wait, we both got suspended? He's actually quite well known, appearing as he does in the Adventures of Sherlock Sholmes. And for that reason, he can't say a word wrong to the story's author, Iris. But there are limits, surely. Or there should be. Watch it, sunshine! Sorry. I feel like the dragon's wisdom, like how would that even go about? Because I think I don't know if it would be a good idea for it to be similar to like the Valley Girl voice or the Awoo voice where it lasts 5 minutes. Well, good then. Don't tell me you're on this case. Yes, I'm acting for the defense.
So we're here to investigate.
Dear me, that's the situation, is it? Is it really that troubling?
A measly 5 bob, is that all you got? You're a lawyer, ain't ya? You couldn't stand to carry a bit more copper around in your pockets, Mr. Naruto.
It'd be 100 points and require text. They ask a question and you always respond to the same. Ha-pa-pa, ha-pa-pa-pa, pa-pa-ha-pa-pa-pa. I guess so. Maybe. This is... What? Hey! That's my last bit of spending money, that is.
You can have it back, but I'll have to charge you for the bother. 3 bob.
This is Gina Lestrade, a pickpocket or a diver born and bred in the East End of London. In the case that led to my own suspension 6 months ago, this is the young girl I was defending in court.
What's your problem, Aldo? Diver? Pickpocket? What's with all the name calling? You want a bag of chips rammed down your throat and all, do ya?
I thought you were proud to be a diver, Gina. You were just arguing with Mr. Inspector Gregson about it, weren't you? I assumed you'd been up to your usual tricks here at the showground.
That ain't no way to talk to a lady, Aldo. Half a year's long time. People change. People can change. I'm an apprentice now, learning to be a Scotland Yard detective. Nice. So you have to call me whatever everyone else does, and Inspector Lestrade to you.
Inspector? That badge is homemade, surely. The inspector part isn't entirely accurate. No one calls her that. For what it's worth, anyway. Investigating is off the cards for all of us. It's weird for me because my last Ace Attorney stream had these characters, so the introductions seem redundant. True. I mean, it seems redundant that it's introducing Gregson because we interacted with him in the last chapter. So it's not like a thing of like, oh, we haven't seen this character since last game. It's like, no, it's been like a week.
What's that supposed to mean?
Right, well, I'll be back up top. You hold down the fort here, all right?
Right, sir.
This raises a lot of questions. Hi, Gina. I haven't done a very Cockney British accent for a while, so let me get that. Oh. It was 8 months ago now that I first encountered Gina in connection with a case I was working on. At the time, she was living in the East End with a group of other orphans. She helped all of them survive by pickpocketing, but then she got embroiled in a murder.
I had a lot of time to think it in prison. I realised I couldn't go on like I was. The driving weren't working out. Oh, I'm so pleased to hear it, Ginny. Well done.
So, you went from being a pickpocket to a detective? Who sends a child to prison? I mean, she did, it was perjury, right? I think that she got in trouble for, because she did lie in the first case, and that was found out in the other case that she was in. So it's just like, well, you did the right thing, but also, like...
You got it. Good, isn't it? Inspector Lestrade sounds like something out of a book, eh?
Talk about a sea change.
And then there's Iris's old man to think about.
Iris's father, you mean?
Yeah, I promised her, didn't I? I said I'd get all the police forces around the world to pull out all the stops looking for him.
It's looking from the text that her voice is like a little less Cockney. I'm not sure. Just a small promise then, nothing serious. No, there's usually specific jails for kids. Maybe. It's hard to tell in this universe.
Oh, Ginny, you're so sweet. So anyway, that's how come I had to go to a test for Scotland Yard. Only trouble is, I don't read so well, do I?
Just a small problem. Nothing serious.
And that's how Hurley approached Gregsy and asked for help. So the inspector said he'd take full responsibility for Ginny and make her a sort of apprentice.
That was very magnanimous of Inspector Gregson. And brave.
Well, you know Hurley. He enjoys finding ways to make people do what he wants.
The great detective likes digging for dirt, in other words.
So the long and short of it is, if you've got questions about the case, you can ask Inspector Lestrade.
Right then, Inspector. Actually, there's still a big mystery surrounding Gina, isn't there?
Ooh, well, do you know what?
Well, 6 months ago, Gina was the defendant in a trial prosecuted by the Reaper. A trial in which she was found not guilty, and yet here she is still.
Come on, you're still not on about that, are you? The Legend of the Reaper, or whatever it's called. Cool, you don't have to worry, Odo.
If I don't half worry, there probably wouldn't be a whole lot of you left.
It's like I told you before, isn't it? The Reaper's kind of like him upstairs, so he knows what I'm like on the inside. That I ain't really done nothing wrong.
Nothing wrong might be stretching a point.
What about Mr. Natsume in Japan? He's perfectly fine, isn't he?
Well, that's true. Perhaps the Reaper is more discerning than I thought.
Exactly. So I ain't worried. I'm totally fine.
The first juvenile hall or minor specific jail was, oh gosh. So yeah, she would have ended up in the same regular jail. So presumably until then, yeah. But you know, we don't have to think of the details of that.
God, was that what this world it was? The briny bloke pulled a bunch of levers on his machine and suddenly it started billowing smoke. And it just went pop. I ain't even seen a better experiment here yet.
Sorry?
You mean, you saw it, didn't you? With your own eyes? Yeah, of course. The boss is in charge here, ain't he? Of keeping everything running smooth, I mean.
The boss being Inspector Gregson, I suppose. That's going to take some getting used to.
So all I have to say is I'm on duty, and I can do whatever I want to. Get this, I was up in one of the flying balloons when it happened, watching it from above. No, you're so lucky, Ginny. Maybe I should join Scotland Yard too. Yeah, do it. You know how to put a boss in his place already, right, Iris? You have no trouble at all. Then it's settled. When do I start?
No, you can't join Scotland Yard, Iris. You're 10.
We'll see. Anyway, what I don't understand is this. If the machine exploded so spectacularly, how can Professor Bunnybrain still be claiming that his experiment was a success? Oh, right. Well, it was a success, in a way.
It was? How could it have been? There was a Spider-Man X Sonic crossover. What would be the most interesting? Oh, if there was a Spider-Man X Sonic. I don't know. I feel like Sonic and Spider-Man would get along pretty well. Which Spider-Man though? Is the real question. Which universe is Spider-Man? I mean, amongst all the universes, there might be a Spider Sonic. I don't know. Because that's a wide variety of stuff to think about. Because you could think like Peter Parker. I don't know. I feel like Spider-Man and Sonic would kind of get along together. Miles, the two Miles would be able to get along pretty well, I think. Doc Ock and Robotnik. Oh gosh. I think Robotnik would come up to Doc Ock and be like, "Oh yes, we are evil scientists," and then just Doc Ock is just like, "Get out of my face." I feel like they would maybe have like not a frenemy kind of thing, but like I can imagine that would be kind of silly. Wasn't here for the verdict of the last case. What happened to the gas company and the Z-list actor? Oh, so what was it that happened? Miss Green went to jail because like technically she had premeditated plans of murder. And then what was it? Shamsphere did go to jail because he did kill in the past, and he was planning to kill again. Yeah, everything was okay, and then they found a collar with blood on it, and Sholmes like saw it and was like, "Do not write a story about this, Iris." Doc Ock acts Eggman. Oh gosh. Oh gosh. Oh, Shadow and Venom. Probably. Yeah. I honestly, I think it could work. Surely after the whole machine blew up, no one could call the experiment a success.
It's like I said, it did sort of work. I mean, yeah, there was a load of smoke and all that whopping great bang. But where'd you think they found the victim's body, eh? In the crystal tower over there.
What? In the tower? So he did get transported, he just died.
You can see it for yourself, can't ya? Up there above the scaffold.
Oh.
Oh, where all the glass is broken, you mean? Yeah, a cage what the victim got in it. The cage what the victim got in to start with really did get beamed through the air or whatever landed all the way over there. So, you see, it did kind of work, didn't it?
What? I don't believe it. Time for cockney-woo, oh no. In science, I would consider a success, yeah. Yeah, I mean, he was teleported, but not going home, yeah. So, wait, why are there redeems not redeemable? That's so weird. Yeah, why is it out of stock? Why is it broken? I'm gonna have to fix a few things. Cause it's per stream. We haven't had an awoo. It says out of stock when you set a limit to them. Weird, but it should be just once per stream. And we haven't had one yet. Wait, that is weird, cause yeah, there's There's 2 woo voice ones that should be able to be redeemed. I didn't stream yesterday, so... Unless someone like redeemed a few things like before stream happened. Let's see all. There we go. Okay. I guess you have to remove the restriction. No, it's all good.
I mean, I don't get the ins and outs of it, but anything's possible, right, with science. Oh, I'll tell you what, you can have this. It's a plan of the experiment they drew up in the yard.
Are you sure?
Yeah, go on. I had 3 bob off you before, so fair is fair.
Yeah, I didn't actually give that to you, did I? Dun, dun. Oh, then the stretch, yes. In Scream Manager. That's true. You're redeemed.
Oh, and then here we go. Here we go. Majima! How? Nope.
I was too low. Something Inspector Gregson said before seemed a little strange. We should add a limit to Majima. No. No. 10 per stream. No. I mean, he has like a timer. That's about it. For what it's worth anyway, investigating's off the cards for all of us.
Yes, nutty old Gregsy ran off after that without explaining himself. Right, that. The boss said no one's allowed to investigate that weird machine what blew up yesterday. Well, that's not fair. We're representing the defendant.
In that case, could you at least tell us what you've learned from your investigations?
Nah, you're not getting it. We ain't allowed to investigate either.
Why?
What did the boss call them again? The forensic investigation team, I think. Anyway, apart from them lot, no one's allowed to lay a finger on the scene. Bit funny, isn't it?
So even Scotland Yard's own detectives can't investigate. Yes, I've never heard something like that before.
I thought I could have a gander on the quiet though, but the boss caught me at it. He probably heard him giving me an earful about it before from down here, didn't ya? It's not bleeding fair.
I think you were giving him as much of an earful back as I remember it.
Yeah, well, sometimes I think it's all them chips will make him so stubborn.
Was he actually teleported or was his corpse launched? I'm not sure.
You say something to him, Odo. Go on, see if you can get through to him.
He's up on the platform above us, is he? Where the machine that exploded is.
We can try, can't we, Luna? Rexy will listen to us. I'm sure of it. He always listens to us every time.
I'm gonna see what's going on this.
It looks as though somebody's dropped something from behind the tree just there.
Dropped or hid? It's literally in plain sight. What is this? Some part of the machine that exploded?
Maybe. It could have fallen from the platform above in the blast, perhaps. What's going on here?
Oh, nothing. I think I'll hang on to this just in case. Why are we hiding it? I'm gonna look at it in the court record. Because that's clearly like a crossbow thingy. Ah, there's some sort of lever here. Oh, yeah. What is this? It looks like a cross between a bow and a gun. I think it's probably used for the same thing too. Oi, right, what's all this then? Okay, are we gonna be able to figure out anything new with this, or just the fact that it's a crossbow? Okay, yeah, nothing else, just that it's a crossbow. Oh wait. This groove here must be where the arrows are loaded, I suppose. So I was right, it's sort of bow with an automatic firing mechanism. This would be perfect for someone like me who catches his ear with the bowstring 1 times out of 3. In fact, if I had one of these, maybe I could have beaten Kazuma in Kyudo archery training. Okay.
That's what the Corv ended up after is instant kinesis or whatever they call it, dead of course.
And yet they're calling the experiment a success?
What's the wooden scaffold there for? The corporals, our lads, set up that up after the incident happened. They got the board down, I think. I don't know, really.
Didn't you help to erect the scaffold then?
Nah, lookout duty's more my thing. Wandering around the exhibition and keeping a lookout for the fun stuff.
Mind Gregson doesn't hear you saying that or he'll give you the boot. It's incredible though, isn't it? I mean, could the victim really have bridged that gap by some sort of invisible kinesis? Obviously, they used the aether current. The Crystal Tower. It's certainly an apt name. It was built to be the focal point of the exhibition, and it definitely is being so tall and with all that glass. I can't imagine a building like this ever being erected in Japan. This must have been before the Tokyo Tower was built, huh?
There are lots of exhibitions inside the tower as well, apparently. Of course, there's an observation deck, but there's also an art gallery, a zoo, and a museum. But I heard you have to queue for 3 hours just to get through the doors.
Well, at the moment, the shattered glass from the failed experiment may well be the biggest draw.
Thanks to that incident, the whole tower is shut.
Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the... Rocket's prediction, the victim was shot and dropped at the tower by a balloon, hence it being the first time the balloons were mentioned. Maybe. It is possible. Because, yeah, there's definitely... I mean, I feel like if they were dropped from the tower, it would have been seen, though, is the issue. Suddenly, it's not the Crystal Tower anymore, but the Crystal Glass Shower.
Apparently, everyone's taken to the skies now to look down on the disaster area from the above instead. But there's a 3-hour queue to go up in the balloon now.
Londoners must be a very patient people. I think science is real and he no-clipped into the wall. Maybe.
Oh, look, what's this? A ripped piece of cloth?
It's not like any fabric I've seen before. It's very thick and stiff. It looks extremely durable.
It's canvas, I think, with some sort of rubber backing. The edges appear to be a bit charred as well.
Maybe that means it had something to do with the explosion.
Let's make a note of it while Ginny's mid-yawn.
Very interesting. That will help us at some point. It was seen, but witnesses haven't come forward yet. For some reason, the ground is damaged in this spot, look. Almost as if there was a fire here or something.
Yes, if you look closely, there's some scattered ash and burnt embers, too.
Well, I suppose there was a big explosion just above here. People probably wouldn't bat an eyelid at a small fire like this would have been seen. Or would have been. What?
I'm not sure we English are quite that laid back, Bruno.
Interesting. Okay. I guess let's go up then. This platform must have been set up for the experiment, I suppose. It's very high up.
About 30 feet above the ground, apparently. That's what the policeman I just spoke to said.
I don't really understand feet very well. We don't use them in Japan.
Oh, yes, sorry. It's about 9 meters. But soon you'll have been in London a year, Bruno. It's time you got used to our measurements. Embrace the feet, Bruno.
Yes, well, this thing is so tall, the spectators at the front would just have seen a wall or nothing else.
They probably thought they'd secured the best spot to watch from, only to be disappointed.
There's a saying in Japan, the darkest spot is right under the lighthouse. I feel like it probably applies here. Okay, so that doesn't bring us up there. Hey, Ginny, look at this. This armband is proof, in Japan at least, that I am a defense lawyer.
And this badge is proof that I'm a a detective. So you'll have to stop calling me Inspector Lestrade.
In that case, you'll have to start calling me, well, anything but Odo.
I could call you Defender Not Odo if you like. But it doesn't really trip off the tongue.
No, it doesn't have a great ring to it, does it? Okay, so I guess we move to... How do I get up there? Did you hear? Whoops. Did you hear about this? Gina, would you take a look at? Oh, where did it go?
Looking for this, Odo?
When did you do that?
Wonder if you got anything else to show me, eh? What do you reckon?
Give that back first, please. How about this? Okay, no. Dun 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 ba dun dun bum 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 ba da da dum bum dum bum da 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 dum bum bum. Because we conversed all what that we could with you, yeah? Yeah. Oh, there we go, maybe. These stairs obviously lead to the stage above. We should go up there and investigate the exact spot where the experiment was being conducted. There we go. Okay, we just clicked on the wrong spot. It's weird that we're not getting like a time. Like we're getting the date, but we're not getting a time, weirdly. So that's it, is it? The machine that blew up.
Oh, there must have been a magnificent explosion. I've seen my fair share.
You've seen things like this before, you mean?
Of course. Hurley's always doing experiments that end in a bang. In fact, in his own words, explosions are the very essence of chemistry.
Ah, that might explain the smell of burning that frequently comes wafting up the stairs. Back from a walk with my doggo, remember how I said Baldur's Gate speedrun was 3 minutes? I was wrong. At the time it was like 2 minutes and 40 seconds. Now it's 2 minutes and 4 seconds for the boink one. My goodness. How the heck? At one point it's gonna be like under a minute.
One time he made something that exploded with such force it took the roof off the building. I wish you'd been there to see it, Uno.
It's hard to get too excited about that, given that I now live in the roof.
Well, anyway, that's enough about that. It's time to investigate.
Okay. I thought that was Sholmes for a second. Oh look, Inspector Gregson is over there. He seems to be deep in thought about something, whilst eyeing up the machine carefully.
Really? He just looks confused to me.
Well, we can't converse, so I guess we'll look around for a little bit. What's this? It ripped itself apart magnificently, didn't it?
Magnificently and mercilessly.
So someone stands in the middle of the machine to be disassembled and then beamed through the air.
Yes, beamed. Not blasted. That's the point.
Yes, that part's crucial, really. Is something like that even possible, though, Iris?
Oh, Uno. I'm just a child. How should I know? I'm 10.
A child when it suits you, you mean?
From what I can tell, I think if you were to pull this lever here...
Stop! Don't touch that!
That was practically instantaneous kinesis the way you flew over just now, Gregsy.
Please, your ladyship. I didn't mean to startle you, but I can't let you touch anything up here.
So sorry. You can have some of my latest special blend to make up for it.
Glug, 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 glug. Ah, wonderful. This stuff really is wonderful. It's just like old times, this is. We're representing Professor Hairbrain in court tomorrow, Inspector, so we should be allowed to examine the scene. Ha! Listen, Sunshine, even I'm not allowed to touch anything up here. It's that blasted Special Dispensations for Scientific Equipment Act to blame. It's driving me... What? What did he? It's driving you what? It's driving you potty? Sneaks a fistful of cheese into. Why can't I have a fistful of cheese? I'm just an adorable little kid. I could never do anything. I could never know anything about teleportation technology. Anyways, here's the activation switch. Right? And just sees like a very specific component. It's like, oh, I've never thought of using that before. Oh yes, that special dispension. The professor mentioned that too. More red tape's all we need. Wonder what the government thinks it's playing at sometimes.
But we're allowed to just look, aren't we?
What were you putting tape on my tail for? What do you know? She's in my pocket, I'm like $1,000. No! Even more reason for me to have the cheese.
Surely that's all right, isn't it, Gregsy? Oh, hello, Pistol. How are you doing? How was your stream? Let me guess before it shows up. You're playing more Armored Core. No, you finished it. Maybe something else. I don't know. We'll see what you were doing. You were playing Armored Core. I was right. Hope you were having fun. I'm guessing you were doing different ending, maybe? New Game Plus. Ah, I see. Okay, that makes sense. I was like, wait, you finished it, but there is like multiple stuff, so you're probably doing those. Going for a different ending noise. Well, hopefully you were having fun. We are continuing the Great Ace Attorney Chronicles, as you can see, and I am tripping over my words worse than usual. But we're going through. Of course, your ladyship. Anything you say, ladyship. But please don't get your dainty hands dirty, will you? Don't worry. We wouldn't dream of touching anything, would we, Bruno?
She really knows how to get what she wants. Anyway, let's converse. Government policy. Using high voltage electricity to somehow disassemble a man's body, and then beam him across to the Crystal Tower. It's an extraordinary thing to attempt, especially in public. Another extraordinary thing to attempt is Jugame Jugu Kokuro Sukine Kaijuru Sugiro Sugai Matsu Unai Matsu Fudai Matsu Kunera Tokoro no Sume Tokoro Yaburukoji no Paburukoji Pipe no shooting gun no Gorainde Pom P no Pumpkin Pan no Chokyo no Chosuke. I'm not rating that high out of myself. Tripping over your words, I know something that can help with that. Oh no. True, it was by far the most unusual of the experiments planned for the exhibition, mind. Nice way to flow into that, yeah! To be honest, I'm a bit surprised it was allowed. Carrying out something so dangerous with so many spectators present, I mean. The government's doing everything it can to promote new science and technology at the moment. They're more worried about being ahead of the game than the odd spot of public safety infringements. Still better than when we started, true. Practice made perfect, as they say. I'll still give you a B+ or an A- for that one. Fair enough. I'll take that. If they can be the first to develop some new technology, it makes Britain more powerful in the future, you see. Yes, I suppose that's true, in a way. So the powers that be are placing a heavy emphasis on the scientists' rights at the moment.
What sort of rights?
Making it so that any of the theories the brains have remain their legal property, as it were. Right through developing it to the practical idea and even going into production, which is the infuriating reason us coppers aren't allowed to touch the crime scene. Because the new highfalutin special dispensation for scientific equipment act forbids it. Ah, I see now. The only people with permission to investigate here are some brand new department at the yard. The Forensic Investigation Team, it's called. We've been regulated to keep in guard. The Forensic Investigation Team. Any old fool can see that this heap of scrap metal is the sham to begin with. But just because it says scientific equipment on the paperwork, we can't do a flaming thing about it.
Poor Gregsy. He's very head up, isn't he? Head up?
Grabs Dragon Balls from their pocket and eats it in front of while sticking another piece of tail. Why am I weak? No! Remind me again, what's this new legal act that means we're not allowed to touch the scene here? Are you having me added, Sunshine? It's the Special Suspension of Scientific Equipment Act. So you can't fly. No. I'm gonna do spins.
Yes, I think Hurley mentioned that recently. It was a real twinkle in his eye, as I remember.
I'm sure he did, your ladyship. I'm sure he did, passed especially for this grand exhibition, was it? All scientists have to do is present their ideas or inventions to some suits in the civil service, and if it gets rubber stamped, it's a guarantee of rights to maintain the invention's confidentiality. What does that really mean? Think about it. Think of all the world-changing new inventions on display every day at this exhibition. Although a good half of them are a load of cobblers, if you ask me, put forward by shammers like yourself. Thanks for that.
Oh, I love how absurd some of the inventions here are. It's also fun.
Might be fun for you, but a member of the force has to be present at every single demonstration. Can you imagine it? Hang science, that's what I say.
Oh, I don't think so. That sounds like my dream job.
You'd soon think otherwise after spending a day guarding all these shammers' bogus contraptions. But if they're all bogus, how can anyone hope to demonstrate them? There'd be no point. Yeah, well, there is a point, sadly.
Oh gosh! What?
I was prepared this time. I saw the scan.
Da-da-da-da. How are you doing, Crimson?
I feel like this is a kind of like what I feel on the outside versus the inside. If he hates engineering, he'd hate my field of science. Oh no. Doing good. How about you?
I'm doing good too.
Well, sorry. Thanks to another of our government's bright ideas. If any theory or invention is deemed to show potential, the government hands out a research grant. Scientists get funding? Exactly. And that's what they are all after. All those shammers coming from far and wide to clog up Hyde Park. And who has to keep them all safe, eh? Who has to smile politely and welcome them? Us coppers, that's who. So you can see why I say it now, can't you? Hang science, hang it!
Oh, maybe I can see your point.
It's kind of lame that a few bad apples that are just having like sham experiments are keeping the real scientists from getting their funding. Apparently Professor Harebrain lives and works in Germany now conducting his research. That's right, came back to Britain especially for the Great Exhibition as I understand it. Probably after one of the government's research grants. Actually, we learned something else about the professor earlier today, about his time in further education. It turns out he was at university with someone we both know. If I don't get a grant, I'll start a cricket infestation at your home. Why mine? I don't have that kind of money to fund you. Lord Van Zeeks. What's that? That's news to me. But if Van Zeek's man's prosecution, then as the accused, the professor's fate is sealed. Because the Reaper will get him one way or another. Blimey, that man's beyond me. I don't know what goes in that head of his. Talking to Van Zeeks, this morning's paper ran the story of him being attacked. Read that?
Oh yes, but Mr. Reaper is completely fine. Nothing to worry about.
Yes, you do. I just need sunscreen and some fish tanks. What? What? What do you mean? How will I get money? Yes, right. Glad to hear it. Still, the Reaper, huh? How long's that business gonna keep up, I wonder? If I don't get the grant, I'll flood your home with Mountain Dew. Oh no, that's gonna be so sticky. No, my fingers. The victim of this case, the investor, Mr. Assman, he was another of the Reaper's victims, or so I heard. Lord Baron von Zeeks is a top-class prosecutor, but even he can't always push the right verdict through. Sometimes justice can't win. Yes, I've heard about jurors being bribed and evidence being falsified, and that's how the notion of the Reaper of the Bailey came about, isn't it? Obviously. Scotland Yard suspected Van Zeeks initially. We all assumed he was taking matters into his own hands if he failed to seal the deal in court. Although the man himself denied that charge. Well, we've done a very thorough investigation, and the conclusion we reached. Home gets flooded with Mountain Dew. First reaction is figures. I mean, no, my first reaction would be that would be so sticky, and then that went into my figures being sticky. But also, like, my VR equipment, that'd be very, I mean, my figures would also be very expensive to replace, honestly. Some of them I wouldn't even be able to replace, I don't think, at this point, but still. But I'm gonna grand ole Rocket. Oh no, Rocket! Oh no! Oh no, they're eating each other! And then they're gonna eat me! Oh my god! Is that Lord Van Zieks is in no way related to the deaths of those people outside the courtroom? There's no question in my mind. I'd stake my reputation on it, I would. But if that's true, then how do you explain it? All those defendants couldn't just have coincidentally died if nobody killed them. I know that, but I can't explain it. It's a mystery after all, isn't it? That's the whole point of the Reaper. Professor Harebrain mentioned something else. He said that at university, Lord Van Zieks was a totally different person, easygoing and kind. What? He said that it was after they both graduated that something happened to change the man. Do you have any idea what it was? No clue. Really? Look, I've had my hands full watching over this frustrating crime scene. Why don't you go and make a nuisance of yourself elsewhere, eh? It's definitely something that went on. I wonder if the collar had anything to do with it. Joke's on you, that's my plan to infect you. Oh no! That's true. At that rate, Rocket would have to get eaten first. Considering how badly damaged everything is, Professor Harebrain was lucky to escape unscathed, I say. We should have a good look around the machine while we can, I think. Touch anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung up myself, you hear? I wouldn't touch a thing, I promise, so please spare a thought for your digestion. Anyway, do you really think this machine could actually disassemble people like the professor claims? Joke's on you, my immune system is impervious to infections and parasites. Oh no! He asks, looking totally incredulous. Give it a rest, Sunshine. If we were allowed to examine all this bleeding scrap metal, maybe we could answer that question. But we can't, can we?
Because of the annoying rules, you mean?
Exactly, the annoying, obstructive flamin' rules. Oh, look at the base of the machine there.
Oh yes, there's a tool of some kind poking through the wire mesh.
It's a screwdriver, I think.
Ooh, isn't it a lovely one? The handle's in the shape of a capital letter A.
It is? Oh, yes, you're right. What's the matter with you? Don't touch anything, I said. Touching anything and I'll make sure I kill you before I get strung on myself, I said. Yes, I understand, sorry. I only touched it a teeny weeny bit.
But Gregsy, I'm very curious about the screwdriver. Really very, very curious.
Of course, ladyship, you're so clever, your ladyship. Fancy spotting something like this. But I'm afraid I can't let you have it.
But run off at it first.
I assure you I'll investigate it thoroughly. He's gone off with it.
That was very mean, I'm afraid. Inspector Gregson is going to make a very clumsy and embarrassing mistake in next month's installment now.
Poor Gregsy. How dare he make her angry? Oh, now he's back. Right, are you done here, Mr. Naruto? Sorry? Isn't it about time you were leaving? Or rather, it is about time you were leaving. A lot around here now.
That lot?
Forensic investigation team. They'll be giving me the heave-ho in a minute, too.
Oh dear, poor Gregsy. Here, have another cup of my special blend to cheer you up.
Oh no, his daughter and his dog were killed in a scientific experiment. No! That hit the spot. Yep, hits it every time. Well, at least I've seen the scene with my own eyes. It looks like this is as far as we're going to get with our investigation here, at least.
I've been thinking. Hurley might know something, mightn't he?
About what?
About Mr. Reaper.
About what happened to Lord Van Zeeks, you mean? Because it sounds like something very significant occurred after he graduated from university. Something that completely changed his life. Maybe, but I have no idea where to find Mr. Sholmes at the moment. He's in the middle of some big case, isn't he?
Here, this is what you need.
What's this? Some kind of entrance ticket? Madame Tuspels. Is this supposed to mean something to me?
You don't know it? It's the most popular attraction in London at the moment. It's very close to Baker Street, actually. We could go now if you like.
No, we don't have time for visiting attractions today, Iris. We have a big trial tomorrow.
But that's where Hurley is.
What? At this popular London attraction?
Yes.
How is it that you know where he is?
Hurley told me, but he told me to keep it a secret from you, do you know?
Madame Tuspels. I don't see how it could be related to the case we're investigating here, but then stranger things have happened, and when they happen, Mr. Sholmes is usually at the heart of them.
Let's go.
Maybe like 2 spells. It's still really weird that we're not getting like a time frame. But I guess, I don't know, maybe it's not that weird. Oh no! Oh no! Ah! What is this place? Look at all those terrifying scenes, but why are they all the people so still? Guillotines, ruthless murders. I know what I'll be dreaming about tonight. Right, the drama.
They're all wax models. They're amazingly realistic, aren't they? What do you think, Luna? Shocked?
Wax models? Ah! I have a deep set fear. I read about the dead bodies in wax once, in a magazine about strange phenomena. Depending on how corpses are kept after death, parts of them can turn to wax, apparently. It's called adipocure.
Stop talking about creepy things like that, Runo. You're scaring me. Anyway, what now?
I've just remembered something else I read in another magazine about strange phenomena. There was an old lady, maybe a witch, who used to pour molten wax over corpses and put them on display.
None of the exhibits in here are real. They're all entirely man-made replicas.
They can't be. Do you really expect me to believe that? Look at them.
Oh. It says right here, this one's real.
There's no way anybody could make models of people that are this realistic, and they're all such gruesome scenes. Wait.
What is it?
Oh, no. I must be seeing things. A leg! No, not move. It's like, we gotta get out of here! Is this an arm?
It looks like an arm, doesn't it? Maybe one of the waxwork models had fallen over.
You don't think it could be the work of one of the mass murderers in here, do you?
No, stop scaring me!
Is it a wax arm? Or a real one?
Come on, you're always pointing that finger of yours in court. Poke that arm now and see how it feels.
Objection! That big heavy curtain is in a very prominent position, isn't it? I have a nasty feeling there's going to be something truly terrifying behind it.
Oh yes, that's the famous two-spell special exhibit. It depicts one of England's most notorious killers. Do you want to pay the extra fee and have a look?
Pay more money? To be even more terrified? Oh, let me think about that for a moment.
It was only a suggestion.
Right? No, you don't have to be so sassy. Is this some infamous murderer?
Yes, called Jane the Ripper.
Instead of Jack the Ripper.
All her victims were young women.
I knew it. You could tell by the way she's holding that knife. Sure sign of a murderer.
Well, yes. What's the matter, Nuno?
I've worked it out. I know what she's doing. She's trying to fill that bathtub with blood so she can have a soak in her victim's gore.
Not according to the information on the exhibit on the little board here. It doesn't mention anything about the bathtub.
Really? It's weird that it's there then.
Sorry, I don't think it's significant.
I still think it has to be there for a reason. Ah! Great, now there's two of them. Oh no! Whoops. Ah! Updated predictions. The teleporter wasn't real. It would melt a wax statue of the victim and the real victim is at the tower, but he was shot from the balloon where the crossbow was dropped. My goodness! It's probably gonna be something kind of ridiculous.
Oh, that's a funny place for a little ladder. What is it? Is something wrong?
No, it's just that in Japanese we have a totally different word for a ladder that folds in half like that.
We do in English too, you know. It's a step ladder, or just steps. So be careful of making assumptions about other cultures, Aruno. That's how wars are started.
What? I didn't realize stepladders were an international point of contention, but the writer makes an astute point. What? What? What is Hurley doing standing there like a statue? Because he's being a nerd. Is that an example of Western Tsujigiri?
I don't know what that is.
You know, when an unscrupulous samurai randomly attacks a passerby to test his sword?
I still don't know, no. But actually, a waxwork samurai would probably be hugely popular. Could you model it, do you think, Aruno? Doing that Tsujigiri thing you mentioned?
Well, I do have a sword, but I have no intention of testing how sharp it is on a human subject. Now at least. What do you mean for now? What do you mean for now? Who are you gonna test it on? It's the great detective, Mr. Herlock Sholmes! Mr. Herlock has his own wax statue in here? Really?
Well, he is world famous after all.
It's an uncanny resemblance, isn't it? It makes my skin crawl to look at it.
I know. But look, Bruno, you can kick this Hurley and he doesn't move a muscle.
You can't go around kicking the exhibits, Iris. Wait. It just moved, I'm sure. And not just a little bit either.
Really? Did it?
And look closely. There are beads of sweat on the face of this waxwork model. Maybe now is a good time for me to test my sword. Shall we move on, Iris? Over there, look, there's a great murder scene to enjoy, much more appealing. My dear fellow, I take exception to your recoiling in such a manner as if you've seen something truly abhorrent. Mr. Sholmes! I knew it! Iris, what possessed you? I strictly forbade you from divulging my temporary waxwork secret to Mr. Naruhodo. Temporary waxwork? What do you mean? And that kick, could you not have exercised a little more restraint? You winded me.
But Bruno has something he needs to ask you.
Ah, a question.
And I thought you'd probably be getting bored too. So here we are.
Well, I can't deny that your timing was impeccable. A mere 2 minutes more being stationary like that, and my great brain upon which all my success has been built would have turned to wax. Thank goodness we arrived in time. Indeed, in many ways, the pair of you just saved the world from an unimaginable loss.
Oh, Hurley, you do like to talk nonsense, don't you?
He could know something that's true about Lord Van Zeeks and what happened in the past to change him. Now that you're here, let's take our time. How can I be of assistance? For you're in luck, I'm suddenly quite taken with the idea of conversing. Oh, well, actually, I'm in quite a hurry. And if my eyes don't deceive me, I believe something is afoot within the walls of this very museum. A most fascinating case, if I'm not mistaken. Really? Moreover, I have a strong suspicion that it is related to the matter at which you've come to me now. But how could it be? We shall speak again presently, my dear fellow. But for now, I must return to my work. What, back to being a temporary waxwork exhibit? Oh yeah, wax statues. There was a bit on Jimmy Kimmel's show where he spooked people by leaving his wax statue in places. The best part was he repeatedly startled his cousin with it until she became acclimated, and then he pretended to be the wax statue to really scare her pants off by suddenly moving. Oh no! Was I right? Right on what? We don't know the... We're not even in the courtroom yet, so we don't even know. We probably won't know until like tomorrow, possibly. What is this place? I am busy being a wax statue. Madame Two Spells came to London from France 3 years ago, I understand. Since she opened this little waxwork museum last year, it enjoyed great popularity in London. There are museums like this in Japan too, but these displays are something else. I mean, they aren't made from actual real people, are they? The extreme realism of these waxwork models is a particular secret of the Two Spells family, they say. They earned renown during the French Revolution for waxworks of victims of the guillotine. That sounds grim. The gruesome scenes were portrayed in such realism of the expressions of the faces of the condemned.
Apparently, the sculptors would make the models directly from the corpses, right there at the site of the executions.
That really turns my stomach. That's just one of several legends from the Two Spells family. Whether there's any truth in it, I couldn't say. But anyway, this museum houses models of famous people from all over the globe. Nevertheless, the most popular area of the museum by which some margin is this House of Horrors. House of Horrors? Of course, visitor numbers are dwindling now as a result of the Great Exhibition, but people usually flock here to see the exhibits of some of London's most vile criminals at the gruesome work. Naturally, most of the miscreants portrayed here were sent to the gallows, so they're even stiffer now than the models of them. Have you heard of poor taste? My dear fellow, the public live for poor taste. They yearn to be shocked. So the hideous exhibits in here are...
They're all portrayals of real events that actually took place.
Is it just me, or did the temperature in here just seem to drop? Anyway, I advise you not to think too deeply about what you see here. Please do not have them show up in your dreams. Oh, he's back to being a waxwork, is he? Where else would you find a wax statue of a fake victim for the real victim to be killed elsewhere, right? That are like, I'm not really sure. But I mean, with it being brought up, it has to have some kind of relevancy, honestly. This isn't a waxwork statue, but I saw this video of a guy putting a hooded mannequin in front of an ATM as a prank. He was filming as someone was waiting a long time for the ATM until the person touched the mannequin and it fell to the ground. Oh no! I mean, I feel like that's along the same lines, right? Okay. What do you mean by a temporary waxwork, Mr. Sholmes? Exactly what you see. I'm part of the exhibits here, catching these criminals in the act. Catching them. Every half an hour, I come in on a different killer in one of the displays and adopt a new pose to ensnare them. When members of the public come for a closer look, I offer them my hand to shake. For a shilling, I'll happily allow them to take a photograph with us. Us? Does he mean him and the waxwork murderers in here? But why, Mr. Sholmes? My dear fellow, isn't it obvious? For the money. I'm broke as a joke. He really roared at me there. Very fitting for the House of Horrors. As it stands, I may struggle to pay this month's rent, and I have a ravenous iris to consider.
Oh, Hurley, I'm so hungry.
If push comes to shove, I shall have to ask you to do your bit, Mr. Naruhodo. Is he threatening to rope me into it now? Or what is he threatening to rope me into now? So with that in mind, how about a photograph? As a special treat, you may have your pick of the murderers and scoundrels in here. The choice is yours. Maybe some other time. Remember, Mr. Naruhodo, ignore me at your peril. Back to being a waxwork again. Is it just me, or did his final remark there sound like a lot like a curse? Wax statues, faking silence, and balloons were the new factories introduced in this chapter. True. On hard times are we, sadly, it seems. I forgot what I asked. Well, what is it that you'd like to ask me then? Actually, it's about Lord Van Zeeks. Ah, our friend Mr. Reaper. How did you find him? Well, I trust. Ah, I see. And so I filled Mr. Sholmes in about everything I'd learned. About Lord Van Zeeks, about Professor Harebrain, and about the strange coincidence that they had been at the university together. So I'm wondering what it is that happened to make Lord Van Zeek such a different person.
I was sure that you'd know, Hurley.
You said that there was something going on in here in this exhibit hall before, that something was afoot, and that you believed it was related to what I wanted to ask you about. Mr. Sholmes? He suddenly clammed up. Well, it seems we've reached the unavoidable— Greetings. Oh, hello. Where did she appear from? And what's she wearing? Could she be any more mysterious?
I hope you're appreciating my museum.
Sorry? Have we? Mr. Sholmes, do you know this? Not again.
My apologies. I am Esmeralda Two Spells. This is my museum of waxwork.
What? You're the Madame Two Spells?
Bien sûr. I probably mispronounced that. Though only 26 years young, I might add.
Is that significant somehow?
I am a madame in name only. It has a certain je ne sais quoi.
Right.
Firstly, I must apologize for my waxworks, or rather, one waxwork in particular.
That'll be Mr. Sholmes, then.
I was led to believe that he was a great detective, but he seems unable to settle. Next time you move from your designated exhibit, there will be toil and trouble.
Oh no!
She sounds deadly serious.
That's a problem. Should have known she'd be a witch, right? With 2 spells. How am I supposed to ask Mr. Sholmes about Lord Van Zeeks now? I guess when he comes home.
Let's not forget what Hurley said before. About something being afoot. Right here in the museum, I mean.
Yes, I know, but...
I'm so curious. I want to know what's happening here.
Haven't we got enough on our plate already? And it's more like soir, bonsoir. Oh, okay. The waxworks. Did you make all these waxworks, Madame Two Spells?
I did. I am the 3rd generation of waxwork artisans, you know. Gosh! It was my grandmother who began the tradition in my family. Her fortunes were quenched living through the turbulent times of the French Revolution as she did. Though that is as when she acquired the savoir-faire that leads to the astonishing lifelikeness All these waxworks really do look as though they're alive. In fact, they look more alive than Hurley. What you see exhibited here represents the most atrocious of London's criminal past. All the waxworks were created in the presence of the real people in which they were modeled, in the hours immediately following their executions. That is the secret to the extraordinary lifelikeliness.
That sounds terrifying.
All walks of life have similar challenges, I'm sure. To carry out one's trade par excellence, one must go to extraordinary lengths. My exhibits are a reflection of society. I create only that which the public wishes to see.
Why couldn't the public have wished for something less horrifying?
Do not fear.
Sorry?
This room is the only one in the museum with such a macabre theme. I do hope you'll explore. There are models of famous singers, actors, politicians. Something for every taste, I hope.
It was Iris who dragged me straight in here, come to think of it. Savoir faire, meaning know how to do, pronounced more like savoir faire. Okay. Yeah, French ones are the ones that, or French words are the ones that give me the most difficulty, I think. Maybe. I don't know. There are a few things that I have never tried to pronounce, so those might cause for more issue.
Sorry. Perhaps I could have eased you into things, or should have eased you into things.
So why do we have a quote-unquote waxwork of the great detective? What's the situation with that?
Ah, my temporary waxwork model. He approached me some days ago, you see, with a business proposal.
Oh, what sort of proposal? My dear madam, what would these sparse exhibits need is the addition of a world-famous great detective. Please give me money, I am starving.
Or words to that effect. Ha. Naturally, I am well aware that Mr. Sholmes is widely known in London as a talented detective.
It's great detective, actually. He's very specific about that.
Yes, the creme de la creme. So I was keen to come to some arrangement with him, of course. But sadly, we were unable to agree terms.
Let me guess. Someone wanted to charge an exorbitant price for his services. For a mere £500, I will dive into your cauldron of wax this very moment.
Or words to that effect.
There's an entire channel on YouTube about a French speaker talking about all the things that don't make sense. Like, apparently the phrases more please or no more please are the same. So you're just supposed to infer from context whether the person wants to stop or keep going. Interesting. That's very weird. It's always funny when there's like I guess it's like, I don't know. I think like each language probably has stuff that like even the native speakers are like, yeah, I have no idea what the deal is with this. Luke Suberville is the channel's name. Ah, interesting. Mr. Sholmes might have overdone it slightly with the sales pitch.
Regrettably, the museum has a shortage of funds at the moment due to unforeseen circumstances. So I came to the current arrangement instead.
Surely he doesn't really need to do what he's doing, though, does he?
I would think not, but he was very insistent.
I have a 50-shilling problem. That must be resolved by this morning.
Or words to that effect. It's a pawnbroker, that's what it is. He must have something to redeem.
Is the consulting detective work not going so well? I mean, I'm pretty sure since we've not been doing any, like, courtroom cases for 2 months, there's probably been things that he can't do his detective work for 2 months. So if you can't read context, you'll have no idea if they want you to keep going or not. Right. If you don't understand the context, you'll be like, more? Okay. And they like just repeat it and it's like, yeah, I'm giving you more. I wonder, can I ask you something?
Bonsoir.
I'm just curious. Is anything going on in the museum at the moment? Some kind of incident, perhaps?
Whoever suggested such a thing to you?
Oh, well, it was your temporary waxwork over there who mentioned it to me a little... Oh, he's disappeared.
A wax model is a work of art, not some tawdry object for trade.
Ah. It was me who said that. There you are.
Leaving the exhibit again when you should be working? Do you wish to be melted down?
My dear Madame Two-Spell, save your reprimands. There are more pressing concerns. The wax can wait. It's our ideas that your current problem we must throw into the melting pot instead. Personally, I would advise you not to involve the police.
Why ever not?
She's turned as white as a sheet. Because you have at your disposal a great detective whose services you may employ for a mere 50 shillings. Though please be aware that I insist upon payment in advance.
Very well. Let us see if the great detective is able to live to his name, shall we?
Before I engage my analytical processes, I must ask you to clarify something. English has several examples of contronyms, words that have two contradictory meanings. For example, to sanction could be to approve or to condemn. Interesting. Weird. Yeah, because I think my brain, like, kind of associates it with to approve. I'm trying to think if there's any... I don't know. What, pray, is behind the curtain?
That is the Two-Spells special exhibit. There is an extra charge to see it.
Ah, the special exhibit of the House of Horrors. It must depict a special killer, then, I presume. Would you be so kind as to draw back the curtain, I wonder?
Absolument non. There is nothing amiss behind there.
Nothing amiss, madam. What about the arm protruding ominously from under the curtain? I strongly encourage you to allow me to see what lies beyond before the situation worsens.
Yes, very well. I will draw back the curtains, but only a soupçon.
I'm absolutely sure that is not pronounced soupcon, but I'm not sure what the wiggly C is supposed to be pronounced as. It's Ebenezer Scrooge. I must confess, I peeked behind the curtain earlier. The Two-Spells special exhibit is a very bleak graveyard scene indeed. And yet, somewhat surprisingly, the waxwork killer one would expect is nowhere to be seen. What does strike one, however, is the portly gentleman lying peacefully on his back on the floor. Have we seen him before? Or is he just, like, very similar? Well, then perhaps, Mr. Sholmes, that man on the floor is the ruthless killer himself. I'm afraid not, my dear fellow. He's a perfectly ordinary London gentleman, not even a waxwork, in fact. What? As skillfully made as these waxworks are, they are always distinguishable between real humans. So, allow me to present my two conclusions. The first is that a sizable business transaction has been taking place in the special exhibit.
Why? Why would you say that?
And the second is that the aforementioned transaction is linked to a serious crime. She looks as pale as candle wax.
I don't understand.
To patronize could mean to treat with condescension or to frequent an establishment as a customer. Oh, true, yeah. So I suppose you could patronizingly. Yeah, a little bit. The C in that word is pronounced as an S, so soupçon. Similarly, Francois. Ah, okay. So, Madame Two Spells, as you've agreed to my fee, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work. The game is afoot. Okay, let's see what conclusions he will jump to here. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. As a disclaimer, I don't speak French, I just happen to know these specific bits of trivia. Fair enough. The answer is revealed by the bundle of banknotes protruding so helplessly from your bag. In my estimation, some... What? What happened? I like how it kind of was just slow to start. My goodness, it was just like, nope, you're off screen now. Back from the party. You went to a party? My goodness, did you have fun? In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all of my own money. What does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spells. Yes, the answer lies where your eyes fall now. Talia, nice! Well, did you have fun? The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by the public notice. Waxwork for sale. Your business has hit hard times, it would seem. In short, you sold the infamous killer, the centerpiece of the special exhibit, for the sum of 200 pounds. None! Now, let us explore this next curiosity with which we are presented. Who was this portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man had suffered a severe shock, the cause of which is clearly known to you. Unfortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. It would appear that you twisted this gentleman around your little finger most effectively. What are you suggesting? He rashly agreed to purchase the waxwork for the sum of 200 pounds. Only when he came to hand the money over did it occur to him what an exorbitant amount he was paying. But the money was no longer in his hands. And the result? The scene we see before us. He collapsed in shock. Yes, the killer in this special exhibit fetched a killer price. We can only pray that the gentleman's dreams are not plagued with regret. I too pass out from spending too much money. Got days worth of XP and got 150 endgame items. Oh my gosh, that sounds so fun! I'm kind of sad the free playtime of like coming back for 2 weeks ran out like right as the event started for a fat cat umbrella, and it's like, I might want to spend some Final Fantasy money, but I also shouldn't. I need to be good. Because I know if I spend Final Fantasy money, I'm going to spend more than I need to. I'm going to buy emotes. I'm going to buy silly emotes if I spend subscription time money. But have you considered that it may be Soparil Beta and Topicurine? Oh, probably. It could be it. Is he wearing a watch? I saw you playing Final Fantasy yesterday. I opened Final Fantasy and saw that the game time ran out, so I only had it open for like a minute at best. The question that arises then is what has become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment. You cannot possibly. What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his neckerchief. Such as worn by policemen of a secret sign to fellow members of the force that a crime is being perpetrated. Yes, this young man is undercover policeman, currently investigating this museum. What? I wish I had the superpower to turn on non-existent spotlights, right? That would be fun. I've been there regarding the cash shop purchases, though I haven't played the critically acclaimed RPG Final Fantasy XIV with award-winning Heavensward expansion and no restriction on playtime in quite a while. I just haven't the time these days, yeah. I'm just like, I'm having fun, but also being put into like a crisis, like not existential crisis, although I did hear that the Endwalker expansion does hit, but I'm not at that point yet. I'm not even on the moon. I'm just like, man, we do really be in a wartime situation, don't we? There's also the anime superpower of making your glasses glint. Oh, honestly, right? Endwalker does hit for real. Like, thankfully I haven't had any spoilers or anything, but I've heard it hits super hard. Yes, I've already read this line. I know him well, in fact. It's Sergeant John Clay. What are you talking about? The man's quite a celebrity. He received triple accolades at last year's policing awards. But... Next, we turn our attention to the old man set before him with a particularly unsightly visage. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle, almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. But you... Your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious price tag. Tuppence. A tragically low price, you might say, though perhaps the going rate for aging waxworks riddled with cracks. And yet you sold it to the portly gentleman for an exorbitant £200. The sort of plucky behavior that's sure to attract the attention of Scotland Yard. Isn't that so, madam?
I do not...
Yeah, she do be kind of cute. I think the one of the witch in the Phoenix Wright versus Professor Layton, I feel like that one was very, very cute, but this one's still cute. Yes, the waxwork you sold already has been seized by the police and remains in their custody as we speak. The old man must be reunited with his grave in the special exhibit, and not a moment too soon. Discovered already. Thus concludes Herlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. And then Yonosuke pops in, it's like, okay, anyway, here's what the real thing is. I see I've stunned you all into silence.
You have, Hurley, you have. And you've obviously upset this young lady in the process. Her cauldron looks awfully hot.
If I could just bring up one point, Mr. Sholmes. Ah, the notorious Naruhodo 1 point. I'm all ears, my dear fellow. According to your deduction, then the special exhibit featured this old policeman. So that would mean that he's the particularly ruthless murderer, wouldn't it? How do I steal a dragon wax statue and blame a crime most cute on it? Wait, you would steal a wax sculpture of me and then blame me? How dare. The killer policeman, Ottermo. I'm sorry? It was a mysterious series of murders that rattled the capital only last year. The police rushed to the scene every time, only to find the culprit had disappeared into the ether.
And it turned out the culprit was a policeman himself, a senior officer by the name of Ottermo.
So you mean that's who the sinister-looking old man there is supposed to be? Indeed. It is a particularly grim face, is it not? Unforgettable, in fact.
Genshin
Yes.
Impact is an open world, action-packed RPG available on PC, iOS, and PlayStation 4 and 5. Enter a vast magical world now.
I mean, it is. It's free to play too. You only spend money if you want to spend money on a gacha. Unforgettable, in fact. Yes, I remember the odorous countenance only too well. But is 200 pounds a lot of money for a wax model? It would be enough to afford one of the latest steam carriages, if that puts things in perspective. So it is quite a lot then.
Is there anything else you wish to add? Before I melt you down.
That bubbling wax is looking more and more ominous.
The smell of all that molten wax is starting to worry me.
Mr. Sholmes is did more or less just accuse her to her face, so I think I might have to call on your assistance here, Iris, if that's all right. To make some minor corrections to the great detective's great deductions.
Of course it's all right. We'll soon set things straight.
Well, let's get started then, shall we?
Before Madame Two Spells vents her anger.
Start your adventure on the continent of Chaylit, where 7 kinds of elemental powers surge.
Teyvat. Is that the place for what is it? Is that Palia's location? Although thank you for the 1K bits, psych. And also the 100 bits for the first text to speech as well.
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow.
Oh. Wait, is that what it's called? I'm in Sumeru, I think, right now. I forgot, wait. Was Teyvat the first area? Or is that like the entire place?
Just what I was waiting to hear, my dear fellow.
Fun. Includes all the countries. Okay. I guess I've just been like paying attention to each specific country in Genshin. But also I haven't played for a while.
So, Madame Two Spells, in accordance with our agreement, you shall now have the pleasure of seeing this famously great detective and temporary exhibit at work.
I remember I was trying to like update the app and it was taking forever, and so I just like never finished updating. I wonder if it actually is done. What? I wonder if I get the TTS with every bit donation. Time to test that. It's important to know these things in case of emergency. A TTS emergency. A TTSE. Yeah, not for one biddy. I think it's I don't actually remember what the default is. To begin with, we must ask ourselves what exactly is afoot here in this museum. The answer is revealed by a bundle of banknotes protruding so helplessly from your bag. Or helpfully. 100% the exploration of the new region. Really? I haven't 100%ed any area. But yeah, Teyvat is the world and continent. You start in Mondstadt and then go to Lie, and then Inazuma, then Sumeru, and then finally Fontaine as of the current game. Yeah. I think I'm in like the very early areas of Sumeru.
In my estimation, some 200 pounds. That is all my own money. So what does this large sum of money reveal? Ah, not as much as the involuntary glance you cast, it would seem, Madame Two Spell. Yes, the
It seems that one bit is not enough. Perhaps 100 times that amount. It would certainly be preposterous that multiplying the number by 100 and then it not work.
Right, that would be quite silly.
Yes, the answer lies where your eyes now fall. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that public notice.
She definitely looked in this direction, that's true.
But I'm not sure she'd sell any of her waxworks even for 200 pounds.
Oh?
She must pour her heart and soul into making them, don't you think? Over and above the wax. If it were me, I wouldn't sell them for anything.
For that much money it would. Or I would. But it sounds like that makes me a bad person. Well, anyway, I wonder if the 200 pounds could have some other significance. What?
The uneven number is making me uncomfortable, so take this tip.
Okay, thank you. now you've donated a total of 2,800 bits, which thank you. Let's follow the furtive glance again and see if there's anything else that could explain it.
Whatever this is.
What's that note doing pinned down the wall there?
You are welcome.
Are you just gonna talk through TTS now, Psych? Thank you for the 57 bits, Rocket. You are now in the year of 2004. Oh, yes, let's see. Dear Madame Two Spells, we've taken the prisoner from this room. The price for his safe return is 200 pounds. What does that mean? Have the money ready by noon on the 23rd of October. What? This is just like the sort of thing that's left behind when someone is kidnapped. Your smash mouth. Oh, is it? Is it? I think so. Wait, is it? Wasn't it 2001 that Shrek came out? I'm not sure.
Yes, it's a ransom note.
Exactly. Right. Hello, Super Mew. Yeah, this is definitely Ace Attorney hell. But you know, it's fine. It's fine. We're like maybe 3/4 of the way through. I'm not 100% sure. The significance of the 200 pounds is revealed by that ransom note. Quite so, and we must congratulate these criminals on their initiativeness, abducting a waxwork. I have a fun fact for you. All-Star was in another movie before Shrek. That's true. It was some kind of superhero movie. I don't remember what it was, but it has a little bit of a few of the scenes in the music video, if I remember right. Do you want to know which one? Yes, because I only know vaguely. I don't know the title off the top of my head. 200 pounds is no small ransom fee, yet you clearly intend to pay it.
The model in question has special importance, so I put together all the money I have.
In summary, then, the 200 pounds you have in your handbag is ransom money. Now, let us explore the next curiosity with which we are presented. Who is the portly gentleman stretched out so peacefully on the floor? It would appear the man has suffered a severe shock.
What?
I thought love was only true in fairy tales, meant for someone else, but not for me. Love was out to get me. That's the way it seemed. Disappointment haunted all my dreams.
And then I saw her face. It was a Digimon movie. Ah, okay. It was... Was it? So wait, did it show in a few movies beforehand? Because I know the scenes from the music video are like scenes from another movie. So, my goodness. But yeah, I do remember that being mentioned at some point. But it's just very heavily associated with Shrek. The model is my dead boyfriend and I like him back. Oh no! Digimon movie is the reason I'm like this. Oh no! I feel like it's been like a while. Yeah, it's been quite some time, so I don't remember. I watched a documentary on the history of All-Star, but won't comment on the current topic. Oh no. Yeah, I think at one point they're like... I don't know. The case of which is clearly known to you. Heck, it was the damn movie made of clips from episodes that wasn't shown in the US. Yeah, makes sense. Fortunately, madame, keeping secrets does not appear to be your forte. What dealt to the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the 200 pounds. A stupid question.
Okay, I can try to answer it.
So if the waxwork was kidnapped, where does that leave us in terms of who this man is?
You could just ask him when he comes around.
You have a Tumblr? I did at one point. I haven't used it for a while. But I have made one for VTubing that I've posted on like twice. I posted a cat once a day. Wait, you could wait, which one? Which one is it? Which one is it? I think the point of this exercise is to understand the beauty of the deduction process, Iris. It's that one. The original? Like, which one? Honestly, it's probably linked in my card. Probably.
Yes, you're right. Hurley's trying so hard. We mustn't let him down.
Well, there's little doubt that he suffered a shock. That much seems clear. But in that case, what's Madame Two Spells trying to hide? Let's have a closer look around. No, it's not linked anywhere. I had to go digging. Wait, what? Okay, what could have shocked him? Oh wow, I didn't imagine this having like a thing. Oh, that's hand.
This is just Madame Two Spell's right hand, isn't it?
Yes, it must be. I can clearly see her left hand after all.
Oh, but wait a minute. This is a left hand as well, look.
Don't say just creepy things, Iris, please.
And it seems very stiff, too. In fact, it's really hard.
You mean, why are we touching it? It's made of wax? I'm very curious, like, which one? Which tumbler is the one that you grabbed?
Take that!
Fatima!
I forget the Nick's ancestors' names, so I've decided to call him Nanu. No. Don't worry about it. I am worrying about it, because I do have a few. Actually, the only one that I have to worry about got, I think, banned? Not really, actually. I don't know. I don't know what happened to that one, so I don't have to worry about any of them. But I'm just curious about which one. What dealt the man such a shocking blow was, of course, the waxwork hand. Indeed, with a solid waxwork limb, one could deliver a very substantial blow.
How could you?
So yeah, in all honesty, whichever one you have, you could probably share it, actually. The hand protruding from the bottom of your cape. It ought to be a right hand, but closer inspection reveals that, in fact, it's a left hand. And somewhat masculine as well. No, I have a soul. Oh no. In other words, it does not belong to you, madame. It is the hand of a waxwork model. Gah!
Some of the visitors to my museum can be troublesome. They meddle with the exhibits and cause damage.
So you mean that arm?
Yes, this gentleman saw fit to try to remove it as a souvenir.
Where did her luck come from and why? I like he's been there. We're living in his attic, so it's fine. No small keepsake. Like taking a whole branch of a cherry tree when you go to view the blossoms.
I'm afraid that I had to teach the man a lesson.
You confronted the man and tried to take the arm back. And the result, the scene we see before us, he was knocked unconscious. A point we may need to revisit later, but for the time being, we have our conclusion. Yes, the killer in the special exhibit has been kidnapped. Pronouns do you use?
I use they, them, but masculine pronouns are okay too.
All the dragons to the yard, and they're like, it's better than yours. And they're like, it's better than yours. He could beat you, but he'd have to charge.
I mean, honestly, he would probably do it for free. Are you winning perseverance in chess? I think so. I think we're winning. The question that arises then is what would become of the waxwork that changed hands? Let us consider that problem for a moment.
You cannot possibly.
What immediately strikes me about this conundrum is the young man standing over there. Can't believe you. Oh no. We've got 2 people in chat with cats that bully them. According to Mr. Sholmes, the yellow neckerchief is a sign to other policemen that some crime is underway.
A way of communicating with his colleagues without revealing his identity, yes. It's a secret that's closely guarded by Scotland Yard.
That Mr. Sholmes didn't hesitate to give away.
Well, uncovering secrets is any true detective's nature, of course.
Go to the Wax Museum and going whole Keanu Reeves and what? Put his paw in my mouth. Oh no! Why is there a pink toddler? Don't worry about it. She's 10. She's 10 and an inventor. Right. Anyway, judging from Madame Two-Spell's reaction to Mr. Sholmes' deduction, I think perhaps we might not have identified the man quite correctly. Oh. I see. Tell her to sleep. Maybe. Yeah, don't worry about it. She's very smart. What the? The man has a stub sticking out of his shoulder where his arm should be.
Ah, well that settles it then.
Right. This isn't a real person at all.
His entire arm's been ripped off from the shoulder down.
His arm's been... Of course, that ties in with what we just found out. Okay, I didn't have to investigate it. Right, this man is a lawyer. Who is this fellow? To find the answer, we need only observe his shoulder stub. No such boneless human walks this earth, of course, I can assure you. In other words, the man standing here, the young Sergeant John Clay, is in fact, defying all odds, a waxwork model. I seem to remember that it was you who concluded he was a real person in the first place, Mr. Sholmes.
He's become quite a celebrity in London, being the winner of no less than 3 policing awards last year. I simply had to make a model of the man.
Naturally. What other explanation could there be? Yeah, he can control just a little bit of electricity. It was in this detective's arm that it was pulled off by the man on the floor in the special exhibit, wasn't it? Next, we turn to our attention to the old man sat before him with a particularly unsightly visage. Oh, he also has the yellow handkerchief on him as well. I've been watching closely and he hasn't moved a muscle. Almost, in fact, as if he were a waxwork. Oh gosh. Oh no!
The Fitness Gram Pacer test is a multi-stage aerobic capacity test that progressively gets more difficult as it continues. The 20-meter pacer test will begin in 30 seconds. Line up at the start. The running speed starts slowly, but gets faster each minute after you hear the signal.
Oh no! Hear the... But your reaction only confirms my suspicions, madam. I noticed it at once, of course. Observe. Scared to get all my TTS. Because it went on for too long. Getting flashbacks to gym class, oh no. Strangely enough, I feel like I don't remember it, being a thing. I feel like there was, a similar thing, but, there was never, the recording, as far as I can recall, at least. Depending on what year it is, I might have forgotten about it. A killer policeman called Ottermole, was it? Was he well known?
It was all over the papers last year, but I can't say I know what he looks like.
T-pose over them. Oh no. What do you mean?
It's very low price, though. Tuppence isn't much money.
More than likely, it was just something that I forgot about. Only enough for a few measly hours of gas in Mr. Garrideb's delightful lodgings, in fact. So this is the special killer taken from the special exhibit, is it? The waxwork that somebody stole from the museum and tried to ransom for 200 pounds. Is this crusty old killer policeman Ottermole? Really?
Perhaps we should have a good look around again and see if another idea crops up.
It's gotta be your toddler Iris go bed. I mean, honestly, she's smarter than Sholmes a little bit, so. The telltale sign that instantly proves whether or not this old man is a waxwork is the obvious twitch. Even the most realistic waxworks do not exhibit a twitch. In other words, the splendid old man is in fact a genuine member of Scotland Yard. He's an animatronic. Slight shift in your choice of adjectives, then. And there you have it. Well, Madame Two Spells?
Well, what? It was me who contacted the police and demanded that someone come in the first place.
He is clearly fatigued. He is sound asleep. But then, what's this tag about showing a price of 3 pence? It's probably the price of the scarf. No doubt the price tag of the muffler, which the old Bobby purchased recently at the local market. And I presume we've observed the scarf tied around his arm. Does that not strike you, Mr. Naruhodo? Yes, the secret sign used by detectives to show that some criminal activity is currently underway.
Of course, because, as you know, there has been just such criminal activity happening here. And as you deduced from the very beginning, Detective.
So, it would seem that we finally arrive at the truth. The waxwork of the especially ruthless killer from the special exhibit has been kidnapped. And Scotland Yard are already investigating. But the model's whereabouts remain a mystery. Thus concludes Sherlock Sholmes' great deduction of this horrifying puzzle. Still a mystery. Deduction complete.
All sorts of people visit my museum here, men and women, young and old. Sometimes they drop in just for a short time on their way back from the pub. I welcome them all. But if anyone tries to damage my exhibits, I do not take it lightly. Anyway.
My work is done, but you didn't do anything. It disappears into the night.
True.
Your great deduction was ever more enchanting than I had been led to believe.
It was a pleasure, my dear madam. I'm gratified that you enjoyed the spectacle. Yeah, she killed to protect the museum. I mean, he's probably just unconscious, hopefully. And as for your rough customer, I've no doubt he'll regain consciousness shortly and return home. What concerns me more is the waxwork from the special display, if it was indeed genuinely abducted.
Yes, tragically it was.
Then I would ask you to recount to us the events surrounding the stolen waxwork, in as much detail as possible, if you please.
Very well. But after I have told you what I know, I must insist that you return to your work.
The talents of a great detective could be put to better use, I feel, but as you wish. Okay, let's see. Okay, I'm just gonna wait for a good transition to take a break, because I'm getting hungry, but we shouldn't be here for much longer, I think. Tell us more about the stolen waxwork, please.
It was some days ago now when I came in here on one morning. I immediately noticed that a waxwork was missing from the special exhibit here. It is your most prominent display, so that's why the curtains were closed.
Head trauma is no joke. It can kill the slightest concussion. It can take away the ability to speak. True.
And I found the ransom note in its place.
Pardon me. The culprit must have broken in during the night and taken it then.
So this waxwork that was stolen, it was the model of some horrible criminal, I suppose. Of a particularly horrible criminal, in fact. The killer who left a more profound scar on society than any other, I would say.
The Professor? The Professor? Not a name I've heard of. I can't believe Professor Layton killed a man. Or stole a wax thing. So, Mr. Naruhodo, it seems the circle is complete. Sorry?
The professor came and,
Both these, my wax models, my massive body, My super stuffed up formies, my honkered donkered oiky poikies, my fabric stretching, wind flapping, gravity welling candle mounds.
Candle mounds, my goodness.
The professor case happened at around the time I was born, didn't it?
Indeed it did, Iris. 10 years ago, a series of murders that rocked the capital. 10 years ago? Yes, at exactly the time that Beric von Zieks graduated from university, in fact. What? Surely he's not saying...
So the big event that changed Mr. Reaper's life?
As you surmised, it was the professor case. Who was this professor, then?
Who was he? It couldn't have been Leighton. It was a series of gruesome murders that had all of London gripped in terror a decade ago. After 5 victims were killed, the man was arrested and put to death.
And now he's immortalized here in wax for all Londoners to admire and enjoy. Isn't there an Ace Attorney Layton game?
Yeah, there is.
It happens with Phoenix Wright and Professor Layton, and they're technically in Old England, but also like spoilers. But also I kind of forgot.
Though of course he happens to be absent at present on account of the abduction. But I don't understand. How is all this related to Lord Van Zieks?
Hello, nobody. How are you doing?
You must first understand, my dear fellow, why it is that the professor earns such infamy. Oh no, my face! It is due to the victims he chose, some of Whitehall's finest. Me and you.
You are, well, that's good.
I'm glad you're doing well today. What do you mean, Hurley?
Those murdered by the professor were some of the highest members of British aristocracy. Members of the nobility, even royalty. It sent shockwave through the country's administration. The members of the... wait, of course! What Professor Harebrain said. Lord Van Zieks is from a family of noble blood.
Oh, gosh!
It was the 5th victim that led to the professor's arrest. The last of the killer's prey was the young noble of the name of... Clint Van Zieks. No, I don't believe it. Van Zieks? I'm sure you can piece together the rest for yourself. In the wake of his older brother's murder, the young Beric pursued a career as a prosecutor. Also, his brother is dead, and eventually became the Reaper we know today. How do I change my badges? I don't know. I had no idea Lord Van Zieks had such a tragic past. Well, I'm afraid that's all I can say on the matter, for the time being at least. After all, I have work to do.
Welcome back, Risa. And what is it, nobody?
Yeah, it wasn't the father, it was the brother this time.
As a waxwork exhibit.
Can you put a platform on your head? I can maybe. Let me see. Oh no, you're seeing the platforms. There we go.
I'm afraid I shall have to excuse myself as well.
Oh, yes, of course. It's been a pleasure, thank you.
Put the fumo on your head. Okay. I can balance it on my head if I find where the... Okay, cool, we're getting into a... where did I put it? I think I put it... here. There we go. There we go. It's the perfect size. I didn't have to resize it or anything. Well, none of the predicted scenarios I've been analyzing involved you coming to visit me here. Oh. New goal has been made. Yeah.
It's been too long. It really has. I'm delighted to see you, Beric.
I can't change my badge and mod view. Oh no.
It's been 10 years, and here we are, meeting in a prison of all places.
I'm doing good. I can't forgive myself for what happened to Mr. Asman. I just can't. I still can't believe it could happen.
Tomorrow, the court will decide.
Yes. I have a young Eastern man acting in my defense. He seems reliable enough, though. Oh yeah, you changed it to having the thing. It was an accident, a terrible accident. He assumes he can prove. He assures me he can prove it.
I must warn you. Give yourself the credit you deserve. For what?
Oh, I know. I've heard already. You're going to be prosecuting, aren't you?
Yes.
Since I returned to England, I've heard lots of stories.
Give yourself the credit card you deserve. My goodness, I feel honestly like if I got a credit card, I would probably max it out very fast. I would be like, ooh, I can buy myself games. I can buy myself VR chat models. There's like this one that I'm looking at where the base of it is like under $50, but I want to modify it to where it's almost like 100. So that's gonna be that would be a problem for me.
Barrick, are you ready?
What? Maxing out on Final Fantasy 14 and Miku? Oh gosh, just buy Miku. Just like, finally, I have her. She's in my computer.
Never mind. I know that you have my best interest at heart.
My friend is on trial. I wouldn't entrust it to anybody else.
Of course, I fully understand. Thank you, Barrick.
Until tomorrow, then. I'll see you in court. I have so many parts for models and I don't even know how to attach them at this point. Oh no, I've been getting better at it, so I've been considering having that as a service. I just don't know how to like actually price that. Because I've seen someone on TikTok that does that as a service. They just like have the models and put it together, but I don't know like the logistics of all that. But I'm not sure. But anyway, now is a good time, since we've saved, to take a little break, because I am hungry. I need a snack. I don't know. I just have to snack on some popcorn, but we'll see. We'll see.
But anyway, this is a good time to get up and stretch, use the bathroom, get a snack, whatever you gotta do. And we'll be back in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll have this go through first.
I am now going to explain the entire plot of Kingdom Hearts from memory.
Okay.
The only important characters are Sora, Riku, Kairi, Goofy,
Sure.
and Mickey. There is a weapon called a Keyblade that is just a giant key.
Okay.
Only one person can have it at a time. That's like the...
Oh no, it cut off. That's like the main rule for Keyblades.
Or that's like the main rule for Keyblades. There's only one Keyblade master. To become a Keyblade master, you must be pure of heart and...
I mean... Anyway, okay, it's break time. Random question. I saw you playing Holocure. Who's your favorite to play? I play as Fauna. I've gotten the farthest with Fauna. Anyway, it's break time. Ah!
Oh, I get it. They're like an Ouroboros.
Yeah.
Oh, goodness.
Something, or should I call someone? Yeah. Stop, criminal scum. You violated the law. You're stolen goods and now poor forfeit. Pay the court a fine or get stabbed. Whoops. I didn't mean it. No.
It's best to ask.
Ooh. My place was over here, right? Oh geez, I'm so embarrassed. Where was this? Was my island, right? Oh no, this wasn't my island. Well, time to crash into the water. Let's just quit and go back. That should be fine, right? Okay, we got it this time. Okay.
Then, are you Mom?
What?
I have learned new information. More thorough autopsy results of Renju's body have revealed something. An object in his intestines.
An object?
A clump of organic matter. Because it was partially digested, it took significant time to analyze.
What was it?
Shoko Nadami's eyeball.
What? We're trying to get answers, please. We're trying to get answers. I don't want more questions. What was that just now? I gotta dodge him or I'm shish kebab. That wasn't me that brought her to you guys.
Following?
Oh no. Ew.
Oh,
No!
fantastic.
No! No!
You
got me stuck! You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
You got me stuck!
Keep running!
Man, this kid is going through a lot. Oh, no, no, no! Let me in! Let me in! No! No! This one's slower, right? Oh, no! No! I was right there! Okay, where are we going? Oh, I'm glad I picked this one. Ow! No! How exactly?
Maybe you could hold my hand?
Oh, hand holding! No way. That's embarrassing. It's also super lewd. See, you aren't being nice. You call that kindness? I seriously don't get it. Even if you don't. That's right, baby. All points, no quills, no pillows. Looks. He pissed on my wife. Guess what? I'm going home. How do you like that, Obama? I pissed on the moon. You have 23 hours before the... Then Rocket, that means I can't look at your lore.
I'll let you bark.
Hmm. Oh yeah, I did that over the weekend. I finally added the gun emote. Let me see. Okay. Okay. That's fine. We're not where we wanted to be, but that's okay. Let's see. The sky is Wendy's. Our dad just called us a loser. What the heck, Dad? Why would you bully us, your son, like this?
Luna? This is the first time to create your own opening and force your way through.
I don't know if I can do this, but I do know one thing. Susato-san is the greatest judicial assistant in the world. Oh my gosh, psych. Because of the weird thing that she said when we were talking with Coach, I'll put her below. I know she did it as a joke, but like, it rubbed me the wrong way. I don't know this lady. Now her! Use it when I was pulled into heck. Oh, whoop. Need to re-put that on there. Give me some of this blue. I need some of the blue. Give me the blue. Give me the blue. Okay, give me. Thank you. Okay, there has to be more blue around here. And so Jack and Jill went down the hill carrying a human-sized bag and an unsheathed axe. I prayed that we wouldn't run into Tometake-san. If he saw us here and took a picture, we'll need to get rid of him. Lol.
Why are my frames dropping? We'll do this one. Oh, Lion! Lion, my goodness! You... Words cannot describe how thankful I am, but also, like, you keep jump scaring me with money. But thank you so much.
I think no one objects to that, right? Understand? There's a very high likelihood that sell NFTs, dear God, in Sweden, Chris. That's cold. I'm a big shot, not a big shot. Right? Do not let them open your gift. Yeah. Spamton's better than an NFT, bro. Oh, do I have this? It didn't even do an explosion! It didn't even explode! I just got bonked into existence. My big old face. I was hoping I could save. Oh jeez. Well, okay. What you can see, take my lead, I'll set you free. Follow me, set me free. Just screw these people driving, screw the train. I'm Sonic, I can do anything. Nobody can tell me what to do. That's valid, actually. That's valid.
The power of the
True, I think. I just wish I remember how to activate breakdance. Yay!
We did it!
Well, I didn't.
And we are back. Hopefully everybody had a good break. Let's see. What?
Text to speech? Text to speech, hello? Text to speech? You good? I didn't change anything! I didn't change anything! I'm just confused on why it's not playing. Text to speech? I think he's dead. Well, where do I have him? Let me see. Cause like I didn't change anything. I'll refresh that. I don't know if that's what it goes through, but I'll refresh it. Well, that's weird. Let me... Because of the swears? Maybe. That could be it. I would imagine that would be a setting that I would have set up. It might be the word piss. That might be why it's not saying anything. It's like spamming. I don't know. Because it's being silly. We need to clip you saying, and we're back, so it pops up in clips. It'll be funny. That would be funny. Okay, anyway. I finally, during the break, was able to open up Genshin after it was done, like, compiling shaders or whatever it was doing. And I don't even have enough for a 10 pool. Seiso is dead. Nah! I've been tricked! I can't believe it's been 6 months since I was last allowed to work in court. And now here I am, waiting to see if the thing... Oh, you had one at the end there. Maybe try something else for like a second to see, to like make sure that it's not broken. Now here I am, back at the Old Bailey.
Ah, Mr. Naruhodo!
Good morning, Professor Hairbrain. Spent so much money on this, right? You have one in there still? You have 23 hours before the droplets.
I don't understand. It doesn't make any sense. The atmospheric pressure in here is off the charts. I've never felt anything like this. It's crushing me.
I feel like it's, oh my gosh. I don't know. You have it at the end again. You put it back. That, like, maybe idiot? I'm not 100% sure, but like...
I feel it every time I hear that gravity. Well, this is Britain's highest court. Is it gonna go now?
That's right.
Yes!
This is what you get.
We
My
did
super
it!
laser pee.
We did
Except
it!
I'm not gonna pee on the earth. I'm gonna go higher. I'm peeing on the moon. How do you like that, Obama? I peed on the moon, you idiot. You have 23 hours until the pee droplets hit the frickin' earth. Now get out.
No! Cut off at the end! Right, so how much money did that end up costing you, psych? No, it's not. Like $5, did it? I feel like it was more. Yeah, like literally. Let me see, because it was. Yeah, we will kink shame that here. Let me see. Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, so like $5.50 essentially. I don't know. I feel like water sports and scat are pretty high up there on being bad.
But are you telling me it's fitted with some kind of device that actually controls air pressure?
I think it's probably all in the mind.
Ah, yes. Well, you won't let me down, will you, Mr. Naruhodo? I'm counting on you in today's trial. To save my life, you won't be distracted by a pee fetish, will you? To save the secret of my super high voltage instantaneous kinesis machine from being made public.
Yes, I understand. I know what I have to do. I have to establish that the explosion 2 days ago was nothing more than an unfortunate incident.
Well, I'm sure there's nothing to worry about, really. Justice will prevail.
My commiserations, Mr. Naruhodo. You appear to have been lumbered with the most tiresome case here. It was me. Mr. Sholmes, I didn't expect to see you here. I don't know why I didn't expect that.
That was very mean, Runa, leaving me alone at home with Hurley. It took me at least an hour to wake up.
Is it... Are you...
No!
My goodness. No, I added something and it won't work. No!
No!
My goodness. What are you even doing? What are you even... Oh gosh. Whoops. No, I'm being found out. Oh gosh. I'm not even on screen! Pre-recorded? No. It is not pre-recorded. I'm not pre-recorded, no! Best scan yet. I heard that. No, it's fine. It's not pre-recorded. I just opened a tab and I heard my voice. Put a shoe on your head? Okay. Let me find a shoe. I don't have a shoe file. Let me find one. Shoe PNG. These are not PNGs. Zeph isn't the pre-recorded one here. Oh my gosh, give me a transparent shoe. If I put in PNG, I need transparent. My goodness. Go with, I don't want that shoe. We'll put this shoe. That's not, okay, it is a PNG. Just give me 1 second. 1 second, I'll get that shoe for you. Boop. And then, zoop, doop. There you go. It's, whoops. There you go. It's next to the Fumo. You could have re-recorded this shoe. My goodness. First actually a necromancer, now you're an AI generated and pre-recorded. No, I'm not. Not even an art stream, and we are. Well, because we shame both of those.
Herlock Sholmes!
Indeed, sir. I am he, Herlock Sholmes. Okay, fine. Maybe not pre-recorded, but possibly using a Xephoria soundboard. What do you mean? Hi, Majima. She was pre-recorded too. Add a wasp, man. I don't want to add more stuff to my head. Redeems have double audio? Why? What do you mean? No, they don't. They shouldn't. Unless, oh, it's, wait. Wait, no, they shouldn't. Let me see. What do we have here?
Hey guys, 2 quick questions. Number 1, what the fuck am I looking at? Number 2,
are you not able to?
Can you stop? Can we not do this?
Oh.
For 5 seconds?
But the game doesn't have audio. What do you mean? It's right there. I see it. I see it on the thing. Jeez, her face. I don't. I cannot deal with this. I'm gonna put that shoe in the trash. Fun fact, in ancient Rome, they use both humans and animals. Put it back in track 1 then. What does that even mean? What does that even mean? Okay, so wait, so what do I have? in these two so well, that won't have the OBS noises then. But wait, I'm confused. Or wait, Will?
This is a public service announcement. Xephoria is a good boy.
Bah!
Please type in chat. Xephoria is a good boy. This is not a drill.
What?
Xephoria is a good boy. Good boy. Good boy. Good boy.
I'm leaving.
Oh, I've heard about your exploits, even whilst living in Germany.
No, don't throw things at me. How could you? How could you? I trusted you. So wait, have you Eggies been dealing with doubled up sound for these streams this whole time?
No. Oh yes, Friends magazine is on sale in Germany too.
This month's installment was sublime. Your introduction in the adventures of Silver Blaze was wonderful.
Wow.
Ah! Ah yes, a memorable case indeed. It concerned a snake, I seem to recall.
Ah! No, that was the speckled band.
Seems pretty singular. Well, now it is, but like, because I was looking at the properties for it. The one that I had turned on had Discord and OBS, but OBS technically goes through the desktop sound. So I don't know. Well, thank you for coming. I do appreciate your support. I was the one who came. I'm not sure why I could have worded that a little bit better, I think. Sorry to disappoint you, my dear fellow, but I'm afraid I can't stay. Oh, I have urgent business at Madame Two Spells. You mean your waxwork job? No, the waxwork abduction. Of course, Madam has engaged my services. Ah, so you're trying to get to the bottom of that ransom note, are you? The week's wages depend on it, as does the safe return of the waxwork, naturally. As such, I intend to give it my undivided attention. Oh, well, never mind then. I understand. Of course, with my skills of observation and reasoning, resolving the matter will be as easy as some proverbial pie. I have noticed the pinned comment, yes. One of you is like spreading wax. This is not a good. Wait! I'm not terrible. I mean, hey, at least I'm not crushing on Lord Van Zeeks in this one, which I've seen a lot of people like crush over him. But I am like, he's neat. That's about it. I mean, you might have to ask Dragon Bolt if they consent to that. I don't know. Picture completely terrible, but I have one good part of me. Okay, I'll hydrate. Oh man. A duel, okay. Dun, 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 dun. I will accept your duel. Oh no. At least it wasn't a one, Marisa. Of course, with my... Okay, I've already read this line. I shall return forthwith. Or until I solve the case, I shall have no money to afford a pie of any description.
Oh, then you must absolutely give it your full attention, Hurley.
I roll one so much you do. Quite, Iris, quite. But life is riddled with irony, you know. Whenever I give something my full attention, I have quite insatiable desire for pie. One of the universe's wow, I keep missing. Intractable mysteries, you must say. GG, nobody.
Oh, quite. Definitely. Absolutely. I totally understand.
Is someone a little starstruck?
What?
Chris, pick up the banana, Chris. Chris, the banana. Pick it up.
The banana.
Chris.
The banana. The banana.
Chris.
Potassium.
Pick up the banana, Chris.
I wish you the very best of luck, Professor Hairbrain.
Thank you. Why, thank you.
Earned the 5K Pits badge, Potassium. Oops. Potassium.
Potassium.
Potassium. Before I depart, Mr. Naruhodo, a word in your ear, if you please. What's this about? As you have remarkably little grounding in science, I feel I ought to inform you. As compelling as this super high voltage instantaneous kinesis hypothesis may be, a practical implementation such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition is quite impossible. But the professor said the demonstration was a success. Yes, it would appear that he fervently believes it was.
I've read Professor Bunnybrain's paper about it too, Aruna, and I have to say, I'm sure it can't be done. It could barely be done theoretically, let alone practically.
So he's completely barking up the wrong tree? Oh gosh, I've moved a bunch of stuff. Yes, the demonstration, not science. But how could an experiment that had no possibility of succeeding in fact succeed? That's contradictory. And it's that contradiction that will be at the heart of the trial, I've no doubt. What's that supposed to mean? Now, I must hurry along. I wish you the best of luck, my dear fellow.
See you later, Hurley.
One of your predictions is true? How so?
Well, looks like you're on your own today, Aruna, but chin up. You can do it.
Potassium is K on the scientific table. You can say potassium for yes. True. Oh, but what about you, Iris?
No, I'm afraid I can't help. I have something I need to do.
I see.
It's going to be a big surprise for you when you find out what it is.
Ha, that sounds ominous. Counsel for the defense and the defendant. Court is about to be in session. Make your way into the courtroom at once. We're on our way. Science doesn't work, so the teleporter is just an incinerator. Oh no. Experiment with the laws of science say I can't possibly succeed. And a scientist who's convinced that it did. That's the riddle you have to unlock here. Ryonosuke. That's the key to this case. I wonder. I could probably just do this then. That might be... Huh? We'll reread the line in the next 10 minutes? What do you mean? Oh, a line in 10 minutes. Does that count as a line? In the name of Her Majesty of the Queen, I hereby declare this court to be in session. You are sitting today for a public trial, Professor Albert Hairbrain. I think they made a Minecraft TNT cannon and shot that guy into a wall. Maybe. I now call upon the counsels of the prosecution and defense to declare their willingness to proceed. The prosecution is ready. The defense is ready, my lord. I'm 6 months out of practice, and what's more, I'm without Susato-san today. I'm without anybody to hold my hand. Is it just my imagination, or does the air in here feel even more oppressive than usual? So, I must say, I recollect the victim of this case all too well, Mr. Audie Asman. Mr. Asman was well known as a financer, though that was merely a front for his diverse criminal activities. It was only a month ago that the man appeared in court prosecuted by you, Lord Van Zieks. But the jury unanimously found him not guilty, because every member of the jury had been bribed by the sound of it. These powerful London criminals are prepared to go to extreme lengths to keep their freedom. But 2 days ago, on October 21st, Mr. Asman met his end. The work of the Reaper, was it? That is how your lordship would describe it, divine retribution. But the fact remains that Mr. Asman's death was a direct result of the actions of the accused, Professor Harebrain. Very well then. So remind me at 4:05. I'll try. Now, ladies and gentlemen of the jury, you have been selected at random to represent the will of the people. Are the 6 of you ready to fulfill your societal duty? I'm most gratified to have been selected to carry out this important civic duty, my lord.
To have a man's fate in the palm of one's hand. Oh gosh, oh golly, it sends shivers down my spine.
Science experiments, magic, conjuring tricks, courtroom trials, all are nothing more than performances. Any spurious scholar that defiles the reputation of science deserves to hang.
We have to listen to what's said on both sides of the fence, and then settle on one. That's it, isn't it?
Wasn't like this in my day, wasn't like this at all. That's the police killer Otter Mole lookalike again. And he's as exhausted as ever, it seems. Now, as I'm sure you are all well aware, the incident we have here to judge today tragically took place at the Great Exhibition shortly after its opening. Though the death toll could have been far worse, with the exception of the victim, no one was killed.
What is mochi? It's rice, kind of like mashed together. Usually, there's a very specific procedure of it being made. Usually there's like a bowl almost. It's like a wooden bowl and a mallet, and like you have to kind of like swish it around and then also like smack it. But I believe it's rice and maybe flour. I would assume water somewhere earlier on in the procedure. But yeah, it's very soft and squishy. Its texture is similar to a marshmallow. I think that's the closest thing that's similar. But it's not as sweet in most cases. Nevertheless, the dream of the science being exhibited rapidly turned into a nightmare for the spectators. It's kind of like a dessert. It's doughy. It's like a doughy marshmallow almost, but like you can have it be flavored like anything. It can also, depending on, it can be like a dessert or like a savory snack perhaps, depending on what you fill it with. Because usually mochi has like a filling of some kind. I think in the most case you don't have an empty thing of mochi. So like, there's like daifuku mochi, which that has like red bean paste in it. Which, like, red bean paste is, like, surprisingly good, at least in my opinion. I know we have differing opinions on flavors of things. Gee, I wonder which juror is somehow involved in the case this time, right? Gee, I wonder. A tragic turn of events, and as such, the eyes of all of London, no, of the whole world will be on this trial. It is our duty to reach a swift and just conclusion, I feel. So, your opening statement, please, Lord Van Zieks. At the heart of this incident is technological
Technology never before demonstrated anywhere in the world. My goodness, sorry, I was tripping over that a lot. One of the science's latest developments, I take it. The government is keen to capitalize on the great exhibition to improve Britain's technological advantage. The technology being demonstrated by the accused was described as super high voltage instantaneous kinesis. I'm gonna throw a wine glass again, probably once the trial starts at least. Good lord! It's designed to disassemble human subjects using extremely high voltage electricity and beam them instantly to another location where they are subsequently reassembled. Is such a thing even within the realms of possibility? Well, I don't believe it, that's for sure.
Disassembling people with electricity? My goodness, how shocking!
Ha! The whole idea is absurd. The hypothesis would never stand up to scrutiny. Sir, I believe you are a fellow of the Royal Society, are you not? An expert in your field. Shocking, get it? I thought he crashes the wine glass in his hands instead of throwing it. It depends. It depends on the situation. Sometimes he'll break it in his hand, sometimes he'll throw it, sometimes he'll throw the whole bottle into the audience. I am, and my word on the matter can be considered final. Instantaneous kinesis is poppycock. So this expert and Mr. Sholmes are in agreement. It's impossible. What is the prosecution's view on the matter? The prosecution would assert that the defense lawyer was a silly willy, that the accused instantaneous kinesis demonstration was a success. What? What rot? Imagine the poor Ginger has to clean the wine stains in the glass in the courtroom every time, right? And just each trial, it's just like a bigger and bigger stain, and it's just like, please stop bringing this in. Order, order! The professor's hypothesis is currently under investigation by the British government. If it is deemed to have merit, a substantial research grant would be made available. The accused made use of the invention built on his new hypothesis to take Mr. Asmund's life, in order to be the sole benefactor of the grant. But... This disastrous demonstration was no accident. It was carefully designed from the outset to end the life of the victim. I'd imagine if someone invented a teleporter, the government would pay all the money, right? Thank you, Lord Van Zeeks. The prosecution's stance is clear. But you will now bring forth witnesses to substantiate your claims. Gladly, my lord. Now he means business. Bailiff, show the first witnesses to the stand. They are gonna serve no purpose other than furthering the story. Witnesses, state your names and occupations for the court. Yes, sir. Tobias Gregson, Detective Inspector at Scotland Yard's Homicide Division.
I'm munching on popcorn.
I was on duty at the demonstration of the day in question, in charge of the following investigation.
Albert Harebrain, scientist.
Oh, I got some popcorn too then.
Nice.
It's probably not the one I like.
Did I?
I think, yes. And then I think you went with the brand that Mal recommended, if I remember right. Because you wanted something super buttery, and the only one that I can think of is like sometimes buttery, but like... I feel like Van Zeeks is only still serving as prosecution to uphold his honor after losing Mr. Yeah, maybe. I don't know. Because it's the case of like, he's known as the Reaper of the Bailey, so crime has gone down. But it is like still very strange that he only shows up when we are the defense lawyer. You were born in England, but have been carrying out research in Germany in recent years, correct?
Yes, that's right. After graduating from university here in Britain, I went to work in Germany and made an amazing discovery, which was what brought me back. I had to demonstrate my incredible hypothesis to the great exhibition.
What you demonstrated was incredible, all right. An incredible explosion.
But the science science! The science was a success! The instantaneous kinesis worked! Everyone saw it! They must have done! Yes, there was a terrible accident, but... the demonstration of my hypothesis was a success!
Well, that much is undeniable, as shown in this photograph taken by the forensic investigation team. Before I thought it had to do with his bias against Japanese defendant, but now it's more like he wants revenge against us, probably. This was taken inside the Crystal Tower, I take it. The centerpiece of the exhibition, no less. That's right, my lord. It seems the victim rammed straight into it. How do we know he didn't just get launched into the tower? I don't know. I guess we'll figure that out here. I see. Very well. Submit the photograph as evidence. Okay. As the courts heard, the victim of the incident was Mr. Audi Asman. There have been a number of allegations made against the man, but putting them aside for the time being, he was the man who financed the research for the experiment and the demonstration itself. I see. So to summarize the situation, the defendant is accused of taking the life of a man who funded his work. Would that be correct? Exactly. But couldn't it be that the explosion was caused by some malfunction in the apparatus used for the demonstration?
That's right! That must be it! My splendid machine! My poor, splendid machine!
You saw it yesterday, didn't you? You can't even examine the wreckage thanks to the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act.
What? The wreckage! The wreckage!
But that being the case, how can the facts be established? How can it possibly be determined whether this was an accident or a deliberate and malicious act? Extremely simply, my lord. I beg your pardon. Isn't that right, witness?
Oh, you want me to close the prediction? I'll do that real quick.
Let's see.
Dun, 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 dun. Wow! Yay! What? Sorry, me?
No, your neighbor. Yes, sir. It was murder, plain and simple. Anyone can state that with complete certainty.
What? How can he possibly think that?
Thank you, Inspector. I think we had better proceed to formal testimony. You will explain to the court on what grounds you claim this experiment to have been a front for murder.
Can I help you? What?
A front for murder.
What do you need help with? What can I help you with before we look at these lines?
As I munch popcorn while waiting. I keep getting people wanting to join my Paleo community, and they're all elderly women. Entirely unrelated to each other. Why do I attract elderly women? I don't know.
I don't know. Cause I feel like you usually associate older women with like liking cats. But like, doggos are good too.
Majima!
I hope I get to play more Yakuza later tonight. I haven't been able to play Yakuza for a bit because my elf has to keep going to bed early.
No, I mean literally elderly, 55 plus. I mean, I don't know. Paleo does seem like a good game for like that. Because it's like an MMO, but you're basically just, you know, doing farming stuff. It's chill. I don't know. Right, you're a charming young man. Corpso went crashing through the crystal tower at a broken neck.
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all. That was my mistake.
But the post-mortem examination revealed another injury, a fatal wound. There was a lesion in his chest where he'd clearly been stabbed by something sharp right in the heart. Oh no. So the victim was killed before he went anywhere, and this fellow's the only one who could have done it. An extraordinary business. In addition to suffering a broken neck, the victim was stabbed in the heart? Information I would really like to have heard from someone other than the judge. So he was shot by a crossbow and dropped by... Yeah! So... The coroner says death would have been all but instant from a wound like that. Could say, in fact, that the victim was killed twice by the accused.
No, and no, that couldn't be further from the truth.
So, the killer probably was in the hot air balloon. I don't know if the victim ended up in there at all, but it's quite possible. I have here the experiment plan document that was submitted to the security team.
What is that link, Rocket?
The gator was flabbergasted. Oh no! Oh, this has to be Australia. That or Florida, I guess. Oh no! He just flipped over. The victim stood himself inside something called the birdcage, ready to be beamed instantly. Yeah, likely Florida. To the second level of the Crystal Tower, about 25 yards away. The experiment did not go according to plan, however. As the machine was put into operation, there was a large explosion. The blast caused the beam transmitter to point higher than intended. Oh! Accordingly, the kinesis resulted in the birdcage materializing in midair, from where it subsequently fell, crashing through the glass in the Crystal Tower's large round window. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with the tower then. Okay, let me look at the image a little closer. Yeah, I think that was a front thing. I'm not 100% sure. Not much of the information is going to be from this piece. I just wanted to look at it. But this piece of green cloth is probably from one of the hot air balloons. Not really sure. We'll figure out more as we keep going. My word, one assumes the victim's neck was broken upon impact with a tower then.
I'm so sorry. I didn't mean for this to happen. The machine was just so powerful. But honestly, really, I swear, it was just an accident. A terrible accident.
Unfortunately, that excuse can't save you. No, not considering the sharp murder weapon that pierced the victim's heart. Oh sure, now you repeat a line. Shh, it's fine, it's fine.
Murder weapon? What are you saying?
This is the autopsy report submitted by the coroner. The prosecution would like it entered into the court record. Your request is granted, counsel. I mean, what? I did it like, 6 minutes after the thing closed? It's fine. It was outside of the 10-minute thing. I was there in person, you know. I saw the whole ludicrous performance. And the only other person on the stage with Mr. Asman was that disgraceful excuse for a scientist.
And really, by all accounts, it must have been him.
Hard to think otherwise, really. Very well, counsel of defense. Proceed with the cross-examination, please.
What popcorn did you get? Because if it's not the one that I'm eating, then it's not my fault.
Oh yes, my lord. I need to focus here. It's been a while. Act 2. The popcorn is Act 2? I don't know what kind of popcorn that is then. Okay, time to press on everything.
Hold it!
What do you mean his neck got broke? Are you suggesting that because he fell from a considerable height? Exactly. My stand popcorn Act 2. What? Act 2 popcorn? What kind of popcorn are you eating? Oh. Oh. I feel like that was one that I used to get. Oh. Wait, did you get microwave popcorn or did you get pre-pop or like the pre-popped ones? There's like one thing that's a bag, but most of it's microwave popcorn. I think There's a nacho cheese flavor popcorn. My goodness. Okay, I think we used to get this like years ago. There's one that's mixed with pretzels and nuts and M&Ms. Oh, that looks good. Okay, anyway. You gotta clown your entire circus. Why can't they shut up? Oh no. Hello, Epic Sexay. How you doing? Sorry, I got distracted by popcorn. Exactly, which highlights something else about this whole rum business. What's that? And the fact that the instantaneous kinesis itself was a success. After the explosion, the cage with the fella inside suddenly appeared out of nowhere in midair. So although the experiment ended in disaster, the so-called instantaneous kinesis did actually occur. Oh, so maybe the person that killed him wanted to kill someone else and he just got in the way. Remind us, Professor, what was the cause of the fatal disaster?
I made a minor miscalculation in the angle of the beam projection. That's all.
So the angle of the projection is critical, is it? And you calculated it yourself, personally?
Absolutely. The calculation is far too complicated for anyone but me to carry out.
Only you got it wrong, didn't you?
Yes, that's right. That's the point. The calculation is so complicated, even I can make a mistake.
Do people fall for that brazen confidence? I should try it.
I took into account the subject's height and weight and the wind direction, the ambient temperature. I considered every possible variant, so I just don't understand how this could have happened.
Obviously, then, you had to include the weight of the clothes Mr. Asman was wearing at the time, I suppose?
Oh. Crackling comments. The answer should have been 3.
So much for safety first. The 3 must be for safety third. Wait, why did you raid him while he was naked? Why would the wind affect a beam? That's a good point. I don't know. Like, he's not a golf ball.
Hi, Majima.
Hold it!
Another fatal injury, you say? That doesn't make any sense. Didn't think I'd have to spell it out for you, but here we go. Just because there are 2 fatal wounds doesn't mean I'm saying the victim had 2 lives to lose, does it? Too right. Obviously at first, we thought the bloke had died due to his spine snapping in half as well. But you're saying that's not the case? You'll get your answer once I'm finished my fish and chips. You don't keep butting in every few seconds. But we all know that's a bottomless bag. The victim plummeted 30 feet into the glass tower. It would be reasonable to assume that as the case of death. Right, that's what we all thought, but it was a red herring, wasn't it? Okay. The defense knew nothing of this crucial information. The prosecution received this report from the forensic investigation team only this morning. That was the first we knew of it as well. I can only apologize for the impossibility of informing the defense. Sarcastic and insincere. Thanks. So, what was the nature of the sharp object? Among the accursed tools that were in use at the demonstration, one of a particular interest. This. Oh, yes, that would appear to be some kind of screwdriver, wouldn't it, Cal?
There he is! My trusty little companion, Andrew! Andrew the screwdriver!
Andrew, of course.
Do you know each other already? One of my dear friends, like all my tools. I've named them all, you know. We're one big happy family.
Sir, that's very concerning. Even the judge is concerned. Right, you're incriminating yourself, sir. 30 feet, although being survivable, would still injure. That's true. Well, if it was in the demonstration where it's like he landed on his head, that would probably snap your neck. Leonosuke the hairbrain, you're so cringe right now.
Andrew is my flathead screwdriver, of course. His brother Michael is a crosshead.
Well, it would appear that your beloved Andrew has a red stain on his shank. Ah, that isn't... It's blood. Beyond all reasonable doubt. I would make a My Hero reference, but I have seen it. He is very Mei Hatsume, that's right. They call it a shank for a reason, oh true. I'll teleport him if his hammer isn't called Hamilton. Oh my gosh, imagine he has a hammer named Hamilton. Or it's like very basic like Hamilton. Michael Myers, oh no. I would make a song reference, but oh no. No, that's not all. The long, sharp shape of this Andrew fellow is completely consistent with the victim's wound.
What?
I like how he was just immediately like, yep, the screwdriver's a guy now. Order! The court will enter this friend of the defendant as evidence. If only Iris was still here, she could like spray it with the thing. I will at least inspect it though. In her assets, right? Well, also like all of her like inventions and stuff. I guess you could say the victim got screwed, true. This is blood from Mr. Asmund's, no doubt. This is the problem with looking at murder weapons. It's really weird that he doesn't have anybody to like join in his banter.
Screw the rules, I have money.
I've seen this unusually shaped handle before. It's the same screwdriver that was lodged in the grill on the floor of the kinesis machine. That's because it is. Yes. Which could be important information, so I should definitely make a note of it. What? Oh, I guess we can be like, this was actually on the machine, nowhere near the tower, so how could it have teleported back? Like, I see.
Hello, I like money.
Because the defendant is one screw loose. That's crazy. Zeph is really pretending to understand anime references. Psych, we were actually just talking about on Monday how you keep forgetting that I've seen some, like, I'm not even being moved. You can't stop me. You can't stop me. You can't keep me from the truth. Okay, I might have to close and reopen the throwing system, so give me 1 second, because it should have been throwing me and it did not at all.
So give me 1 second.
But yeah, we were talking about how, like, you keep thinking that I've never seen it, but then you're like, oh yeah, it was JoJo. Are Fumo's popular with... I don't know, because they're just funky little guys. Look at them go. Okay, there you go. Okay, I should be able to be thrown about again. Be a real gem if you catch a Land Illustrious reference, maybe. One day I'll watch that. What?
What are you owing? No, it did not. No, this is the thing. This is the loadout for the throwing system. It's just a silhouette. It's fine. It's not me. So one of Professor Hairbrain's tools is the murder weapon? Great. Won't transition into a plushie, that's right, that's true. No, it's just the default thing for the program. Which I've seen somebody have it to where it'll like actually trace the proportions for the model itself, which I don't know how to set it up to do that. I didn't see the setting for it. My ears, oh no! Wait, who has a pigeon? Oh, a battle pigeon? That's fun. Those are a lot of fun emotes that you got. That's a new version? Oh, do I need to update it? I wonder. Mine does that. Interesting. So maybe I just need to update it. Which I feel like it should be able to update itself. That's weird.
Okay, let's press on this.
Hold it!
What grounds do you have for saying that? Which might be a good idea to update it anyway, because it keeps, like, doing that weird disconnect. Who did that? You really need to ask? There were only 2 people on the public experimentation stage in front of the whole crowd. Might need to download it from the page, maybe. Because, yeah, in theory, it's just so bit out of date. The victim, Mr. Odie Asmund, and the accused, Professor Hairbrain. Destroyed that Fumo. No! I still have the one in front of me. And we know for certain that before the experiment, the victim was alive. That's right, I saw him with my own eyes. Could you be the murderer? Was it you? Furthermore, following the explosion and the kinesis, nobody went anywhere near the body. In other words, only somebody else on stage with the victim could— what is that? What is that?
Excuse me.
Excuse me, what are you thinking? You know what? Re-binaries are trying— No! No! Professor Hairbrain, do you have any information that may be relevant here? Professor!
Sorry. I was just calculating the optimum coefficient of the electrolysis to separate molecules in the human body.
And the witness stand is the best place for that? It seems as though you might have something to say about Inspector Gregson's last remark.
Yes, that's right. Of course. He just said that nobody else could have done it, didn't he?
Yeah, that's right. Who else could have stabbed the victim, eh?
I don't know, but there's no way I could possibly have stabbed at Mr. Asmund as you say.
Explain, please, Professor. Gender makes up everyone as extra gender now. No! Can we get to pick?
Of course, this cold-hearted policeman may not be aware, I suppose. But humans are warm-blooded mammals with blood running continuously through their veins.
I had heard.
Then surely you can see, if I had plunged something of the size of Andrew into the man's chest, the whole stage would have been a bloodbath. No, a blood swimming pool. But thousands of Londoners were watching me at the time. And yet, not one of them claims to have seen a swimming pool of blood.
Well, no, I suppose not.
You see? Not one.
True, I didn't see anything like that. Well done, Professor. That was a great counter-argument. No, you don't get to pick for asking everyone is getting both. Oh, well. If we're getting both, then... that might not be too bad. Oh. Order! I guess it depends. It's just androgynous. It's just forcibly androgenizing. Pray forgive the discourtesy if I savor a drop from my hallowed chalice to accompany my old friend's adducing. Here's to you, Albert.
Oh, you're too kind, Barrick. But I'm really not a patch on you.
Yeet. No, you're not.
No?
Huh? You've neglected to mention one crucial possibility.
I have. Mazima! I have?
A particular situation in which very little bleeding would result from a stab wound. Ah, of course. Inspector, enlighten the court, please. Yes, sir. Where are they going with this? Very well. You will amend your formal testimony now, Inspector Gregson. Weapon of the victim was stabbed with must have been left in his body whilst he was beamed through the air.
Actually, I found it.
Objection.
And you know I found it.
You may say that while the weapon remains in the body, there's very little bleeding. Is that unequivocal? Look, there was no blood at the experimentation stage, even though that's where the fellow was stabbed.
The only explanation for that is if the screwdriver was still in his body, stopping Annie from bleeding. No, I don't want to update my phone. I want to have the timer. I want to have a timer, so that way I know when to stop. There we go. It's common medical knowledge, my learned friend, even on your side of the world. No blood and wax burns and evaporates. I absorb the pronouns of everyone I defeat in combat. My hair is bluer than you could ever imagine. My pronouns are he times 80, 81, she times 74, they times 43. My goodness, that's so many. That's so many defeated foes. I see, even on your side of the world. Yes, but about the screwdriver. The thing is, we actually saw it at the scene ourselves. And on the experimentation stage. What? It was on the floor by the wreckage of the machine, poking through the metal grill. I went to pick it up, but the detective here stopped me. Isn't that right, Inspector Gregson? Well, now that you've come to mention it, yes. Inspector, are we to understand that you permitted the defense counsel to investigate? That you contrived the special disposition for the... No, not at all. I wouldn't do that. I decided to look, nothing more. I was very quick and he didn't touch a thing. He wasn't touch a thing. Yes, that's true. Why am I being attacked? What did I do? What did I do to you? What did I do? I can't spell verbally articulate without the... Look, I try my best, okay? I try my best. Sometimes it's not good enough, but you know, this screwdriver was in plain sight on the stage. But... but it's... but it shouldn't have been, should it? What are you getting at? If this tool had still been in the victim's body when the victim was beamed away by the machine, then it should have still been on the stage, or shouldn't have been. That's right. It should have been beamed across the crystal tower along with Mr. Eisman. And then still lodged in the victim's chest. I mean, I feel like the professor is probably going to be like, actually, the machine is only set up to transfer people's bodies and not Andrew's. Is that what you did? What did Crimson do? Order! How do you explain this, Inspector? I don't... It looks as though everything that the victim had in his person moved with him when he was beamed. If the screwdriver was still in his chest when the instantaneous kinesis occurred, obviously that should have beamed to the destination as well. This is a strange sensation. Even though people are saying that this instantaneous kinesis is a scientific impossibility, we're still basing arguments on the assumption that it did actually take place. Alright, time to tighten the screws here. My word. If the prosecution is unable to explain this inconsistency in its argument, we can only conclude that the testimony given in support cannot be relied upon. Lord Van Zeek is stumped. Huh? What voice was that? It was yours, my goodness. Do you have something to say, witness? Yes! I knew it! It bears out. The equations hold. Mr. Naruto, don't worry! About what? Without delving into the details, there is no inconsistency! What? Even if Andrew had been lodged into Mr. Asman's chest, my trusty tool wouldn't have moved, and remaining on the stage is consistent with my calculations. What? See, I knew it. I knew that's what he was gonna do. He was gonna be like, actually, yeah! It would seem your illusions have been shattered. Clearly, we should hear the accused's explanation. Or should I say,
this brilliant scientist's explanation. Just when I'd found an inconsistency in the prosecution's argument. Scientists. Very well, the defendant will testify again. Provide us with the scientific explanation as to why the inconsistency asserted by the defense still fails to hold.
In the name of Apollo, I will, my lord.
My screwdriver is made of...
Actually, my screwdriver is made of anti-teleportation material, so I can't do that.
Stop shooting yourself in the foot, you fraud, right?
To be clear, I'm still at the stage of gathering data in my research. My hypothesis states that kinesis cannot transport metal, though, hence the metal weapon would have stayed put. In other words, the point just raised by Mr. Naruhodo isn't an inconsistency at all. I absolutely 100% could have stabbed him. Mr. Asman was the patron of my research. Without him, my work wouldn't have been possible. Now I have a duty to protect the incredible machine that we built together. Together! Ah!
But there's tons of natural metals in humans, right? Instantaneous kinesis in my historical legal drama. It's more likely than you think, right? So, the thrust of your testimony, Professor, is that based upon his hypothesis, metal objects cannot be moved by this method of instantaneous kinesis. In other words, since the screwdriver is made of metal, even if it remained lodged in the victim's chest, its subsequent discovery on the stage, despite the victim being found elsewhere, is not an inconsistency. And therefore, Professor Albert Harebrain can still have been the killer.
My great hypothesis holds, you see.
Oh, thank you for the hydrate. I mean, after we have someone with the magic armband that squeezes anytime someone lies. Wait, what? I don't think our armband does that. Unless I forget about something.
We had to make the cage used to contain the subject from wood for that very reason.
I was not addressing you, witness.
Professor Harebrain?
Yes?
Whose side are you on here?
Yes, Sherlock Sholmes! He's not here at the moment, but
yeah, how are you doing, Vito? I don't take sides, Mr. Naruhodo. No. My only interest lies in upholding my hypothesis. I'm a scientist, after all.
Is he working for us or against us? It's very hard to tell. Gets teleported, collapses into a boneless mass, suffering because your blood and bones have natural metals. Oh no! You just turn into goop. Let's see how you cross-examine this testimony, my Nipponi's friend.
Yes, fire away, Mr. Naruhodo.
It's like, why are they making it hard on us? I'm just like,
oh yes, I definitely could have stabbed him. Yep, that's me.
Like, he said that and wasn't even like,
oops, I didn't think of that. It's just like, yep, I could have done that.
Hold it!
I could have 100% stabbed him in the heart.
And yet your retort to my argument wasn't lacking in confidence in any way.
No scientist can find the truth without first finding self-belief. Those were the words of a certain scientist I hold in my very highest esteem. What is esteem? I don't think that's a word.
But you realize that this proving my argument puts you in a very precarious position, don't you?
No scientist should strive to protect himself more than he strives to protect the truth. More words of the same great scientist, you know.
Words that are causing me a lot of trouble. Who is this scientist?
I'm afraid I couldn't tell you, Mr. Naruhodo. But But as soon as I remember the magnificent genius's name, you'll be the first to know.
It might be worth keeping the names of your idols to mind. You're wasting your breath, my learned friend. The scatterbrain even forgets my name at times. So Lord Van Zeeks really did have a friend once, but I didn't notice hell freezing over. Oh no.
Okay. Bom bom, bom bom, bom bom, ba-da bom.
Your hypothesis states it? So this isn't proven then?
No, of course not. It's merely a hypothesis, a game hypothesis. But a good one, based upon thousands of calculations. But it is widely known that metals cannot be decomposed by electrolysis.
Quick, check if he had any fillings in his teeth, right?
Yes, of course. So I am right. My hypothesis is clearly correct.
What is it about incriminating himself that makes this man so happy?
I straight up want to die. It's the whole reason that the birdcage is made out of wood, you see.
Sorry, the birdcage?
Yes, that's what I call the sea obstacage, in which Mr. Asman was placed in the kinesis. Comptusa?
Oh, the jail cell in which the victim was detained. It does indeed seem to be made out of timber of some sort. I'll thank you not to refer it as an instrument of incarceration, your lordship. So in short, any weapon lodged in the victim when he was beamed away by instantaneous kinesis would have been left behind on the stage if it was made of metal, correct?
Yes, that's it. Yes. It all fits perfectly with a mathematical model.
But the ultimate conclusion, then, is that the defendant alone had the opportunity to inflict this fatal injury on the victim, is it not? Ah, indeed, sir. Someone beam me out of this nightmare. It's like I'm trying really hard. I haven't been in this position for half a year. Please, just go easy on me.
Hold it!
You seem to be pleased by that.
Yes, another example of my hypothesis holding true. But I sense some sarcasm, Mr. Naruhodo. Are you not pleased?
No.
I knew it. At the end of the day, I'm the one responsible for Mr. Asman losing his life. The advancement of science is no excuse. I know that.
No, you're quite right. Tell the court, did you have a close relationship with Mr. Asman?
Oh, well, no, not really. I mean, I'd only met him 2 or 3 times. And we only ever discussed my hypothesis in the project, and the research grant, of course.
Okay. Bump. That might have some more information. How did you come to know Mr. Asman in the first place?
A year ago now, a small provincial science journal published a little paper about my work.
A scientific journal? Good gracious, I should need new spectacles.
I might have an extraordinary hypothesis and grant promise, but at the time, I had no money. I had to eat tiny little meals at a tiny little cafe and drink watered down water out of a tiny little glass of watered down water. But Mr. Asman read the paper and came to visit me at my tiny little laboratory.
And offered you money to help fund your work.
Exactly. That's exactly what happened. I handled the theoretical side of things, and Mr. Asman provided me with the engineer for the practical. And the 3 of us produced that fantastic machine together.
The machine that you brought to the Great Exhibition to demonstrate.
We had to apply to the government for some sort of inspection to be allowed to exhibit, I think. I didn't understand all that side of things. Mr. Asman took care of all of that. He was a wonderful man. Really, I owe him everything.
Watered down water, they used water to fill in the water so we can get a little taste of water. Oh no! According to if this worked in the first place, the victim would have died still from the iron, zinc, potassium, and calcium in your body won't be teleported, right? Okay. Hopefully this gives us something. When you say that you built the machine together, does that mean that you were involved in its construction?
Yes. Well, not exactly. I'm not good with the practical side of machines myself, so the physical construction was done by an engineer.
Ooh, so it's gonna be the engineer, probably. Technically, water can be watered down if it's mineral water or something of that sort being watered down. Maybe. I know usually... I know places in Europe do tend to do mineral water, so that might be the case, actually. I don't know when they started doing that, if they would have been doing that in the late 1800s, but you could be onto something there. Little remains of your creation now, though. Following the explosion, repair will no doubt be impossible.
Yes, I realize that, but still. If someone were to gather all the broken parts, they could discover the secret of my hypothesis. But Mr. Asmund and I toiled over the machine for so long, we put our hearts and souls into it. I have to protect our work. It's what's left of the machine must be safe. Must be kept safe. That's only fair, because what happened was an accident.
That's the extent of the testimony, then. Thank goodness for that. I don't want him doing any more damage. He's already basically proven that he could have been the culprit. But it seems as though all he really cares about is defending his hypothesis. Still, I wonder, what if his hypothesis is just fundamentally flawed? Okay, so we need to present something. Let's see. Hypothesis states that kinesis cannot teleport metal, hence the metal object. Oh wait, is he like wearing, is he wearing something that would be metal? Oh yeah, like his glasses, maybe the button here. I don't, oh wait, no, that's part of the wood. But yeah, like he's about to wear something that's metal. Point just raised doesn't have any inconsistency at all. Was a patron of my research without him. Okay. Yeah, so it should be on this one. And maybe? Cool. Okay, cool. Professor Harebrain, you say that according to your hypothesis, nothing made of metal can be beamed by instantaneous kinesis using the machine you made. Is that right?
Yes, that's right. Spot on. Exactly correct.
In that case, I'd ask you to have a look at this photograph that was taken at the scene. In particular, I'd like you to pay attention to the victim's face. You can clearly see that Mr. Asmund is wearing a pair of spectacles with a metal rim.
What? Metal? No, metal can't. That's not. Metal? No!
We've already established that the proposed murder weapon, the screwdriver, was found on the stage. However, if your hypothesis correctly predicted that outcome, it should also have predicted that the metal-rimmed spectacles would have been found in the same place.
Ah! My hypothesis! My hypothesis!
Professor Harebrain, this isn't easy for me to say, but your hypothesis is clearly flawed.
Ah!
Order, order, order! Counsel, what is the implication of this? If, on the day in question, the alleged instantaneous kinesis never actually took place, then it's entirely possible that the victim was killed somewhere other than on the stage. Ada ada. No, I'll do a proper one.
Najma! Ada ada.
In that case, someone other than the defendant could have been the culprit.
But my hypothesis! My hypothesis is sound! I proved it that day. The experiment was a success! The experiment was proof of all of my work!
If I could say something here, in my capacity as a fellow of the Royal Society. Yes, juror number 4, go ahead. As a man of science, there's one thing I simply cannot abide. And that's a fraud who pretends to be a fellow man of science.
What? What? Great Scott! Are you suggesting my science is suspect?
It's just been disproved, hasn't it? In front of us all. In other words, the whole demonstration was a complete nonsense from start to finish. Believe me, my fellow jurors, when I tell you that this man is a heel, a bounder, and a fraud. I say the wreckage of that machine should be stripped down and thoroughly examined.
No! Never! That machine is the answer to my entire hypothesis! It's protected by the special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act.
What the devil is that blasted act all about, eh? Who made up that daft rule? I don't like the way this seems to be going. What's the best way for me to help the professor here? Just wait and see.
Objection.
Professor Harebrain has yet to perfect his invention. That would seem to be the case, yes. But even so what? Going to such trouble and expense to create a fake machine to display in public, he would have absolutely no reason to do such a thing.
Objection.
He has an obvious reason to do exactly that. For the research grant money. If the government was foolish enough to have deemed the man's ridiculous notion plausible, he and his conspirators would have received a handsome sum indeed.
Conspirators? What would be the value of such a grant? £10?
You're an order of magnitude out, madam. £500 a year.
Oh, you could have lived handsome on that much for years.
The Society has noticed an increase in bogus public demonstrations in the field of science recently, and plenty of scientists arguing with each other to get the largest slice of funding cake. People's greed is plenty motive enough for murder, I assure you.
No. I haven't deceived anyone, least of all the government. My hypothesis is sound. The science is sound. Please, you must believe me.
Objection.
No matter how unbelievable this hypothesis may seem to you, ladies and gentlemen, the fact remains that the victim was transported instantly to the Crystal Tower. Which means that the experiment was a success.
Fatima! Oh, Varric!
And therefore, the only person who could possibly have committed this murder is the accused.
Varric.
Where is this heading? I have no idea. My lord, if I may. Yes, Lord Van Zieks? The prosecution would like to summon new witnesses to the stand. New witnesses? What would be the nature of their involvement? They were spectators of the demonstration at the exhibition, who were occupying special seats. Eyewitnesses? Very well. The court grants the prosecution's request. I should very much like to hear from eyewitnesses to the incident. The prosecution's stance is clear. This experiment was no pastiche. That's probably not how it's pronounced, but that's okay. The accused killed the financer victim there on the public stage before the very eyes of the spectators. Now, my learned friend. Oh, yes? It's time for you to make your own stance clear. There's clearly a flaw in the professor's hypothesis. I can definitely see that. But where does that leave me? We shall take a short recess now, during which time the prosecution will prepare its new witnesses to take the stand. As you wish, my lord. Good. In that case, court is adjourned for 20 minutes. Man, we're taking a recess, like, kind of early on, honestly, I think. Gotta be continued already? It took like 3.5 hours to get to the first to be continued. And so it took like an hour, maybe? Munch, 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 yes. It's time for popcorn munching.
Mr. Nuttodle.
What's he doing? I haven't even seen him say anything for a while. His Kirby is not on screen.
What on earth are you playing at just now? Or rather, What on earth were you playing at all along? My hypothesis, my amazing hypothesis, you've been picking holes in it from the start.
Sorry about that. Keeps accepting my redeems before I can refund them. Oh no! Oh no!
But you promised me. You said you'd prove that dreaded explosion was an accident, not murder. You said you'd keep my precious invention from failing into everyone else's hands, but all you've done so far is try to undermine me.
Just gotta go fast, oh no. Yes, I made you promise, you're right. I said that I'd believe in you and fight for your freedom to the very end. I'm down 20k points, oh no! To the very end, but I also told you I was no scientist. I don't understand your hypothesis. The fact is, there's an undeniable flaw in your logic, isn't there?
But if I run through some equations... Yes, you see, it's because my work is incomplete. Perhaps it is.
Or perhaps it is. Nonetheless, a man died as a consequence, didn't he?
Oh! Oh no! You're right. You're so right. It's all my fault. And I have no right to blame you for my failures. I'm a disaster, not just as a scientist, but as a human being.
Well, that might be a little over the top.
And while we're on the subject, what about Barrick? He's being awful.
Claiming his old university friend to be a murderer, you mean?
He's a disaster, not just as a prosecutor, but as a human being! Oh, but no, wait. He's the Reaper, isn't he? Perhaps he's not classified as Homo sapiens anymore.
I'm glad that's cleared up. Can I double check something with you?
Yes? What?
The machine and the demonstration you prepared, they were based entirely on your hypothesis, I presume? There was no trickery involved?
Well, now that you mention it, I drew the plans for the machine with my very own hands. Every line was painstakingly drawn with the firm belief that science is the only future. I'm not eating Doritos, it's popcorn. So yes, it's true that my hypothesis hasn't reached maturity yet. But please, Mr. Naruhodo, you must believe it.
All right, Professor. I understand. Counsel, defendant. The prosecution's witnesses are ready to take the stand. Court is about to be in session again. That was a very fast 20 minutes. Make your way into the courtroom, please. It all hinges on the demonstration.
It's white cheddar, yeah.
If the professor's hypothesis is as sound as he claims, it leaves him as the only person who could possibly have killed the victim. But on the other hand, Mr. Sholmes was adamant. A practical implementation, such as was attempted by the professor at the Great Exhibition, is quite impossible. So really, what should I be trying to prove here? 11 a.m. on the dot. In the name of Her Majesty the Queen, I hereby reconvene the proceedings of this court. Counsel for the defense and prosecution, are you ready for the new witnesses to testify? The prosecution is ready, my lord. As the defense, my lord. So, Lord Van Zooks, I believe those next witnesses saw the demonstration of the day in question with your own eyes. Indeed, they did. And as luck would have it, one of them is a police detective. So the testimony we're about to hear can be considered highly reliable. Perfect, a detective of all people. The prosecution's statement remains unchanged. Though it ended in tragedy, the demonstration on the day in question was scientifically sound. and consequently, the sole person with the opportunity to have committed this act of murder is the only other individual to have been present on the stage at the time, the accused. Thank you, counsel. The prosecution's position is clear. So, bring forth your witnesses now. Bailiff, show the witnesses in. The witnesses whose proximity to the incident on the day in question will clarify the truth unequivocally. Okay, I figured she was gonna be on here. Witnesses, state your names and occupation for the court to hear. My name is Balthazar Loon. I am the impresario of all the hot air balloons in vicinity of the experimental stage. Experimental stage. One of these things is not like the others, right?
My name is William Grossreich Sigmund Orstenstein. I have come to see the great exhibition all the way from my home in Bohemia.
The balloon dude did it right. I don't know, it might be the kid.
I'm very rich. Inspector Gina Lestrade, Scotland Yard. I'm a great detective, even Sherlock Sholmes agrees. I was on security duty at the exhibition. I got up to one of them balloons. It was amazing.
Gina, again. But she did mention that she'd seen the disaster from up in the balloon, actually, didn't she? And she clearly loved every minute of it. There were 3 balloons flying near the public experimentation stage when the incident occurred. 2 of these witnesses were in one such balloon at the time, and saw events unfold from the skies above. Make it sound like they were in the clouds, but it was only an altitude of circa 60 feet, very low.
Well, you couldn't see nothing if you fly too high, can ya?
60 feet. About 18 meters, then. Thank you for your introductions. Now, you will give your formal testimony to the court. Kindly describe exactly what you witnessed, especially those of you who had a vantage point above the stage.
I'm gonna do a stretch really quick. Oh, I popped my ankle. Yes, everybody do a stretch. Fatima, hello.
$60 in the floor he fell on was the 3rd floor, so they say 30 feet to fall. That's, my goodness, that's a lot of... that's a bit... I misclicked. I would have gotten away with it too if it wasn't for the fact that there was no background music.
It was an incident terrible. Terrible.
I was only grateful to my balloon that my balloons were not damaged.
Me. As this big bang from the stage, and then the next second, another bang from the sky beside me. And from amidst the smoke, the cage appeared out of nowhere.
The cage, it fell from the sky like a stone and crashed into the crystal tower.
I didn't get a good look inside the cage, but no one went near it after it crashed into the tower.
A most extraordinary collective account, I must say. From various accents. Could I just clarify something? There's a detail in the witness's testimony that I have not heard any mention of until now. Specifically, that there were 2 explosions? More precisely, 2 explosions. Oh gosh. They went so fast! The cage was in the balloon, that's why there was the canvas of the... Yeah, that's what I was thinking. More precisely, 2 explosions in separate places, yes. When the demonstration began, the balloon carrying the 2 witnesses was around here. There were other balloons in the air nearby at the time carrying other passengers as well, to be clear. Then, as power was supplied to the machine for the demonstration, the first explosion occurred. The so-called birdcage that contained the victim disappeared from the stage, and a moment later... Oh gosh. Aw, it didn't work. I think your sprinkler is broken, Psych. The second explosion occurred, directly adjacent to the balloon carrying the witnesses. The birdcage appeared at the site of the explosion, subsequently to plummet down into the crystal tower.
I was very surprised. Suddenly a cage appeared before my eyes with a person inside. The blast was so hot, but I didn't want to miss a thing, so I kept my eyes wide. I still have lots of money.
Why is this child rich? Precisely who is this curious infant? I'm told he is a young noble of Bohemian royalty. Apparently, he disguised himself in order to steal unnoticed into the great exhibition.
Yeah, I am here in London on a sightseeing trip with my elementary school.
We will have the benefit of a child's point of view in the testimony. Do we really need that?
When I remove my mask, this is what I look like.
Oh yes, I see. A delightful face, I'm sure.
Yeah, everybody says so.
Great disguise, then. The point is, the testimony of these witnesses further substantiates the facts of the court, namely that despite ending in an explosion, instantaneous kinesis was successfully demonstrated. And furthermore, that until the arrival of the police, no one approached the crystal tower where the victim fell. Therefore, only the accused, who was with Mr. Asman on the stage, could possibly have committed the murder. Yes, thank you, counsel. The prosecution's view on the matter are quite clear. So, the defense's cross-examination now, please. Yes, my lord. Oh gosh. I don't know if it's okay. Right? My goodness. Okay, time to press everything.
Hold it!
There were 3 balloons flying above the experimentation stage at the time, I understand.
Si, all 3 of them. My bellissimi bambini.
They're very popular, signor. Some people will pay £10 for one ride. Because it started out with X and they kept going, and so it was kind of melding into so something running down the highway while screams. My goodness, well, that was a thing that, like, oh gosh.
A B B B C C C D D D E F F F G G G J J J I J J J K K K L L L M M N N O O O P P Q Q Q R S S S T T P U G V V V W W W X X X Y Y Y Z Z Z.
WWW. They are very popular at Signor. Some people pay £10 for one ride. £10? That's more than my annual stipend.
£20 a month. That is my pocket money.
Royals have all the luck.
I got up there for free, I did. I played the old I work for Her Majesty's police card, you know?
Detectives have all the luck. If they're so popular, why would you only be operating such a small number of balloons, though? Because I have too many in the skies. They could crash into each other. You're not making clear just one of, which one of your favorite characters does that describe? Wait, what?
What?
I honestly can't imagine it describing anyone other than Majima, but like, I also wouldn't imagine him in that situation, yes? I'm confused. The operators for the balloons were decided by lots, with each operator manning a particular area. See, and the zone above public experimentation stage is the most profitable. At least I'm getting bits. Spam and Psych name a better combo. Yeah. Psych's just having a lot of fun today, it seems. The other impresarios, they hate me. That is a pretty good combo. Thank you, witnesses. I think the court has a clear picture on the arrangements for the balloon rides at the exhibition. Perhaps we could hear more about what you actually witnessed in the incident?
Right, I can fit you in there, my lord.
www.goodboy.com.
You just wait. What if I buy that domain? It's probably already owned, actually. What? Oh, I guess I did do that. Being a terrible little Fujoshi gremlin. I mean, that was past me.
Hold it!
So you actually saw the accident happen from up in the air?
Yep, isn't it amazing what a detective gets to do, eh? I'm telling you, Odo, being a lawyer's a mug game. You should join the force and we can go flying together.
It's owned by the MGM movie studio. Aw, man. I think you proved that it's still here. I'm only in like one case, maybe. That's either dogs or adult films, no in between. Well, apparently it's MGM Studio. You know me so well. Yes, well, anyway, could you tell us exactly what you saw, do you think?
Everything! We saw everything, because we were up above it all. That dodgy cuff coming into that cage and that dodgy professor pulling on them levers. And that's when it happened. That's when there was that massive bang and the cage disappeared, just like that.
You were describing the moment the subject's body was decomposed by the electricity, I believe.
I didn't know what to make of it. But then there was that another bang right in the ear. I looked around and there was a huge great fireball right next to us in the sky. And there was what? There was nothing there before.
Excuse me.
Master Gotz, does your memory of the day differ?
One teacher, at elementary school said that when you went something for the first time, when you meet someone for the first time, you should always use their full name.
Yes, what was it again?
Willem Gottfried Sigmund Omstein.
Just the 4 names then? The point is, do you have something to say? Something to add in response to Detective Gina Lestrade's last remark, perhaps? Also for etchy anime points out a secret with her. Still not a Fujoshi. I'm not! I'm not!
Oi, get it right, Odo. It's Inspector Lestrade.
Why does everyone have a problem with how I address them at the moment? How long has it been since you've drawn it? Okay, so it has actually been a while. I'm trying to think when I drew my OC last. My tablet's all the way over there. I can't look. It has actually been a while since I've drawn my OC. When you're trying to sing along with Caramel Dancing, but you're not sure about the timing. Oh gosh! Oh wait, no, I think technically I drew one for Art Fight, so end of July, so it's been like a month. It's been a month. I swear. Before that, I drew my OC on the 26th of last month. So it's still been a month either way. I have been slacking, you're right. I needed, the reason being is that I had to work on Con Crunch earlier this month, and now I've been working on commissions. And I don't think I would count Lisa as one. So it's been like about a month.
That is not what I saw.
Oh?
Yeah, there was a second explosion and it was right beside our balloon. That is true. But I'm sure. Which is what I said, innit? 1 minute there was nothing there, the next a massive explosion. My teacher at elementary school said that when someone else is speaking, if you are rude enough to interrupt, you will have the most awful life imaginable.
Are all Bohemians brought up to be so full of joy? He's gonna run out of balloons at one point.
Just before the second explosion happened next to our balloon, I clearly witnessed a green balloon flying in the sky.
A green balloon? That matches up with the little scrap piece that we have.
You what? I never saw nothing like that. But I did. I saw it, and you can't say I didn't. I will explain to the council. I will cry and scream and kick. My testimony is the truth. I am Bohemian Prince. I cannot say it is a lie. That is not allowed. Playing the blatant royalty card, are ya? Typical.
Says the orphan who likes to remind people she works for Her Majesty's Police. In that case, young man, I must ask that you amend your formal testimony, in the interests of cordial national relations between Great Britain and Bohemia.
It was not the sky that exploded. It was green balloons that was next to ours at the time.
I'm gonna save because I think this is where we show the little scrap fabric. But I'm not 100% sure if it's like too early. Okay, it might be too early. The music's still going. Yep. That last statement would seem to be at odds somehow with the evidence. What did I do? What did I do? Okay, I guess we just press that again. A green balloon, you say? Are you sure about that? Is it gonna be like a case that I have to like look at it? I can't find anything out of place. Not a single thing is out of place here. It looks like the layers of thick canvas with a thick rubber lining of sorts. I've never seen anything like this before, but apparently Mr. Sholmes' methods. You might deduce it was part of a raincoat worn by someone who really, really didn't want to get wet, and the charring must have occurred when the person was struck by lightning. Or maybe not. I think he's hopeless when he doesn't have an assistant with him. Oh no. Okay, we'll figure it out.
Of course I am sure. I am proud Bohemian prince. All these questions are making me boring.
I think you mean bored?
Ugh. English is very annoying. The language of my countrymen is far superior.
Ragazzo, that is very wrong. It is very wrong to lie.
Lie?
Flying balloons never explode. For the same reason the planets never explode. It is logical. Please tell me that doesn't mean logical.
If you insult me, you insult all of Bohemia. My die.
Hey guys, 2 quick questions.
What?
Number 1,
I will have
what the fuck am I looking at?
the
Number
army
2,
come and shoot all of your stupid balloons out of the sky. All of them.
Can we not do this?
Oh no, a fight. Oh no, Majima, hello. Here you are, Your Highness. If only all international incidents were so easily resolved. Just here is a balloon. Oh, thank you. Now that peaceful relations have been restored here in the courtroom, perhaps we could return to the testimony. Did you also see the moment that the cage materialized, Mr. Luna? No, I did not see the explosine myself, however. I'm just struggling with accents here. It fell like a stone. Ah! Are you eating all my points?
Hum, nom, 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 nom. I eat them. Hum.
Did you see that actually happen? Some kind of donated money. I don't know. I'm causing chaos today because you're causing I don't know. Did you see that actually happen? No, in reality, I did not. I saw after it hit the tower. There was a grand confusion around the stage. I ran to see what had happened. I was terrified by the idea that one of my balloons had crashed. Are you mad at me?
No, I'm not. I am not.
I suppose they are his livelihood. But when I looked up at the sky, all of my precious balloons were still there.
I saw it though. I saw it slam into the tower. After all, I am a detective now. I see for everything.
That doesn't sound very convincing. I am not mad at you. I am not mad. I'm gonna eat your hat. Hum nom 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 nom. Oh no! Then tell us what you saw, Inspector Lestrade.
That's why I walked to here. Didn't get a look inside the cage, but no one went near it. After it crashed into the tower.
Was it you who gave the order to keep people away?
I don't know. How could it have been me? I was up in a balloon, weren't I?
Right.
So, cause I weren't available, it was the boss who had to lay it over there. He was getting shoved and kicked all over by the panicked spectators as he tried to seal off the scene. It was a real sight to behold, I can tell you. Amazing!
Poor Inspector Gregson.
So anyway, I couldn't see the cage that well because of all the smoke. I didn't really want to say, to be honest. I was scared out of me wits.
Keep it together, Inspector. The prosecution's really is asserting that the demonstration was genuine. But what if it was actually some kind of switch-around trick instead? That would mean that the victim was never actually on the stage in the first place. The two explosions could have thrown everyone into into a panic for sure. I think I need to find out more about what exactly people saw at the time. Let's see. I'm only grateful that my balloons were not damaged. Huge bang from the stage. I mean, it's a struggle because, like, we're sure that this is a piece of balloon. But, like, Naruhodo has no idea. He's just like, yep, it's a piece of her raincoat, I guess. Like, there's no good angle for me to really look at. We pressed at everything, so we really need to... I guess we would... It's weird because we keep seeing like a third balloon in the when it's being brought up in the case itself, but we don't have a balloon here. I'm not sure. That was next to ours at the time. So maybe we present it here, or like present this here.
Objection.
No? Okay, well, we'll take it on this one. Should be happy to carry proceedings forward in your absence. Sounds serious. I have to prove my worth before he really does send me back home. That was different dialogue that time. So it's definitely on that one though. Let's see. Maybe something with this. I doubt there's any new information, but we'll look at it. Every article on the front page is news about the Great Exhibition.
What? Have to go to California? Why?
Why do we have to go to California? Why? Why do we have to go? Public experiments to demonstrate brand new specific ideas, cultural exhibits from around the globe. It's also positive and hopeful about the coming century. We must all go to see it properly before too long. Baja Blast Gelato? Oh gosh, that's probably for like a limited time too. The Reaper attacked. The kingpins to the criminal underworld generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. 2 weeks only, and of course it's only in California. It's probably going to be in Southern as well. I would feel bad if it was in like Northern California. It's just like, hey, we're on fire, but you know what we got? Baja Blast Gelatos. It's the kingpin of the criminal underworld, generally managing to escape conviction in the Reaper's trials. And this isn't the first time their henchmen have tried to attack Lord Van Zieks as a result, by the sound of it. It makes you think, if that's how the justice system works in London, then there must be dark forces at work. Because this isn't the thing to, like, observe. Like, this is just a thing to look at the details, but, like, we don't have anything. It's one singular Taco Bell, my goodness. So, oh, it must be, like, that automated one, isn't it? I think that's in California. So what do I present, then? If it's not the piece of cloth and not that, It wouldn't be the autopsy. But they're saying if it does well, they'll add it to the menu. I hope so. I hope it does well. For a considerable height. And I don't want to look up a hint like this early on. Never thought I want ice cream from Taco Bell, right? And crashed into the tower. No one went near it after it crashed into the tower. I feel like it's definitely that statement, though. Next. Another bang. Maybe... Their ICs are good. Oh yeah, they're freezes, I think? Yeah, the freezes are pretty good. I used to get that with my Taco Bell points before they added cheesy gordita, so it's like this is much more cost effective. Yeah, Baja freezes are good. Maybe present this here to be like, please point to where you were. Okay, no, it was not that. Dun 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 bum 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 dum bum dum bum bum. What could it be? Because I pressed on everything. And we've looked at everything.
I'ma look. I'ma look. Don't worry about me. I'm looking.
No, not the... No. Copy. Find in page. Da-da, 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 da-da. Okay. On the wait, what? On the first statement? Really? It's never on the first statement. Whoops.
Objection.
I'm not going to look up a hint while this save's coming 10 times. It's okay. It's okay. Mr. Lune, in your testimony, you said that all 3 of the balloons you had operating at the time were undamaged. Si, that is correct. They have been caught in the explosiones. That would be if they would, it would be terrible. I'll get banned for this take, but I don't get the hype behind Baja. I don't like it too much, so I don't. But I don't like Bandu. Oh no, it's understandable. Fair enough. Because I know Zen also doesn't like Baja Blast either. So everybody's taste buds are different, as I can definitely tell between Psych and I. Yeah, I'm pretty sure Zen has come out and said that like Baja Blast is kind of mid in her opinion. I wonder if you might know what this is. Oh, I think that may be... See, part of a balloon. A burned piece of the fabric of the envelope. Sorry? The envelope? Pardon, that is the large round part of the balloon which becomes filled with hot air. It is made from very thick fabric lined with rubber. You do not want to rip it when you are in the sky. Just as I thought. This piece of cloth was found near the experimentation stage. In other words, as Master Gods testified, or Gots, rather, a green balloon did indeed explode that day. If all the balloons in the sky above the experimentation stage belong to you, Mr. Lune, then your statement that they were all undamaged clearly contradicts the evidence. No! The balloon exploded in that sky. Why didn't the man say so? Maybe everyone on board was killed. Oh no, having just spent 10 whole pounds for the experience? How awful!
Seems to me that these things crash 50% of the time anyway.
Or there was a fourth balloon. Just tastes sad to me. Oh no! The instantaneous kinesis did occur, but after the explosion on the stage, the point of materialization shifted to a location occupied by a balloon, causing the balloon to explode? Yes, eminently plausible. An unfortunate traffic accident, as it were, but it changes nothing of the pertinent facts. This I cannot accept. Why not, Mr. Lune? You're suggesting that I am a liar, that persons died in a balloon incidente. There's no need to get fired up, Mr. Lune. The victim was the sole fatality of that day. That's right, and I'll prove it. Balthazar Lune is not a liar. There is no such balloon in the sky. It is not possible. It's impossible. You're saying it's impossible? Why? This court has more important matters to discuss than the numbers of balloons that were operating that day.
Objection.
But we can't ignore the fact that nobody appears to have known anything about this other balloon until now. My lord, the defense calls for further testimony from Mr. Lune. I concur. There's clearly more to the truth here than meets the eye. It's imperative that we clear up the issue of this phantom balloon, I feel. Witness, you will give supplementary testimony about the balloons that you were operating at the exhibition. Ah, grazie, my lord. As I said, Balthazar Lune is no liar. Every balloon I had in the sky landed safely. All 3 of my balloons were carrying passengers. If they fell to the ground in an explosion, what a catastrophe!
Well, you can't get away from the fact that it bent up a bit of cloth was found at the scene, can ya? Coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris found from the explosion on the stage. The stupido Grasso is mistaken. My balloons have red and blue zigzag stripes anyway. Then why are you getting upset, So your assertion is that the balloon this child saw was not one belonging to you. Si, exactamente. If he saw a balloon in the first place, I do not like the sound of it. It is very bad for business. I have a good mind to sue the land of Bohemia. If you attack us, we will fight back. It will be a war. All out war.
Here's some money for a balloon. Oh, here you go. What happened to all-out war? Mr. Lune certainly doesn't appear to be lying, but that doesn't change the fact that the testimony and evidence are contradictory here. The defense is unable to find fault within the witness's statements. The court must consider them the truth. Think long and hard on that, my learned friend. The situation has clearly changed now. I have to get to the bottom of what happened here, no matter what it takes. Counsel, you may now cross-examine the witnesses.
Okay. Are you sure about that?
You couldn't just have forgotten one, maybe?
Signor.
Bom bom bum 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 ba dum. I might not notice if I was given 100 lentils and one was missing. But we are talking about 3 enormous balloons. Do you believe I could make a mistake about something so grand and expensive? I took the liberty of having Inspector Gregson check this gentleman's warehouse. I have the report here. It clearly says a total of 3 balloons. It would appear no mistake has been made then. Surely Miss Lestrade could have been sent for such a menial task.
What, me? I'll tell you what I told the boss. East End kids like me can only count up to 2. Obviously that ain't true, but the boss supported it and said he'd have to go himself in that case.
They fell to the ground in the explosion. What a catastrophe. It would have been quite a catastrophe if they fell to the ground for any reason, I think. On that note, Mr. Lune, tell me, what is it that keeps these balloons in the sky? Are you an idiota? Sorry? That is like asking, why does a candle burn bright? It burns bright because it burns bright. And the balloon flies because it flies. What else? That must be Italian for I don't know. There are two types of flying balloons, hot air balloons and gas balloons. Hot air balloons work on a principle of hot air being less dense than cold air, whereas gas balloons derive their lift by using a gas that is lighter than air. See, and my balloons are filled with a magic gas, I believe. The magic one, hydrogen, lighter than air but highly explosive. Good lord. I do not permit smoking of the cigarettes in any of my balloons. The magic gas does not like fire. What? Even a small spark of static electricity could cause the entire balloon to explode. What is the matter with your signor? All that comes out of your mouth is explosine, explosine. I tell you, my balloons are perfectly safe. They have to be or I cannot eat. None of my balloons exploded that day, I am completely sure. But you still say that is what happened. You must show me the proof. Alright, so Mr. Lune had 3 balloons in the air that day. If none of them were damaged, then what was the one that exploded? Dun dun dun. But also, like... So is he not an owner of the hot air balloons? Or is he trying to confuse me? Because hot air balloons, you're using the hot air! You don't use helium for hot air balloons! They're not they're helium balloons and hot air balloons are 2 different balloons! My goodness. Air goes up. I was surprised to find the piece of fabric still at the scene, actually. Air goes up, things fly. It's full of hot air. What do you mean? Didn't you catch the air surrounding the stage for clues?
Nah, I'm not into picking stuff off the ground, me. Always works out way better diving into people's pockets instead.
So much for the new career path.
Mind you, the boss was in his hands and knees picking up all kinds of rubbish from the floor. Thing is though, the cage went crashing into the crystal tower, didn't it? So that's where most of the investigating was going on.
Even so, I would have thought someone from Scotland Yard would have gathered it up as evidence.
Cool, listen to you. You stumble across a bit of balloon and suddenly you're the best investigator in the world.
Pardon?
Well, you ain't got a badge, have you? Like this one. I could arrest you with this if I wanted to.
I wouldn't put it past her.
Come to think of it, there was talk of some scorching on the ground at a meeting we had about the investigation. Coppers at the yard reckoned it was probably some debris thrown for the explosion on the stage.
There was considerable damage to the stage and surrounding area, wasn't there?
Yeah, some of the curves what were watching the experiment were caught in the past and injured. Good job the old contraption didn't keel over, eh?
I hadn't even considered that. It seems there was great panic after the incident occurred. Nevertheless, the police shouldn't have missed a torn piece of envelope from the balloon. Inspector Gregson can expect repercussions.
Look me swiping all this fish and chips, eh?
Batman swore pleasure. None of this matters. The scrap balloon envelope means nothing. Niente. Stupid. Okay.
Hold it!
Hopefully we get something from this. You mean the color is wrong? Si, signor. I do not have any green balloons in my warehouse. And yet, a piece of green cloth was found at the scene, and it's unmistakably from a balloon. Well, I do not know how that can be. For the sake of argument, let's say that a green balloon did explode above the stage. You couldn't therefore conclude that it happened on the day in question. Why not? There have been recreational balloon flights over Hyde Park operating from before the Great Exhibition. One could have exploded on some earlier date. Unfortunate, as I'm sure you'd agree. You believe it may have been from some earlier balloon accident that predates the exhibition?
Si, exactamente. As the signor says, it is not from one of my balloons.
Clearly, little... What did you say? Just slide to the left.
Excuse me.
Is something wrong, Master Gotts?
It's Master William Grotzrig Sigmund Onström.
Olmstein, or something. It was on the tip of my tongue.
Yeah, something is very wrong. I know what I saw. There was a green balloon there. I swear it. I swear on all Bohemia.
You can speak as much bad language as you want, but it changes nothing. If you do not have evidence, Ragazzo, then I must tell your parents to punish you, eh? Perhaps we'll let the judge decide when it comes to punishments.
Evidence? What is this evidence?
To give a simple explanation, young man. A photograph, for instance. Some tangible proof of what you claim.
Well, why didn't you say so sooner? I have a the photograph right here.
Good gracious!
What? I had not been up in the balloon, or I had not been up in the balloon for a little while, so I was very excited.
I took lots and lots of photographs that the camera is as big as you.
Of the Crystal Tower, of the Bohemian exhibit, and of the streets of London, of the hot air cellar, the balloon.
The instantaneous kinesis experiment? Did you take a picture of that?
Yeah, one picture.
Really? You did take one?
But all I wanted was a ride in a balloon. I was not interested in boring experiments.
Never mind that. Can you show us that photograph?
Of course, and then you will see. You will see that I was not lying, that I really did see a green balloon.
It's in black and white.
Well, I see you all too shocked to speak.
Yes, I think shocked is indeed the word, young man.
Heck.
I see you trying to get me while I'm distracted.
Yeah, perhaps you cannot see that it was a green balloon from this photograph, but that is not my fault! That is the fault of the stupid person who made the camera!
The umlauts over the A's. That was a very bohemian sounding cry.
Wow! Wow!
Very well, the court will accept this photograph as evidence. Okay, cool.
It's not my fault. It's the fault of the person who made the camera.
I'm gonna look and see, because I think maybe it's like a thing of... you might be able to see if it was striped from here, but I'm not 100% sure. Also, look at this laser that's going right into the balloon.
A dialysis.
What? Where a dialysis? What? Well, never mind. I'm sure you have plenty of wonderful sepia memories to take home with you. In any case, when exactly did you take that photograph?
Well, it was on the day of the big explosion.
You don't say.
When I pressed the shutter release, there was this very loud bang. And a hot wind rushed over my face.
That means this photograph was taken a split second before the explosion occurred. Well, if you ask me, this black and white photograph changes nothing.
A dialysis. Zeph is a good boy. A dialysis.
What is a dialysis? What is a dialysis? Well, if you ask me this, okay, it changes nothing. I could not give a flying fig. Lovely language you've picked up. As I thought, Mr. Lune's testimony just doesn't quite add up. The young bohemian boy claims to have seen another fourth balloon, but Mr. Lune vehemently denies the possibility. And it's hard to imagine the man in charge could be mistaken about the number that were in the air. Still, this inconsistency must tell us something, I'm sure. Was the last time you had anything blueberry flavored? Oh gosh. I might have had a blueberry muffin. At some point while I was still working. It's probably not too long, but I don't remember exactly when. Okay, let's see. I wonder if it's like that statement specifically. Just like, what about this balloon that has a laser air just pointed at it 2 weeks ago at Taco Bell, one of the freezes. Oh gosh. Oh yeah, they do have a blueberry flavored freeze, don't they? I want to say maybe a month or so just to like cover my bases.
Objection.
What? That wasn't the one to bring it up. My goodness. Dun 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 dun. Okay, so it's one of his other statements. All three of my balloons were carrying passengers that fell to the... Okay, so maybe it's this one. Maybe it's this one.
Objection.
There we go. Okay, I was one statement off. Unfortunately, the photograph master can't tell us the color of the balloon, but it can tell us something else, something crucially important. What? It shows that the pictured balloon wasn't carrying any passengers. Oh, does it? Oh, true. I didn't even process that. I didn't even process that there was nobody in there. My goodness, you're right. But surely all the balloons would have been carrying passengers. There would be no sense in otherwise. See, they are for pleasure. For seeing the city, my balloons only fly with passengers. Which tells us that the pictured balloon isn't one of them. So, when the incident occurred that day, there was a fourth balloon in the skies above the experimentation stage. The mysterious green balloon. I know nothing. Niente. I can only tell you one thing. If this balloon was not carrying passengers, then it was not one of mine. Whose balloon was it then?
Objection.
There are illegal tradesmen everywhere you care to look. Clearly, one such entrepreneur decided to capitalize on the opportunity presented by the Great Exhibition and managed to operate balloon flights on Mr. Lune's patch without him realizing. See, the competitions and trying to steal my profits. I did not notice because of the experimental that went wrong on the stage. That fourth balloon exploded at the very same moment Mr. Asman was beamed from the stage below.
Right, so them scraps that fell to the ground earlier and left them scorch marks, they didn't come from the stage at all. It was bits of balloon raining down. But because no one was in it, it didn't get no attention.
A mysterious fourth balloon carrying no passengers, silently floating over the experimentation stage.
Objection.
This photograph shows us nothing more. A stray balloon carrying no one and operated by some rogue trader. Clearly it has nothing to do with this case. Clearly it has everything to do with it. Its relevance does elude me, I must say. The court has seen sufficient evidence and heard ample testimony already. The prosecution calls for this trial to be concluded. Just nobody on the jury is paying attention at all. Really? Have we really got the truth yet? And no, I can't let this opportunity slip away. The jurors' minds are made up, and not in our favor. What else can this photograph tell us? Is there nothing else more we can learn for it? There's more! There has to be!
Objection!
Ladies and gentlemen of the jury, wait! Please don't give your decisions yet. The photograph from Master Gotts may well be hiding one more vital clue.
What's that?
A vital clue?
Objection!
We're well past the point of mere possibilities. It's time for the definitives now. So tell the court. What exactly does this alleged clue in the photograph prove? The cause of the explosion? We can reasonably assume that the pictured balloon was destroyed in the searing heat of the explosion.
Yeah, that's right. Yeah, it was not my fault.
Evidently. Because the birdcage from the kinesis machine materialized in the sky where it had been flying. And the balloon, being filled with a flammable hydrogen, instantly and explosively ignited. No, that's not what happened. What? It would appear that this photograph requires closer examination. Counsel for the defense, you will highlight the location of this alleged clue in the photograph for the court. Of course, my lord. If you look closely, it's plain enough to see. And what's shown is linked to another piece of evidence we have. In a way, it leads to an unbelievable conclusion. The clue that heavily suggests the real reason for the balloon exploded is... Would it be this laser that's shooting at it, or the fact that the laser isn't even pointed at it? I hope that it's this?
Take that!
Yeah! The timing of this photograph can only be described as miraculous. If you look, you'll notice that there's a bright white line that appears to point directly at the balloon. There was ghosts in the balloon. That's why it exploded. It was full of ghosts, and they got very angry getting shot at. Most likely a ray of light caught incidentally on the film.
I sneezed, sorry.
I'm afraid I can see nothing of the sort. If you look with a magnifying glass, my lord, it becomes clear what the nature of this bright line really is.
Majima!
It's Majima. Goodness, what is that?
Think,
Undeniably some flash of light, yes.
Oh, golly. Do you think it might be lightning?
From the ground. It couldn't have been a finer day. I believe we may be looking at fire. A bolt of fire heading straight for the balloon. Like an arrow! Indeed, even in my aging eyes, it would appear to be a flame of some sort. My word, are you suggesting this flame struck the hydrogen gas that filled the balloon?
Objection!
That's absurd. The balloon would have been 60 feet above the ground at the time. No flame could possibly have reached such a height.
Objection!
Actually, it's my opinion that a particular piece of evidence found at the scene reveals how it is exactly what did happen. What evidence? I was not told of this evidence. If such evidence exists, counsel, then for goodness sake, present it, man! Which evidence explains this mysterious streak of flame that appears to be headed directly for the balloon? Aha! Aha! This was found hidden at the foot of a small ornamental tree near the scene. Good lord, is that a crossbow? An arrow dipped in oil and set alight could have been shot from this weapon, sending a flaming arrow straight into the hydrogen-filled balloon. Are you suggesting that crossbow was used to deliberately...
Blimey, you're right! That streak of light in the photo looks just like an arrow, doesn't it?
Then the explosion of the balloon, it was... very likely the result of a flaming arrow from this crossbow igniting the hydrogen gas inside it. No! No way, I can't believe... Wait, you have a green balloon right there! Order, counsel. This is extraordinary supposition. If the aim was to cause the balloon to explode, the shooter could have used a gun, of course. However, there's an obvious reason why that would have been out of the question.
No way! I can't believe this!
The noise of the discharge, of course. That's right. By using a crossbow, the projectile could be fired at the balloon silently.
Well, yeah, if someone had shot a gun off in the exhibition grounds, it would cause a real panic, it did.
But with the big explosion, there was a very big panic anyway, no? I don't like this. I should be pleased to have found a plausible new explanation for all this, but something feels wrong.
Objection!
Do you understand the implications of what you're saying, my Nipponese friend? If a flaming arrow did indeed hit the balloon, then obviously it would have exploded. And if the birdcage appeared from the cloud of smoke that ensued...
Well, wait a minute. What are you really saying here? I don't get it. Was the birdcage beamed up into the sky after all, or what?
My goodness me! Now I understand. That's what that sinking feeling is about. I think there's a good chance that the birdcage was actually concealed inside the balloon all along. What? Did I hear that correctly, Council? There's no going back now. The horse has bolted. Well, let's assume, as I said, that the birdcage was hidden inside the green balloon from the start. On stage, when the experiment was started, the birdcage in the instantaneous kinesis machine disappeared in a cloud of smoke. At that moment, the flaming arrow was fired from the ground, causing the green balloon to explode and drawing the attention of the spectators to the sky above their heads. From amid the smoke, the hidden birdcage then appeared to fall down and crash into the crystal tower. I think you'll all agree it's entirely plausible that what I've just described is the real truth behind the miraculous experiment carried out on that day. Good grief!
Objection!
Now here's a red balloon. This is ludicrous. What you've described is no science experiment. It's child's play, a contemptible display of stage magic. Both Mr. Sholmes and Iris said the experiment was a scientific impossibility. In which case, this is the only way to explain what happened that day. In any case, the victim's body was found inside the birdcage in the crystal tower. If the instantaneous kinesis didn't take place, how do you explain that? Gee, I'm Naruhodo and I don't know anything. If I may put a word in, as a man of magic myself, such apparent discrepancies can easily be explained by simple deception. Juror number 3! All that would be needed is a doppelganger, someone who looked very similar to the victim, Mr. Asman. And having this other man appear on stage in front of the show as a body double. Yes, of course. So in fact, Mr. Asman must have been inside the birdcage that was concealed inside the balloon right from the start.
Objection!
That balloon would have been filled with hydrogen. Anything hidden inside it would have been scattered to the four winds when it exploded. No one would ever have embarked on such a risky venture. Not necessarily. The explosive force of the balloon gas would very much depend upon the mixture ratio. Juror number 4! Flying balloons are rarely filled with pure hydrogen, but a mixture of other gases such as helium as well. Helium on its own doesn't explode, but by controlling the gas mixture ratio, the explosive force can be altered. Mixture ratio. Obviously, the victim's body would have suffered some burns. That would be unavoidable. But not to such an extent as to render this whole obscene charade impossible. So everything that happened can be explained, logically and scientifically. The explosion that engulfed the stage at the start of the experiment was no accident. It was all part of the elaborate deception to make it appear that instantaneous kinesis had occurred. Well, goodness me. And if we accept that this is what happened, it means that the victim, Mr. Asman, was never present on the public experimentation stage to begin with. Ugh. In short, he couldn't have been killed by the defendant, who was still on stage in full view the entire time. Hi, Majima. This will be very hard for the prosecution to counter. Lord Van Zieks can't credibly maintain that Professor Harebrained is a suspect now. Oh gosh! No!
Mr. Naruhodo, I appreciate your efforts. Thank you.
Professor?
But you can stop now. Just keep your mouth shut, please.
Sorry? What's all this about, Mr. Harebrained?
I, Albert Harebrained, hereby confess that it was me who stabbed Mr. O.D. Osmond. Yes, it was me, with my faithful friend and partner, Andrew the Screwdriver.
What are you doing? Order, order, order! Defendant, explain the sudden confession.
No way! I can't.
Right, what are you doing? Professor Harebrained, what are you talking about?
It's what I've said all along. I must protect my hypothesis and my precious machine. You stand there and claim it was all a trick, all an elaborate prank, but where's your proof? No, you'd have to examine the machine if you wanted to prove it, but then it would be all over. My beautiful hypothesis would be laid bare. I mean, the indignity of it!
It's clear that you drew the plans for the experiment, but you didn't actually build it. It's quite conceivable that you were duped, Professor. If you'll just let me, I can prove—
Barrack!
Yes?
I'll cooperate. I'll do whatever you say. I swear it. So please, enter the special dispensation for scientific equipment Act is adhered to and protect my creation.
Huh. This is so unbelievable. I must pour a glass of wine and then immediately throw it. Or crush it. One of the two. Pray forgive the discourtesy of filling my hallowed chalice at this critical juncture. Here's to my learned Nipponese friend. What? And his upcoming attempt to clarify the defense's position in the light of the accused's confession. Huh? Do you intend to formally assert that the experiment was nothing more than a conjuring trick? Because the moment you do, the Special Dispensation for Scientific Equipment Act that protects the professor's invention will cease to apply. The prosecution will then demand a rigorous examination of the machinery involved in order to establish the truth. However, if you acknowledge that the machine is genuine and instrumental to the victim's murder, any chance of investigating will be crushed, and the confidentiality of the professor's hypothesis preserved. Well, counsel, what is the defense's official position in this matter? What Professor Harebrained, my client, actually asked of me was to prove that the explosion on stage was an accident and protect the secrecy of his hypothesis, but there's no way to do that without implying the professor's guilt. Do I protect my client's life by asserting his innocence, or do I uphold my client's request but see him condemned? Either way, I can't avoid betraying his trust. You've been silent long enough. Isn't talking your trade, my learned friend? Or has all knowledge of English escaped your confused Nipponese mind? Mr. Naruhodo! There's no escape here. I have to make a choice. But it's an impossible one. I have to give up on something. But what? The defense asserts that the defendant's instantaneous kinesis machine was in fact... Oh no! Oh no! I'm gonna save here.
Right, I'm also expecting the elf to appear soon. But I think they had to do something very busy today, so I don't know how long I'll have until they show up, but they should show up.
I want to say it's a conjuring trick. we did just save, so if they don't like it, ugh! Oh no, are they gonna take away my historical instant kinesis from my legal drama? Oh no, no, I can't say it. My client placed his faith in me. I can't just let him down. What must I give up on is not the question you have to ask yourself here. It's what can I protect? Oh, hello again, Mr. Naruhodo. It's been far too long. Am I having a... Am I hallucinating? Susato-san! But what are you? Hiya! Ah! My first Susato takedown in 6 months. There'll be time to talk later, Mr. Naruhodo. For now, we must concentrate on the task at hand. You answered so incredibly incorrect that you were launched back in time. Oh no! Which is working out not what I have to give up on, but what I can protect. Professor Harebrain. Yes? Yesterday you told me that science is the pursuit of truth. Well, my job is to pursue the truth too.
Yes, of course.
And personally, I believe that you didn't stab Mr. Asman. I think you've come to realize something yourself too, haven't you? That your experiment and the machine you built with the victim are questionable. The truth behind that is that we must both pursue now. Wow! Yeet. So, you finally opened your eyes. What? And as for you, Albert, you can't ignore this any longer. Having heard my learned friend's assertion, rather, don't you have something to say? I'm sure those bottles and glasses aren't cheap, right?
Eric!
Lord Van Zeeks.
Gosh, I've never heard him speak that way before. In truth, there is one thing. Something I've remembered that's of relevance.
What?
On the day it happened, just before I began the experiment, I saw a man near the stage. A man holding that crossbow.
I beg your pardon?
Yeah, Pistol's been lurking a little bit off and on. Have you not seen them?
Professor, did the man have any distinguishing features? What did he look like?
Taller than me, and thinner than me, with straight hair, straighter and wider than mine. Let me see, one less lens than mine too, a monocle, a rather stylish black monocle. But one thing in particular will help to positively identify the man. You see, I know him very well. After all, he's the engineer who built my invention.
What? Just normally Yusuke girls ignore. Oh no, is that why you're barking at Pistol? He built the machine?
That's right. Mr. Asman introduced me to him to me a year ago. He's a man by the name of Enoch Drebber.
Enoch Drebber? Does this name mean something? Members of the jury seem flustered. Not a name any scientist wishes to hear. That man's an abomination. Not a name any conjurers wishes to hear either. Who on earth is he? I'm afraid this isn't the first tale of this nature that I've heard in scientific circles in connection with that name. There's talk of the other flamboyant experiments that turned out to be nothing but straight stage trickery in the end. Obviously, the rascal is after the government's research grant money. When magicians are in need of money, I have heard of them resorting to these underhand tactics. Some acquaintances of mine with experience of such things have mentioned Enoch Drebber's name before. The man is both an engineer and a magician. Yes, we're dealing with an unparalleled confidence trickster here. That's Enoch Drebber for you. Boom. Boom. A magic technician.
So it's true then. My invention. My great machine. It was just a grand illusion.
Considering what we just heard about Mr. Drebber's character, I'm sorry to say that sounds increasingly likely.
Even though no one else believed it, I wanted to. I wanted to believe that machine could function exactly as my hypothesis predicted.
Which is why you were so opposed to it being investigated, I presume.
I knew if the machine was examined in detail, its construction would give away my hypothesis. Obviously, I didn't want that to happen, but at the same time, I knew that if it was found to be nothing more than a trick, then a work of deception, then everything I've worked towards, all my research, all my dreams, my whole life would be over. I was terrified at the prospect.
So you really had no idea then, did you? About the true nature of the machine that was built, and the true nature of Mr. Drebber.
I never questioned anything. I didn't want to question it.
It's entirely possible that Mr. Asmund and Mr. Drebber were working together to use you as a means of fraudulently, that not fraudulentarily, but fraudulently acquiring the research grant money. It's a little impressive to keep these voices going for so long.
Well, thank you. I do my best. When I announced my invention to the crowds that day, it was the finest moment of my career. I pulled all the levers and turned all the dials in exactly the way Drebber had described. When the smoke suddenly started billowing out, I panicked. I didn't know what was happening. But I really don't know the whole illusion was made to work. I don't know anything anymore. Oh no, he's so sad.
Let me confirm one final point with you, Professor. Do you now consent to the prosecution submitting the necessary paperwork to release your invention? My goodness, is that a yes? Your invention for the protection afforded by the Special Dispensation of Scientific Equipment Act.
Yes. Please go ahead. I'm very sorry.
It would appear that we shall have to suspend proceedings for the remainder of the day now. Lord Van Zeeks. My lord. The court has newly been made aware of another party whose involvement in this matter is critical. Yes, Mr. Drebber. Gather information about the man. If possible, I should like him served as a subpoena. Subpoena. With pleasure, my lord. One of the two. Now, counsel for the defense. Yes, my lord. When we reconvene, I shall be looking for one thing and one thing alone from you. Evidence. That the defendant is innocent of the crime for which he presently stands accused. I understand. Good. In that case, this court is adjourned until tomorrow morning. Okay, I'm sure we're gonna talk to him, and then it'll have it to be continued, and then we can find somebody to read at that point.
Mr. Naruto.
Yes? Your ears. Wait, what happened?
I'm so sorry. I was wrong. You were right. I tricked you. You trusted me. I dragged you into my mess. Oh, how did I ever come to this? I'm so sorry!
Cackling your knuckles like that? I don't know. It's a bad habit I started doing again. Did you really have no idea, Professor? About what Mr. Drebber was really up to, I mean? About what he was really constructing?
Naturally! That machine was the embodiment of my hypothesis for all my hopes and dreams. I had complete faith in it.
All right. In that case, I won't say any more. Now, sadly, the murder accusation against you still stands, so we must do as much investigation as we can before the trial resumes tomorrow.
Well, thank you so much for doing so much for me. I'm so sorry for arriving late this morning, Mr. Naruhodo. You have a question? What's the question?
Arriving late?
Didn't you receive my postcard? I wanted to let you know when I'd arrived.
Postcard? What postcard?
I hid it from you, Luna, so that way it would be a surprise. Well, did it work?
I was surprised, all right, especially when she threw me to the ground.
Oh dear, I'm so sorry. I was just so happy to see you again that it sort of slipped out.
Don't they normally hold murder suspects in cells? Why is he wandering around? Well, I think he gets a moment to like speak with us for a moment, but then he does get ushered into the cells again, I believe. Maybe we could stick to more traditional displays of emotion in future.
Susie's train was so late into London Victoria this morning, you see. But we made the coachman really whip the horses hard so he didn't miss the whole trial.
Don't suplex me, I'll suplex you first!
I was watching from the gallery for a while, but in the end, I'm afraid I couldn't contain myself.
Well, I'm glad you didn't.
Oh!
Having you at my side in court gives me the strength I need to win, so I'm, delighted to see you, back in London.
Oh, you're too kind. Mr. Naruhodo, I'm delighted to be here. I hope I can continue to be of service to you.
Of course. So, what's brought you back? Did Professor Mikotoba not protest?
Let's save all that conversation for when we're back at home, shall we? You know, I've made one of the most special blends ever since for the special occasion. Oh, Iris, how wonderful! I can't wait.
Because the thing is, I'm shorter, so that means I have the advantage of suplexing you. Susato was back in London. It's hard to describe how happy that made me feel at the time, but despite my elation, our tale was about to take yet another extraordinary turn. Are you sure you're shorter? I'm pretty sure. You always say how you're like. Are you 6 foot or like 5'11"? I don't remember. I know you've said your height before, but I don't remember how tall you said that you were. Okay, so now we have a good stopping point, a nice natural transitional scene, so we can transition over here. Okay, then what's your IRL height? Okay, while we do that, let me find somebody to raid. My goodness. Oh gosh, where? Let me see. Oh, not that many people are streaming right now. Weird. There's like a whole 5 people to choose from. I need to find more people to raid at one point. Come find me and I'll figure it out. Oh gosh. Puffs. No, they don't exist. Let me see. We did raid Prince very recently. I think we also raided Case Unit pretty recently too. I have to wait past this this Gatorade commercial. I was going to start streaming right now, but decided against it because of I would. It's been like what, a month plus since you played? Ooh. Ooh, I do like the look of the game that Index page is playing, so we could maybe raid them again. Cheese grater dragon, my goodness. Yeah, I think it's been a little bit since we raided Index page, I believe. Okay, so let's do that. What should be a good raid message? I can't think of anything, so we'll just start the raid. That'll be it unless someone else has a better idea.
But yes, thank you everybody for joining me today. We will continue this on tomorrow.
Hopefully we should finish off this chapter tomorrow, I think. We might be able to start the chapter afterwards, but I don't know. If we have to go a little bit past 6, as we did with the last chapter, I do not mind. I'm sure my elf doesn't mind. I'm honestly kind of surprised that they didn't show up right now. But maybe they're busy. Hypothetical raid. That could be an idea. Hypothetically raids you. But yes, thank you everybody for all the bits today. My goodness, with Lionheart, with the 10k bits, Psych with the I'm waiting for it to scroll onto screen. Oh gosh, it's not showing me the 4k bits. Yeah. Well, now the 4100 bits. And then Rocket with at least 1 bit. It won't show me, but there was at least some bits from Rocket. I know that much. But thank you everybody, and I will do my best to have the Discord open so that way there'll be an invite tomorrow. I hope. I'm gonna do my best. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Mem.